Good morning. How is everybody this morning? What? Am everybody? It's too early and I can't talk yet. Hey guys, what's up? My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. Today we are watching Trials of the Past, A Woman Scorned, Betty Broderick, California v. Betty Broderick. And her daughter, Lee Broderick, is on the stand. This is part 12. We've been watching this for a couple of weeks now. It's not as long as the last trial of the past that we did, which was Phil Spector, that went on for 5 months. Judy has some trivia for us. Betty worked in the prison's mental... Betty worked in the prison's mental health unit. Between 200 to 300 inmates receive regular treatments there. It was her job to schedule the appointments with psychiatrists, psychologists, and counselors. Someone brings her printouts at 6 in the morning and she starts working on them in her room, then in the mental health office until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. She earned $17 a month. Hey, Jill. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Carla. I find that funny. Did she schedule her own appointments? Wow. Yeah, exactly, Jill. Oh, look at you guys turning out. 7 people in here. Wow, that's a lot for me. Okay, y'all. I'm not having a good morning if you can't if you can't tell. Change of seasons always messes me up. Between the allergies to am I allergic to seasons? Cuz like it's not when the seasons change, does the pollen change too? I mean, hi grandma. Does the pollen change too? Hey madam. Or is it just the change of seasons that makes the allergies? Like, I don't know. And I'm also achy today, which it rained yesterday. So, anyway, I don't know what's causing it, but I'm okay. I'm not at best. I'm on the heating pad. My eyes are watering. I don't know, but I'm not feeling the greatest. I'm not like sick or anything. I'm just, anyway. So you'll forgive me if I like trip over my words or whatever and say stupid stuff, which a lot of times I say stupid stuff on purpose. Trying to be funny or whatever, but you guys are used to that. Okay, so we are, I think, if I remember correctly, we are on Lee's redirect. That judge is just so chill. I've never seen a judge just like chill like that during a trial. Okay. Yeah. that's what I'm experiencing this morning. Well, come on, StreamYard tips to come. Comment on the screen.
What is it that she wanted you to do as far as the condo was concerned in the decorating?
There was an oak floor that they were installing, and it hadn't been installed yet. She wanted me to meet them to make sure that they did their work.
And she gave you the name of the decorator and a number to reach you
Yes.
by. Did she want you to get some hair coloring for her?
Yes.
She wants you to get a garage door opener and move an ironing board to the condo?
Yes.
Want you to hold the mail from both of the homes for her?
Yes.
Pay for the storage garage?
Yes.
She wrote you several other letters during that period of time. What's some things that she wanted you to do?
Yes. She was writing me letters with directions on where I should put all the things in her house and where she wanted me to put them.
Shortly after your father and Linda were killed, Kim and Danny and Brett, is that correct?
Yes.
But you stayed here in San Diego?
Yes.
And with respect to your best recollection of what your mother told you about why she pulled the phone out of the wall, do you recall indicating that she told you she pulled the phone out of the wall because your dad was reaching for the phone?
Your Honor, objection is leading.
Sustained.
Would it help to see what you indicated to Detective Allen that day about what your mother said? Would that help to refresh your recollection?
No.
Your Honor, I object as leading and suggestive.
Show her the report, see if it refreshes your recollection.
Well, Your Honor, she said she doesn't need something to refresh her recollection at that time, so why would she?
Wells, rephrase the question. Leading is when the answer to the question is in the question. Just rephrase it so that the answer is not in the question. But you already told her the answer, so just rephrase it, and then she'll say what you want her to say.
There were some.
Well, we wouldn't, but based on her answer, you started to object before she answered. So I was answering your objection. The answer stands.
And what was it that your mother said was the reason for why she pulled the phone out of the wall?
I don't remember her exact words, but it was something. She pulled it out of the wall so that he couldn't save himself or call for help. Something like that. I don't remember her exact words. I don't remember if she told me she pulled the phone out or she yanked it, call for help, or so that he couldn't save himself. But it was something like that.
All right. Now, you also indicated that your mom said something that morning about that she wasn't sure whether or not she hit your dad when she shot him. Is that?
She said she wasn't sure if she had hit anyone because it was dark and the drapes were drawn. She couldn't see.
But she did acknowledge that he had said something to her about being shot.
Yes.
And did she also say anything else about, refer to something that your dad had previously said that had been in an article about this won't be over until one of us is gone?
When we were at my house on Sapphire talking about why she wanted to kill herself, why she was so upset, she told me that she had felt empty inside and she was terribly upset about the Reader article where my dad was quoted in saying that.
Do you recall her saying that he said it won't be over until one of us is gone, so I guess one of us is gone
Your
now?
Honor, I have objection as leading.
Sustained.
Well, okay. Do you recall talking about that again with Detective Allen?
Yes.
Your Honor, first of all, I'm going to object that it's leading. I didn't go into this area at all, and we didn't have an agreement as to who was going to cross and direct. Mr. Burkhoff did the direct in this area.
Well,
But you took her as your witness, so she's going to be on cross for that. But it is outside the scope, so on that basis, it's sustained.
Yeah, that's true. How come Wells gets to do the redirect? She didn't do the direct. That's different. They don't usually do that.
The incident where your dad, where your mother drove the car through the front door, you indicated that after she got out of the car, that she attacked your dad with the key ring, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that you told Detective Allen that your mother attacked your dad with the knife?
I might have said that, but that didn't happen.
And again, just if you take a look to see if this refreshes your recollection, referring to Detective Allen's report, page 7, the lines 26 through 28.
Right. I probably did say that it's to Detective Allen, but it's not the truth.
Okay. So you told Detective Allen that she tried to stab him with a knife.
Right. It didn't. I did tell Detective Allen that, but that didn't happen. She had a knife with her, but she never actually tried to stab him with it.
Do you recall telling...
She might have threatened, but she didn't actually have the knife in her hand.
Did she threaten to stab him with a knife?
Probably, yes.
And you saw the knife in the car yourself?
Yes.
Do you recall where it was when you saw it?
I believe it was on the seat of the car.
When you say on the seat of the car, the passenger side, driver's side?
Well, there's one long bench seat in the Suburban. It was on the seat next to her.
So if you're sitting in the driver's seat, it would be like on your right-hand side?
Yes.
And could you describe the knife?
It was I believe it had a black handle. It was about this big.
Just for the record, Your Honor, the witness is indicating, and I'm not good on distances, 10 inches? Is that
About 10 inches.
10 inches to a foot? And had you seen that knife in her Suburban before?
No.
Did you know your mother to carry a knife in the car before? She ever talked about carrying the knife?
She carried a Swiss Army knife in her purse, but that was the only knife that I know that she carried around with her.
Now, there were some problems with, there was a period of time when you didn't have keys to your dad's
Yes.
house, correct?
Correct.
There had been some problems with some keys that you had had where your mother had gotten a copy of the key.
Well, my dad would periodically change the locks, and he mysteriously, my mom would get in when the locks would be changed. So he assumed that it was my fault that my mom was getting access to the keys through me. I don't know where they came from.
Right.
But the last time he got the locks changed, he didn't want any type of accident to happen where my mom would find the key or get access to the key. So he told me that since I was the one that spent most time with my mom, that I was not allowed to have a key to his house.
And it was, it wasn't necessarily that it was your fault, it was that you spent time with
Right.
your mother. And so if there was an opportunity for her to get the keys, that was there, right?
Right.
But with respect to after the last lock change, and when the key to your dad's house was this big key, you never had this key, is that correct?
I believe I had a week or so, and then my dad went on vacation and he money and gave it to babysit. And then when I asked for it back, I was not allowed to have it back.
Which babysitter was it? Sylvia?
No, I believe it was Linda David that was staying with us at the time.
And she was the most was the babysitter. Your father was killed. And when your mother took you over to your dad's house at Coral Reef at the very beginning there, that was a situation where you were pretty upset at the time, correct?
Yes, I was very upset. I was crying. I didn't want to go.
So it wasn't something where you had been pleading with her for the week before to let you go over there?
No, I was begging for her to let me stay.
And you indicated that when you got over there, when she dropped you off, Kim and Danny were already there.
Yes.
And when she left you, it was just the three of you then at home. Your dad wasn't at home at the time.
Right.
And there was a period of time for a couple of months there where you all slept on the floor in sleeping bags?
Yes.
Your mother was often critical about the place where your dad lived, wasn't she, about the house?
She was upset that the boys lived so far away from La Jolla and their friends and their activities and things.
Did she ever talk, though, in derogatory manner about your dad's house, that it was at the house in the slums?
Yes. She didn't like the area. The Hillcrest area has homosexuals, and she didn't like the idea of us playing and riding our bikes around. And there's also a busy street. University Avenue is right there, and she was complaining that it was a busy street and just a bad place to live.
And she would say that to you and to the boys.
Did she say homosexuals? Or am I hearing things?
She didn't want you living in Daytown, or she didn't want you living in the slums.
Right.
And you've also acknowledged that that Linda at the very beginning tried very hard to be nice with you and with the boys and have a relationship with you.
She wanted very much to be accepted into our family. She tried to be as friendly as she could with us, giving us presents and things.
Your mom did tell you and tell the boys sometimes to get rid of Linda, to kick her out of the house.
Yes.
And she also would constantly ask you and Kim and the boys about what was going on in the house, what your father and Linda were doing, what they were wearing, where they were going, things like that.
She would ask, but we would also volunteer information about what was going on in our life over there.
And do you recall telling Investigator Green that she questioned you constantly, after question after question?
Yeah, she wanted to know what was going on, who was babysitting us, where they were going, who they were going with, when they were coming back, things like that.
The situation with your sister Kim in Arizona shortly before your dad and Linda were killed, had she talked to you about her discussions with her dad?
Kim had, yes.
Yes, Kim had.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't, she had told you that it wasn't that your dad wasn't willing to pay for the apartment. It was simply he wanted her to keep looking to see if she could find a cheaper apartment.
She had told me that he didn't cost too much and that he wasn't going to pay that much. It was more than half of what she paid. I told Kim that was way too cheap.
And you indicated that Kim often would come over and talk to your mom about her problems, just problems in general.
She can't not lead. She doesn't know how to ask a non-leading question. Sorry, guys. StreamYard muted me again. Jill. Yeah, yeah, somehow I have a feeling maybe she has.
You said that your dad, when he would come home from work, he would often have either a gin and tonic or a glass of wine.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think your dad was an alcoholic?
No.
When he'd come home, you indicated that he'd sit and have dinner with you all.
Yes.
That was a family thing to do.
Yes. We had to be home on time.
Okay. And when he picked you up on that one occasion, you said that you felt that he had been drinking. He allowed you to drive the car. Is that correct?
Well, what happened? They were supposed to pick me up, and they were late. So I got a call from the car phone at my friend's house that said they were at dinner in La Jolla. They'd be there and to wait out front, and they should be there in 5 minutes. I got in the car, and my dad asked me if I had been drinking. And I said, no, I hadn't been drinking. And he said, well, good, because Linda and I have been drinking at dinner, and I don't want to get in trouble for another DUI. Why don't you drive the car? So I drove home.
You had your learner's permit.
Yes, I did.
And that was something that you liked to do. You liked to drive the car.
It was the first time I'd ever driven his Jaguar. That's why I remember it so well.
And you also talked a little bit about your dad, that he sometimes had kicked the dogs, right?
Yes.
And you've described that before as being no big deal, right?
Right.
I don't know about California, but in Florida, if you have your learner's permit, you can't drive after dark, even with an adult in the car. Maybe California is different.
And you've described that defense counsel had tried to urge you into making it more a big deal than it really was, right?
Correct. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Everybody knew he didn't like the dogs, so it wasn't like he'd go out of his way to hurt them.
And when the boys were living with your dad, they wanted to have dogs, right?
Yes, my brothers loved their dogs, and they wanted, when my parents got separated, they wanted the dogs to be with them.
And your dad let them have the dogs, right?
Not at first, no.
Okay, but there came a time when...
There came a time when my mom had to leave town, and she didn't want to leave the two dogs alone. So she came over and put them...
Did the dogs stay there ever after that?
Yes, they did. For a little while.
You indicated that your mother was unhappy with some of the babysitters, right?
Yes.
It's true that she was dissatisfied with all of the housekeepers.
Not all of them. I mean, I do know a few housekeepers that she liked, but she had different reasons for not liking each one.
Robin Taua, she ended up becoming a pretty good friend of the family, didn't she?
Yes.
She and her husband were invited to your dad's wedding.
Yes.
And
we all went, the whole family went to the wedding.
And she cared about you guys, didn't she?
Yes.
And the problem with the very beginning, you mean at the beginning of your parents' separation?
Well, yeah. But we had to make our own food when my parents first separated. And we were at my dad's house in Corey. We were fending for ourselves.
Right.
But once we got a babysitter, they would prepare us dinner.
But as far as the complaints about the food, you indicated it was complaints that there was basically no good junk food around, right?
Right, just nothing to eat besides dinner food that the maids would prepare for the evening dinner.
That was something that was taken care of.
Right, once we complained enough, my dad talked to the babysitter, wrote out a list of what kind of junk food we wanted, fruit rolls, and then she started to buy those things for us.
And that was way back in 1986 when
Right.
Robin was working for you. You remember that when you testified last Thursday, that you had indicated that, as far as your recollection of your parents' marriage, that you thought they were pretty happy.
I thought they were happy up until the time my mom burned his clothes. That's the first time I realized that something was wrong.
Do you recall telling a judge at the divorce trial that you recalled your parents fighting a lot?
No.
If I could show, Your Honor, the witness, the transcript from the divorce trial, page 590, just to see if this refreshes your recollection.
Is this the time that my brothers and I went to talk to the judge in the chambers?
And you're lines 6 through 16.
Come on, StreamYard. Knock it off. Hey, Britt.
Right. Well, I say here that when I was really little, they didn't fight at all. But then they started to fight really, really bad, like all the time. When I was really young, up until I was in the 7th grade, is when I noticed my parents starting to fight more and more. But
And the judge had basically just asked you if you thought your father was the one who was entirely responsible.
Right.
And you had indicated no, that if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, and that your parents fought a lot.
right.
Your Honor, perhaps this would be a good time for the break. I need a few minutes to collect my thoughts here before I finish up.
All right, what's 2 minutes to 12? That's close enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor to discuss with you, nor form any opinions on it until it's finally submitted to you. See you at movie and hopefully 1:30. Matter of California, so we're on the record at the request of the electronic media with regard to 2 separate orders, one being sought by the district attorney as to the testimony of a witness who has not as yet testified. The offer of proof as to that witness was that she was a jail inmate with the defendant at one time. Attorney Maureen Franco, who was ordered up here by the court last Thursday to talk to her, but that witness requested that the court, the film electronic media coverage of her testimony, basically for two reasons. She didn't want to be labeled as a snitch, in that she has been in jail several times and anticipates, apparently realistically, that she may be going back into custody, and also because the area town that she lives in, there was no objection to Mr. Early for that order. Second issue before us is with regard to the continued testimony of Ms. Broderick. This morning, Mr. Early requested on behalf of Ms. Lee Broderick that her testimony, I believe that... And now, Counsel, if you state your appearance and go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for taking me out of order. My name is Edward McIntyre. With the Great Harry and Retried Law Firm, I represent in this proceeding all three of the television stations, KNSD, KGTV, KFMB.
All right, go ahead, sir.
First of all, Your Honor, just a quick procedural point. There is presently on hold on the telephone an attorney by the name of William Brockett. He tells me, I've spoken with him briefly, he tells me that he represents Court TV. We have talked for 2 or 3 minutes. He asked me to ask the court's permission. He is from San Francisco, that's why he's not here in the urgency of this. And he asked me to ask the court whether he could participate by telephone. I told him I would put his request in the court.
I have no objection, assuming he'd be able to hear what's going on. I can't vouch for that. Either the parties have an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Fine, if he can hear what's going on, put him on. We don't have a speakerphone. Here's the problem. No. The thing would be that we can... In the court available so he can hear what's going on. We to hear him, but I don't think
That just, I believe the court...
so. You can let him know that. Yes, sir.
I will be here representing Court TV. If he is not able to communicate, I can either communicate with him by phone.
That's
Or
agreeable.
on behalf,
State your name for the record.
Steve Johnson with Courtroom Television Network.
Thank you. Do you want to take the phone by my bailiffs?
What change? I don't know what's going on. Well, I'm always lost. I always feel like I'm out of the loop. What is happening? Judy, explain, please. Oh, good Lord. Oh, okay. Yeah, because the first day she testified, they were showing her. And then the next day, they didn't show her. Is that what this is about? Hey, Wiggles, I'm already distracted enough today, sweetie. Please don't start. I love you, but please don't.
Table there and talk to him, tell him what's happened. I have no objection. We just don't have the case.
And it's not you, Wiggles. You just came in at a point where I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm already confused.
Ability.
Hi, this is not speaker. You can speak, but you cannot hear what's being said. So, right.
Go ahead, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, let me address the orders that, as I understand, have been entered from what Your Honor's preamble. Let me address the Lee Broderick order first, and then I'll move on to the Maria Peralta order.
All right.
I am assuming, Your Honor, that those orders do not preclude any coverage such as the media may care to give to this particular hearing. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
Okay, fine. As I'm sure the court knows, there has already been a prosecution is KFMB channeling out of the preliminary hearing in this case, where there was again restriction imposed by the court with respect to filming. Not precisely the same restriction that Your Honor has imposed,
I think the restriction there had to do with the judge was allowing electronic media to record it, but then wanted to edit what could be shown after he had allowed it to be recorded, if I'm not mistaken.
Precisely right.
All right,
Exactly.
go ahead.
In reaching the decision that it reached there, what the Fourth District Court of Appeals said was, nonetheless, we cannot ignore the important role the electronic media play in disseminating public information. Rule 980, which is the one that governs, as we all know, the electronic media in the courtroom, recognizes that media access should
This is why you guys are my friends. I love you so much. I love you too so much. But why do you do this to me? Why? Why? Oh my God. You know, okay. Since we're already off the subject. This morning, I saw a news report. There's this new kind of parenting. It's no longer gentle parenting. It's FAFO parenting. This new type of parenting. I was like, its behavior has real consequences, immediate consequences. You punish your child when they do something wrong. I was like, that's not new. That's not new. How is that new? That's the way I was raised. I did something wrong, I got in trouble. Anyways, that was my squirrel thought for I'm all over the place this morning, y'all. I'm telling you. Okay, so what are they trying to do? Because Lee, they shouldn't have shown her. Yeah. Yeah. I never thought about that. Because it's typing and that's women's work. And see, this is why people don't like my channel. Because we do this. This is what I like. Yeah, so Lee was a minor at the time, right? Because she's younger than Kim. So they shouldn't have shown her. But they did the first day. So Britt is our new third jokester. Our new addition to the funny farm. Oh my God. So is this like the one of the first cases that is this like setting precedent for why minors are not shown during court cases? Is this like one of the first? Okay, now y'all behave. I want to listen to this.
Be granted, except where to do so will interfere, 1, with the rights of the parties, 2, diminish the dignity of the court, or 3, impede the orderly conduct of the proceedings. And the court went on to discuss whether it was going to mandate, as I was urging it to do, findings from the trial court, and then went on and said that while we won't mandate it, we therefore urge the trial court to explain on the record why it's being denied. That's arguably the law of the case in this case, and it's also one of the 2 pronouncements on Rule 980, this one from the District Court of Appeal. As I understand the state of affairs at the moment, Your Honor, Ms. Broderick has been seen both in the print media and on television. so far in this proceeding and in the proceeding that preceded this one. Two, state the obvious, Ms. Broderick is not a party in this. Every court who has dealt with the rights of the media has said the rights of the media are no of the general public. I submit, however, Your Honor, they're no less. Now, anyone can wander in off the street, and so long as there is a seat there, that person can sit down, watch Ms. Broderick testify, listen to Ms. Broderick testify, form such impression as he or she wants, and walk out of this courtroom. Problem is, Your Honor, and I come back exactly to the point that the Fourth District Court of Appeal put its finger on, the important role the electronic media play in disseminating public information. This courtroom has as few seats or as many seats as it has. The interest in this case, nay, the interest in any criminal proceeding, goes far beyond the number of available seats in the courtroom at any point in time. The first point I want to make, Your Honor, is if the general public can wander in and watch the witness testify, then the public that cannot be here and is dependent on the electronic media and on the print media with their still cameras to record what goes on in these proceedings have the opportunity to see this witness testify, a witness who is not a party in the case. And as I understand it, Your Honor, a witness who's already been seen, so this is not a witness who can say, gee, now I can't be seen, arguably a distinction between Ms. Broderick and Ms. Peralta. There is no influence on the jury because the jury will see the witness testify, has already seen the witness testify. And there is, to the extent that I have heard it so far articulated, no rationale for precluding the filming of the face of Ms. Broderick testifying that it all comports with the Fourth District Court of Appeals, interpretation of Rule 980, affecting the rights of the parties, certainly not diminishing the dignity of this court, or impeding the orderly conduct of the proceedings. Your Honor has permitted, with timely application by everybody who has made application, the right to film these proceedings. In fact, as I understand it, Your Honor, Court TV is filming them and broadcasting them live, gavel to gavel. Submit briefly, Your Honor, and I don't want to get into and argue to the court the Globe Enterprise and Press Enterprise and all the stirring Supreme Court decisions that have made trials public. Your Honor is aware of those. They were argued to the Fourth District Court of Appeal. They're well embodied in that decision. I'd rather address such questions as the court has on why I believe that at least the court's restriction with respect to Ms. Broderick ought to be overturned and that she should be filmed as with any other witness similarly situated.
Do you want to be heard as to Ms. Peralta?
I do, Your Honor, yes. Okay.
Why don't you address that at this point?
I'd be pleased to, Your Honor. As I understand the rationale for Ms.
She wasn't a minor? Oh, stop it.
And being associated either with snitch testimony.
Okay, then I'm confused. Why don't they want to show her? Okay, I'm really confused now. I thought that's what it was. Like, I thought that had to be what it was because I couldn't figure out any other reason why. So why wouldn't they show her? What other reason would they have for not showing her?
Television, nor has her picture, at least advertently, appeared in the print media. I believe that Ms. Peralta's situation is similar. Come to these proceedings, and her name will be broadcast. Her name is now known because it's been spread on the record. Anyone who comes into these proceedings will see Ms. Peralta. We'll see her sit on the witness stand. We'll see and hear her testify. I believe that those in our community who have an equal interest in this case and are relying on TV or the print media to disseminate the news about this case are entitled to that same access, Your Honor. It is the fundamental right to access to argument.
Okay, well, just, you probably weren't aware
So then don't film her. It's that easy. Why are we arguing over it? Nowadays, if somebody doesn't want to be filmed, they just say they don't want to be filmed and they don't get filmed. Well, if she was born in 71 and the trial was in 91, then she's 20, so she's not a minor. But if she doesn't want to be filmed, I don't understand why they're making a big deal out of it. Because nowadays, I mean, I know it's bazillion years later, but nowadays someone can just say they don't want to be filmed and they don't film them. I don't understand why they've got lawyers up there from television stations and court TV fighting over whether or not fighting, but you know what I mean, arguing over whether or not they're allowed to film her. Or her testimony broadcast. Oh. Well, guess what? It's already, well, I guess the movies and stuff hadn't been made yet. Or maybe they had been, because, I mean, look at the Karen Reed stuff that came out in between her trials. Who knows? Yeah, it's public. Well, yeah, like he just argued, anybody can wander in off the street and go sit in the courtroom and hear it. So why is that any different? I mean, I can understand being embarrassed about talking about the worst thing that ever happened to your family, but anybody can wander off the street and go in there and listen to it. It's public
This, but she
knowledge
did not
now.
object, and I did not order that her name would not be used or that her testimony was not going to be otherwise recorded by members of the media who were going to be allowed here for her testimony. It was strictly she was objecting to any film or electronic media coverage. But I don't think that changes anything you've said. I just thought the record should be clear that she did not object to her name, the public knowing her name, or the public knowing the content of her testimony.
So that I understand, Your Honor, as I understand the order as it affects Ms. Broderick, the order is you can record these proceedings, news media, you simply cannot show her face.
That's right. That's
As she
right.
testifies, as to
It's
business
the same. Yes.
So we can have an audio recording of
Yes.
her testimony?
Yes. And print and electronic media reporters are allowed in the courtroom. There was never any order to exclude.
I understand that, Your Honor.
All right. What do you want to start? Ms. Wells, do you want to be heard first? Or
I'll defer to Mr.
Mr. Early, you want to be heard?
Your Honor, I was the one that made question as to Miss Broderick.
Yes.
My understanding is that she felt uncomfortable defying about what to her are very sensitive matters that affect her directly with her family when there's a camera staring in her face. And while I can appreciate the fact that it's maybe that there's people that can come in the courtroom, I don't think that anyone can say that when you have a camera staring you in the face, knowing it's being broadcast live, it may have an effect upon that person. This is a trial. These jurors are supposed to be able to hear the testimony.
Well, you also have to remember, too, in 91, there weren't cameras everywhere. We live in a different time now where we're used to catching ourselves on surveillance video all the time. Like, you can't walk down an aisle in Walmart without seeing yourself on a security camera. We're used to that now. Back then, there weren't cameras everywhere like there is now. And then to be telling your most horrible family secrets and knowing that it's not only being filmed but broadcast out to strangers everywhere, I can see where she's coming from. But now, like, we know we're going to be caught on film, and who knows where it's going to end up. So it's like, it's trivial now, but I can see why she wouldn't want it to be broadcast. Like, I don't want them to not broadcast it, but I can understand why she wouldn't want it to be.
Witnesses, if we have witnesses that now feel they're being affected by the camera, then I think that that's an improper focus to be here. And so that's why if the witness makes the request, I can understand the witness making the request that it affects it. If it affects their testimony while they're here, then I think that that's something that the court not only should, but has to take into consideration. When the main thing is for these 12 people to judge their credibility, not the news media out there or the people sitting in their living rooms to judge credibility. While it might be nice for them to see a trial, if people ask it, it's the reason I didn't object to Ms. Peralta on there, as if it's going to, they can ask about it, the district attorney, I'm assuming I can, as to why it affects them, if it's relevant. But if a witness feels affected by the cameras in the courtroom, I think that that's something that at least the witnesses have a right to bring that up. And I also said to the court, I just wanted to make a record. I understand the court says they don't see it as a problem. The firm of Greg Carey represents other Broderick children. Broderick, at least when I got a subpoena, one of the requirements was that I do what I can to reduce their exposure to the public. Same firms in here now saying there's no right to do that whatsoever. Obviously, there's some problems on what we're looking as far as what kind of witnesses are from the same firm, one representing the news media and at the same time taking positions on which is
Back then, court TV broadcast trials, it was new. It was a new thing back in the early 90s. Hey, Terry. It was a new thing back in the early 90s, and people watched trials on their TV. It was a brand new TV channel. I think... What was the first trial? Was it the Menendez brothers? I think it was the Menendez brothers. And then OJ. Oh, wait, maybe this was before OJ. I don't know. But, so court TV used to be just all trials. Kind of like court TV YouTube channel is now. But the other TV stations that are there, I remember them doing like clips on the news, but like TV stations didn't broadcast the whole trial. It was only court TV, and Law and Crime didn't exist back there. It's relatively new. So court TV used to do whole trials on their TV channel, which it's not even called court TV anymore, is it? It's like True TV or something like that now. And I don't think they do trials anymore. I think they just do like news stories about trials. I think you can only watch the full trials on their on the Court TV YouTube channel now. But yeah, a lot has changed since the early 90s when it comes to watching trials.
Why they're doing it at that time. But as far as the only thing I can say is that I think the only objection or the only comment we have is if it appears to affect their testimony or how they testify before the jury, then I think that's an improper part to be in the courtroom. That's improper to be before the jury because they're the ones.
Only to say, Your Honor, that this is one issue, and probably the only issue on which Mr. Hurley and I will agree. I just agree with what he said, and I've already given my reasons to the court of why I think it's appropriate with respect to Ms. Peralta. And I obviously don't have any objection with the same ruling with respect to Lee. And I think that it's within the court's discretion, and I'd submit.
Well, just for the record, Mr. McIntyre, does your firm, to the best of your knowledge, represent Lee Broderick in any other matter?
Ms. Lee Broderick?
Yes.
To the best of my knowledge, Your Honor. No.
All right. I just wanted that on the record.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Now, the ruling that Mr. McIntyre referred to earlier in this case, it's my understanding that ruling, the court there, the appellate court did not hold that that the trial court or the lower court couldn't limit electronic media, provided it did so within the framework of Rule of Court 980. What they held was that once the court has authorized electronic media to record something, the court could not then edit what would be shown to the public. And at that time, what they were talking about, of course, was taped testimony that would be edited and news blurbs, for lack of a better term, being showed on a newscast. And as Mr. McIntyre correctly pointed out, what has happened in this case is Courtroom TV is broadcasting, as I understand it, the bulk of it live. I'm not sure they broadcast every witness live, but this is a little different from the standpoint that there's live testimony. So I think what it boils down to is whether or not I have the authority under Rule 980 to limit in some fashion the electronic media and film media from taking pictures, whether it be electronic pictures or film pictures, of a particular witness once I have authorized them to proceed in recording the trial, which I see to be a little different issue than the one that was raised before. I am aware of the court's ruling in that case. I am also aware of another provision in 980 that wasn't mentioned apparently. I'm not saying you didn't accurately quote from the court's ruling. You did. I'm sure you did. There's another provision in 980 that actually fund provision is the justice best served by limiting coverage. In the case of Ms. Peralta, I'm satisfied by the showing that was made to me that the interests of justice are best served by her not being filmed, in view of the fact that she had talked to a counseling attorney at her request, and in view of the fact that she was a jail inmate. And while I don't know the nature of her testimony, it's my understanding that it comes from a conversation she had with the defendant while she was in jail. The area of town she lives in, I guess, can best be described as not the best area. There are people there that may seek to do harm to somebody they thought was a snitch, and after talking with an attorney, she felt that she may be in some danger by testifying if she was going to be recorded live. It was explained to her, and she agreed that she had no problem with her name being used, with it being otherwise recorded. And as Mr. Early said, he was going to be allowed and will be allowed to cross-examine her on the fact that she's not being filmed at her request. But as to her, I think that my previous order is justified under the interests of justice, and so that particular order will stand. As to Ms. Lee Broderick, the problem I have with that order, I understand that both parties have agreed that she will not have to be electronically recorded. I am concerned with Mr. McIntyre's point that her testimony last week, which was for a substantial part of a day, as I recall, was in fact recorded by the film and electronic media. And there is substantial live footage, as far as I know, that was broadcast of her testimony. At that time, at least nobody brought it to my attention that she thought the camera was affecting her testimony. And I did not notice any reluctance on her part in answering questions that would indicate to me, independently of being told, that it was affecting her testimony. I first learned of this request earlier this morning when they indicated that she felt it was affecting her testimony. And I think the only way I can resolve this particular issue at this point, in fairness to all parties, is if counsel would allow me to ask Ms. Broderick a few questions with regard to it. I need something on the record to justify what I do, otherwise I'm not going to restrict it.
I think it's appropriate that the court be the one who asks those questions.
Do you have any objection to that, Ms. Wells?
No.
Mr. McIntyre?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Is she in the hallway or otherwise available?
I'll get her.
Realize that you, when you testified last week, that you were being photographed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel that the fact you were being photographed at the time or electronically recorded at the time that you were testifying affected your testimony?
Yes, I was very nervous. Every time I would see the camera, I'd get scared.
All right. Do you believe that it affected you to the standpoint that it caused you to change any testimony? Anything to that standpoint? Just made you nervous?
It just makes me more nervous knowing that it's right there.
Okay. Are you aware, even if the camera isn't on you, are you aware that the public and the press are allowed in the courtroom and that they can record, other than by electronic media, by film footage, they can record and probably are recording what you say?
Yes.
Does that bother?
That scares me.
Okay. And showed parts later. Would that affect you the same or not?
Yes.
Think it would?
Yes.
Well, tell me in your own words how you think that the camera pointing at you would affect your ability to testify further.
Well, it just makes me nervous. Again, I forget the question that was asked of me when I look over there because I think about the TV. For my attention to be completely focused on the questions, it'd be easier for me if the camera wasn't there.
You're aware of the fact when the camera is and is not pointing at you or aimed at you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What if they had the capability, and I don't know if they have this capability, but what if they had the capability of pointing the camera over at the adjoining wall in some fashion and just using a wide-angle lens so it wasn't pointing at you? Would that solve the problem? Such as if they pointed, like now it appears to be pointed to me, to the best of my knowledge.
That would be a little bit better.
That would be okay, do you think?
Yeah,
as long as they don't focus in on you with close-ups?
Right, I just don't like it right pointing at me. If they could point it somewhere else, that'd
Right,
be
the
better.
fact that you might be on it inadvertently or off in the corner wouldn't bother you then? Just you don't want to focus and zoom it in and showing
Right.
your freckles or something, right?
Right, exactly.
All right, thank you very much. Any counsel have questions of her? Mr. McIntyre? Mr. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thanks.
Step down. All right, the record reflects that she has left the courtroom. Based on statements, that would be my tentative decision to read the order, but to ask the camera operator if he could, when testifying, just use a wider lens and point the camera as it is now, sir, so that you can get her on coverage and just don't show close-ups. And you have that capability?
Yes.
And for the record, would you state your name?
My name is Carl Nichols.
All right, you're operating the only electronic media camera.
Oh, stop. I have tinnitus really bad, so every time that stops to buffer, it's like the noise hurts me. It's the tinnitus. It's like the silence. The silence is loud. I don't know how to explain it.
I think you probably got enough pictures of her from last week, don't you?
Well,
Still pictures?
yeah, but I mean, they want up-to-date stuff, and I need to tell them something. I mean, I'm shooting for a lot of people. It's not just our newspaper.
No, I understand that, but based on what she said, I assume if you could do it in a inconspicuous way and not take a bunch of pictures, go ahead. She's doesn't seem to be affected by you as much as the electronic camera, but don't sit right in front of her and take a bunch of shots, okay?
I'll be as inconspicuous as possible.
Well, you've done a good job being inconspicuous. I mean that seriously. You've been doing a good job, and I don't hear your shudder or anything, so that's fine. And that's not a problem, so I think you can go ahead. Was there anything that the phone on the line from San Francisco wanted to add to any of this?
I don't think so, Your Honor. He said that he had heard Mr. McIntyre's argument and seemed to cover all the bases.
All right. And is it okay to recess, Mr. McIntyre?
One small point, Your Honor. I know the court has the focus on the trial in front of it, as do the counsel. To the extent that there is the opportunity to give us, should these issues arise again, all things being equal, they probably will.
They come up on the spur of the moment, Mr. McIntyre. I
Fully
learned
understand.
around it this morning about 10:30.
To the extent that there is the opportunity to give me or my firm a call, there are four of us that do this kind of work, and it's simply a matter of putting on the fractures and getting down here. To the extent it's not possible, Your Honor, I fully understand it. I understand the court's focus is on the trial in front of the court. That's singularly appropriate. If there is the chance, we would like to be heard, and I'll just put that on the record now.
All right.
We will get down here as soon as we can at the earliest opportunity.
If there is another of these type of motions brought, I won't hear it till I've notified your office.
That'd be fine. Thank you
That's
very much.
assuming your office could be here within, say, half hour's notice.
Oh,
I mean, I can't hold the trial up.
6 minutes, 8 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll say within a half hour.
We'll send the younger ones there faster. Thanks, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess. Yeah.
I had two requests I'd like to make. It doesn't need to be on the record. Do it since I started.
All right, let's go in chambers and do it so they can start bringing the public in here. Matter of the people of the state of California versus Elisabeth Broderick. Member of the jury panel, counsel are present. Mr. Broderick is present. Ms. please. You're still under oath from this morning, ma'am?
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Wells.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few more questions for you, Ms. Broderick. You remember testifying that you had made a statement to Detective Allen on the morning that this occurred about some other set in relation to this newspaper set of ads. This won't be over till. Do you remember testifying about that?
Yeah.
And to refresh your record with Detective Allen.
Yes.
If I can show her, interview of Detective Allen, page 17, lines 9 through 12. I'm just trying to get that to your son. And do you recall specifically what your mother said?
I remember her saying that he had said it himself in the article.
And what did she say about it?
She just said that this was me saying what had been said in the article. She had just told me that she was very upset that he had made that quote in the reader for all of Lavoya to read.
And didn't she tell you, so I guess one of us is gone now and it's over and I don't care if I live the rest of my life in jail?
I don't remember her saying that right now. She might have said that. I don't remember.
And were the events fresh in your mind on that day?
Yes.
And were you telling Detective Allen the truth as best you knew at that point?
Not really. I lied to him about a few things, but I was trying to tell the truth about what my mom had said to me. Yes.
Okay. And that interview was tape recorded, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could, I'd like to have her just simply read that statement. That's
No.
recollection recorded.
Overruled. I mean, excuse me. To your objection, I know you're going to make sustained. I assume you're making an objection.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. No, you can't do that.
You have indicated with respect to Christmas that your parents did, after the separation and before the divorce became final, they did do some sharing at Christmas. There were times when you spent the first week of vacation with your mother and the second week of vacation with your dad, correct?
Correct.
And were you aware of efforts that your dad made with your mother to get things settled about Christmas before Christmas came around?
No.
So you don't know what kinds of discussions they had had to say several of those things. For example, in 1980, Christmas before this particular, can you call your posting the Christmas and Christmas morning with your mother?
I don't really recall that Christmas very well.
Okay.
I don't remember where we were at that time.
And did you know that as with respect to 1989, the Christmas was coming out that you had visitation for Thanksgiving and for Christmas that year?
I don't know. I have no idea.
When you turned in and you moved and you got an apartment on your own, that's something that you want to do?
Yes. When I might take me out a month before I turned. When I was going to turn 18, it would be my decision to move out anyway. So I was not very upset asking me to.
That was something that you'd been wanting to do.
Yes.
And there had been the night before that you had an argument with your dad, you had spent the whole night away from the house, right?
Well, my sister and I were over at my mom's house, and we didn't have a ride back to our dad's house. So we figured if we both spent the night, it mattered as individually. My dad's house, he said he wasn't going to have us live in the house if we couldn't obey his rules.
He didn't know where you were all night, right? You hadn't called him.
Right.
And so he'd been worried and upset you guys didn't come home and he didn't know where you were.
Right. I think he knew that we were over at our mom's house. We told him that we were going over there, but he didn't know where we were at night. No.
You had indicated that he had set curfew rules. Those were rules that something you didn't want in the pool room for that period of time when Kim came back from college. Danny had taken over your room after you moved out, is that correct?
Yes, he had my room remodeled into a boys' room, different wallpaper, different furniture, and my dad didn't want to kick Danny out of the room that he had just moved into.
And you didn't mind that.
No, I didn't mind.
Did your dad or Linda ever do anything sexually inappropriate in front of you or the boys?
No.
And with respect to the argument about your mother's old set of china, there were two sets of china when your parents separated, correct?
Yes.
And your mother got the newer set and your dad got the older set, right?
I don't know how they got which set. All I know is that we had a set of wedding china and a set of decoration china.
Okay. And so were you aware at all of your leaving a set of china during the divorce?
No.
This was something that, well, several people thought that it was kind of a silly argument, didn't they, about the china?
Linda thought it was a silly argument. My dad thought it was a silly argument. My mom, it was a big deal to my mom. She had sentimental value in it, and she didn't understand why they were keeping it from her if they had their own wedding china.
Were you around when Brad Wright had conversations with your mom too and thought that it was a silly argument?
No.
About that?
No.
Were you around very often when Brad was around your mother?
Yes.
Did your mother ever threaten to kill Linda because of what happened?
No.
Do you think that had anything to do with why she killed Linda?
No.
Were you aware at all whether or not Linda was advised by an attorney about whether she should turn over the china or continue to turn over things?
All I know is that she had put me into the set, and she was going to lose it, that she put in money replacing the chipped pieces. Therefore, it was hers, and she put it in a safe place where my mom wouldn't find it.
That doesn't give her confetti on. That's not China. Look at the transcript. Sorry, guys.
I only had notes of him asking her questions about where the gun was kept in the house and whether the boys had seen it. I don't have anything as him talking to her on cross about the one incident that you brought out on direct of it being in the top of the road.
Well, did the boys ever talk to you about seeing a gun in their mom's pocket?
No.
No, I'm just going to check as just a repeating thing, so it's repeated.
Well, no answers, yes.
I have no questions.
It's early.
Like her, was that always what her attitude, or was it always that way?
She went out of her way to be nice to us at first, how we would accept the family. But then once she had moved in, she started trying to like she was our mom or something, writing rules, and that's when problems with Linda and I started happening. She started to tell us what to do, started to tell us when we could have money and when we couldn't. Started to tell us things like that, and I didn't feel that was her place to tell us what to do.
Were those rules different than your dad was setting?
Yes.
You indicated, was there a time that there was that you wanted to buy your mother a present for Christmas? You weren't given any money for it?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the hearing.
Sustained.
You said that you used to talk to your mother or complain to your mother about things, and your sister did. Was there a difference? How did your sister talk to your mother about what was going over at your father's house? Was she calm?
My sister is a lot more emotional than me. She would often cry and be very upset. She's easily upset, and if she would get upset about something over at my dad's house, she would come to my mom all upset and crying, and she would tell her that what was wrong and what was bothering her. She was always really emotional about it.
When you talked about the time where the first time you got to drive the Jaguar, what was your father's condition after he picked you up? I mean,
Well, he was pretty intoxicated. He didn't want to drive the car, and he see it on the way home. And I drove to Hillcrest in the Jaguar.
And were there other times where you learned of statements from your father about passing out drunk at bars and establishments?
Objection, Your Honor. That's okay. You're saying it.
Sustained.
Your Honor, she asked a question about whether it was her opinion was he was an alcoholic.
That's true.
So
Her opinion was that it wasn't, so he's not.
that he wasn't. Well, I would think I can impeach it with things that she considered
All
that.
right, go ahead.
Yeah. Did you know of stories of your father getting drinking so that he would go to sleep in parking lots?
Yes.
Now, you testified about the dogs and indicated that you talked to me about testimony in this case, have you not?
Yes.
And who was it that brought up the dogs? Was it you or I?
I believe it was me.
Okay. And when your father would come home, how would those dogs react to your father?
The dogs were afraid of my dad. They knew what his voice sounded like, and they knew that they would get kicked if they were around, so they'd run outside or into the kitchen or somewhere. They wouldn't.
They got married. Dan and Linda got married in 1989. I'm trying. He moved out in February of 1985. She left the kids on his doorstep one by one because she said that she did it because she thought it would be so hard for him to take care of the kids that she would come back to him. So stupid. But he got the hang of it and he was taking care of the kids just fine. So I don't know when she moved in. It doesn't say. But he moved out in 85. They got married in 89. So Kim's a year younger than me. I can't do math today. I just can't math today.
Come up to him for affection like they did to everyone else.
And when you said it was no big deal, were you saying, well, that's just what my father's like? Or were you saying that dogs like to get kicked?
Well, it's no big deal to me and my family because that's always the way my dad has been. He's always hated dogs. He never wanted us to get the dogs in the first place, and it was just no.
How many times are we going to talk about the dog? So he kicked the dog. I don't really want to hear about it anymore.
No big deal to me because that's the way my dad was.
Now, what did I tell you about, did you at some point in time call about things that were being said in the courtroom
Yes.
by other people? And were you upset about it?
Yes.
Why?
Because I thought that things were being over-exaggerated and under-exaggerated. I just felt that the truth wasn't coming out exactly as it's supposed to be.
And did you feel that some of that was over-exaggerated against your mother?
Yes.
And what were you told about, what did you about your testimony, what you should?
You told me to tell the truth because not to try and take sides, but to just tell the truth and say what I remember.
Did I ever tell you not to say bad things about your mother if you knew them?
No. You told me to tell the truth about the bad things my mother did.
Okay.
Not to try and cover them up in any way, but to just tell the truth.
And at some point in time, did you ever talk about being, it's uncomfortable to come in here and say bad things about your mother and father?
Yes.
And that's not something easy for you to do.
No.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Wells?
No, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Your Honor, I would like if we could just approach the bench one moment. I'd like to just ask you to reopen, ask the one question as to the presence.
I don't have any problem with that, Ms. Wells, do you?
Can we approach that person?
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Was there at some point in time where you asked your father about getting some money to buy your mother a Christmas present?
Yes.
Okay, and would he give you any money to do that?
No, he told us to save our
Objection, Your
own.
Honor. I think it was a yes or no question.
All right, everything, well, the answer can stand.
I have no further questions. Just
Cross on that, Ms. Wells?
Just a minute, yes, Your Honor. Do you recall an incident, Ms. Broderick, where in 1985, when your dad took all of you kids to go buy presents for your mother, and you all went over to her house to give them to her, and she wouldn't open the door?
No.
Mr. Earl?
no.
Witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
I have no objection.
All right. You're excused, subject to recall. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Maria Peralta, Patricia Monahan, Jerry Thack, Sylvia Cabins, Kathleen Cufaro, and Stephen France. I have no idea who those people are. I guess we're all going to find out together. If it will let me maximize it. There we go. No, quit buffering.
Your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Maria Peralta, Peralta.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Peralta. Have you ever met the defendant in this case, Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us where you met her?
I met her at Las Colinas.
Just need to make sure. You indicated you met her at Las Colinas jail?
Yes.
Okay, were you in jail at the time?
Yes, I was.
When was this?
It was December of 1989, the 23rd to be exact.
And what were you in jail for?
I had gotten picked up for soliciting, and I had some warrants, some traffic tickets, and I had some warrants for being under the influence of a controlled substance.
Do you have a criminal history, Ms. Peralta?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell it with us?
I was listening cases and being under the controlled substance.
And when you say being under the influence of controlled substance, what are you?
Helen?
Did you get it?
Yes, I was.
Are you clean now?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been clean?
I've been clean now for December will be 2 years.
Since December of 1989.
Right.
And when you indicated picked up for soliciting, what are you soliciting? Prostitution?
Yes.
So that wasn't the first time you've been in Las Vegas?
No.
When you were in Las jail, did you have any conversations with Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
And did she say anything to you about why she killed Dan and Linda Broderick?
Yes, she did.
What did she say?
Well, she told me a lot of things. Why?
How did she talk about that?
Kind of like matter-of-factly, you know.
What did she say? Did she say anything about Linda?
What do you mean?
Did she make any statements about her feelings towards Linda and why she might have shot her?
Oh, well, yeah, she was, you know, really mad at her.
Do you recall any specific statements she said about her?
Yes.
Can you repeat that for us?
They have a lot of nasty words.
Well,
Just say it like she said it.
if you could say it as best you recollect how the defendant said it.
Well, quoting Betty, she had said about Linda, that fucking bitch has been in my bed for 7 years. And she had always referred to her as the office bimbo. She said her husband had given her that name, a fancy title, that she was nothing but a clerk typist, but her husband had, being since she was screwing her husband, that he gave her the title of being a paralegal.
Sustained.
Did she, it's okay. Are you a little bit nervous about testifying?
A little bit.
You don't particularly want to be here, did you?
No, I don't.
You didn't volunteer to come and testify?
No.
When she made the statement about Linda and being in her bed for 7 fucking years, can you describe how she said that? What was her attitude to me? How was she talking about it?
Her attitude towards what?
Well, her attitude towards the statement. How was she angry? Was she sad? How did she say that statement?
But she wasn't angry. She wasn't really sad. She just said it.
Her attitude toward the tooth fairy. What do you think? Yeah, this was the witness that they were also, when they were talking about Lee, they mentioned this lady too.
Maybe I took it like if she was mad at the girl for doing that.
Okay. Did she make any statements about how she had shot them?
Well, she just said she went in the room and shot 5 times, 2 of them. She 2 bullets in the girl and 1 in the husband.
And did she say about her accuracy? Whether she'd been a good shot?
Well, she'd tell me that she had taken some kind of shooting lessons when she was back in New York, and that she considered herself an expert marksman person, or whatever you call it.
And how did she describe her accuracy about shooting Dan and Linda?
She said, I got 3 out of 5.
Did she say whether or not anything about that she wasn't as good as she used to be?
Oh, she said, I guess I'm not as good as I got 3. I only got, out of 5, I only got 3 in.
When she told you that she had used to be an expert marksman, did she say anything about her fears that someone would find out about that?
Yeah, she was referring to you, Miss Wells. She said, I hope that the DA doesn't find out about it. About her being such a good shot. She was waiting, wouldn't she like to get wind of that? I don't know, wouldn't she like to get wind of that? That she was such a good shot.
She had shot Linda twice and Dan once.
Correct.
Okay, she described that for you.
Yeah.
Now, was this something that were you pulling information out of her, or was she?
Oh, no. we were just sitting there together, and she would, I wasn't pumping her for information. She would volunteer this information, and I'd tell her things about me and stuff like that. And no, I never pumped her for it. She would volunteer it. I particularly don't like hearing about things like that.
Did she talk freely about having killed Dan and Linda?
Yes, she did.
She talked to other people about it?
Yeah, she would talk to some other people about it.
Did she ever express any remorse about having done it?
Objection calls for conclusion of speculation.
Sustain.
Well, can you describe what her attitude was about having shot two killed people?
Well, in
Still an objection.
Judge.
That part. Go ahead. Do you remember the question?
She never showed no remorse. I mean, she'd talk about it real matter-of-factly, and she never showed that she was sorry or anything. I mean, she'd never be crying when she talked about Linda or Daniel. She would never show any feelings of being upset or crying or anything like that. So that kind of told me that she didn't care one way or another. It didn't bother her.
How was it that the prosecution or an investigator from the DA's office even found out about you?
Well, when I was in jail with Betty, when I got arrested, I had this little studio card with me. And Betty...
Sounds like it's not.
She's telling you. Give her a minute to finish her answer. However, poorly grammar it was in. No, that was bad grammar, Debbie.
To Betty.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 58? And envelope and card. As well as a one-page letter.
The envelope, card, and letter all marked 58.
Yes.
So marked.
And if you would take a look at what's been marked as People's 58, the card and the envelope, go ahead and take a look at it. Can you identify that?
Yeah, that's the one I sent to her.
And you sent that card to her because she'd asked you to when you get
Yeah,
out.
she asked me to mail her one because she wanted one to send to her boyfriend. So I said, sure. So when I got out of jail, I mailed her a card. This must be it. And I guess she in turn mailed it to you. And that's how I got in this case. You contacted.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
The district attorney asked you to go through your record, what you remember, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you've also been in jail for some forgeries, haven't you?
Yes.
Some thefts? Some child abuses?
No, wasn't a child abuse.
You've been arrested for child abuse, have you not?
Child endangerment, yes.
The time that you were in custody, you had been on methadone, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, and when you were in custody, you were coming down from methadone?
Yes.
And methadone is a very hard drug to come down from.
No.
You don't...
Not to me, it's not. I didn't come down hard off of it.
Okay. But during this period of time, you would be coming off methadone, would you not?
Yes.
Remember talking to the district attorney and asking them, am I going to get paid for this?
The reason I said that was because...
Well, first of all, just answer.
Oh, yes, I said that.
You asked, am I going to get paid for the testimony? Is that
Yes.
right? Did you want to get paid for the testimony?
No, I meant it as a joke because me being up as not getting paid. I forgot what area they call it. Lockup or whatever.
Well, you were in A housing, weren't you?
A housing, right? A housing.
And A housing, there's a reason you go in A housing, isn't there? And why were you in A housing?
I was in there for medical reasons.
And what medical reasons were those?
Well, because I had an infection in my foot, because I had some surgery in there and it was getting real infected, and plus because of the methadone, because sometimes when you're taking methadone, they like to keep you separated from the other girls.
Well, they have an infirmary for medical problems, don't they?
I guess they do.
And A housing is not the A housing is people who are either who can't be in general population or have a case a lot of people know about, maybe some problems or get informants or someone that's dangerous, right?
I guess so.
And you recall, now when you were in jail, you were talking to Betty about taking some courses in the law, is that correct?
Yes.
And that you knew a lot about the law. In fact, you said that she was pretty stupid, in your opinion, about, had degrees, but she appeared to be pretty stupid about the ways of the world.
Did I tell who?
Remember talking to Mr. Green and saying that she had some degrees, and but she didn't know too much, didn't seem too bright?
If I remember correctly, I said she doesn't realize how much trouble she's in.
That's what you remember saying? You don't remember making a statement she has some degrees, but she's not too bright?
I might have said that. A lot of things were discussed.
And the statement about that you attributed to her from Linda, those were her exact words, is that correct?
What was that again?
Those were the exact words that Elisabeth Broderick used, is that correct? That you've attributed to her talking about Linda?
Yes.
Okay. And what name would she call Linda all the time?
She never called her by her first name.
Well, did she always call her the bitch in my bed, the bitch here?
Yes.
Okay, and was that the name she used all the time?
Yes, she never once called her Linda.
Well, what other names did she call her?
Just what you said.
Okay, you don't remember any other names other than the bitch?
Bimbo, bitch, slut.
Now, her case was in the paper a lot at that time, is that correct?
I guess it was.
Well, a lot of people were talking to her about her case and her facts. I mean, she was somebody that people in the jail would talk to, a lot of other inmates.
Nobody went around following Betty, if that's what you're trying to get at. I mean, I didn't go out of my way to follow her, you know, if that's what you're trying to, you know, trying to get me to say.
No, I just asked whether people talked to her about her case. People knew who Betty Broderick was.
She talked to them.
Did people know who she was?
Well, I guess they did, yeah.
I don't know the rest of the lyrics.
When she talked about Dan, she talked about it in the present tense, didn't she?
She did.
You thought that was a little bizarre. She would refer to him as always as if he was alive.
I did, yes.
She was arrested at
like that to me. I think she told me she went home and then turned herself in.
Well, do you remember telling Mr. Green that the statement she made to you is that she went to her house and the police came and arrested her there?
I don't recall making a statement like that. I remember that she went to her house and that she had into the police. I thought I told Mr. Green.
Did you review anything before your testimony? Did you read anything or listen to anything?
No.
So you've never heard your interview, is that correct?
I looked at it last February.
And have you looked at it since then?
What are you referring to, Mr. Early?
Your interview, have you looked at your interview since then? Since
Do I
last
have
February?
to answer that? Yes, I did.
Okay. Was there a reason that you asked her whether you could answer that question?
Yeah,
Why is that?
because I wanted to know if I had to answer the question.
And when did you read your interview?
I read it this morning.
I don't have any further questions.
So,
I tried to get you to testify back a long time ago at the preliminary hearing, right?
Yes,
And you wouldn't do it, right?
right.
And after the preliminary
Your Honor, I'm
hearing,
going to object. There was an attorney there at the time versus beyond the scope. There was an objection by them at the time. I'd like to then have those people in here.
sustained.
sustained on what grounds? I mean, he's gone into,
Relevance of it at this point, whether she refused to testify on the advice of counsel.
oh, well, I mean, that's fine if you refuse to testify on advice of counsel. It doesn't matter. The question I was asking is that for whatever reason, you refused to testify at the preliminary hearing, correct?
Uh-huh.
And then sometime after the preliminary hearing, did you run into me on the street?
Yes.
Michelle?
Did you mind? Because I started having guilt feelings about those, people being dead, and I thought maybe those.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, Your Honor. First of all, I didn't go into this material.
Well, backhanded the way you did, Mr. You asked about if she'd read her testimony, and you asked questions about whether or not she was going to get paid, so I think it's appropriate to redirect.
Did you tell me that you had changed your mind and that you were willing
Your
to?
Honor, I'm going to object. If we're going to have a witness testify, she's already asked to say, maybe we can ask her.
Mr. Early, your objection is that she's leaving, is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
She had just made the statement, or it's just foundational. But what did you indicated that you had changed your mind and that you were willing to testify.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And why was that? Were the prosecution giving you any deals? Somebody giving you something to do that?
No, it just I just started having guilt feelings. Nobody promised me anything. I had pending cases. I went and did my time in jail. I had signed my plea bargain way before any of this took place. So I volunteered on my own.
Did you say anything about your guilt feelings have anything to do with the attitude of the defendant about how she had killed Dan and Linda?
No, I don't think so, no. Just because they were dead, I guess, and maybe because they were murdered. That's why I had guilt feelings.
You felt it was important to tell
Your
the truth?
Honor, objection is misleading.
Sustained. It's argumentative, actually. Sustained on that ground also.
When the investigator first called you, Mr. Green, and you said that you kind of jokingly asked him if you were going to get paid, what did he tell you?
He said, no, of course not.
Okay. And when you indicated to Mr. Early that you thought that, he asked you if you thought Elisabeth Broderick was stupid, what were you referring to?
Because of what she had did, and I was referring to that. What I meant was that she was running her mouth to everybody and talking about her case. That's what I meant by me saying she was stupid, because she was telling everybody everything, all her business, just announcing it to everybody.
And you didn't think that was very smart?
No, I didn't.
Was there any question in your mind about her feelings towards Dan and Linda? Whether or not she liked them, hated them?
Well, about Daniel, I don't know, because she talks about him like he's still here. But Linda, I would say she clearly hated her,
And you indicated that she sometimes talks like, or talked to you like Daniel was still alive. She did acknowledge that he was dead to you, is that correct?
What do you mean?
Do you recall her talking about the funeral?
Oh, yes, yeah.
And did she acknowledge to you in that conversation that she knew Dan Broderick?
Oh, yeah, she was mad because he got buried with full Catholic rites and whatnot, yeah.
And what was she angry about?
She was angry because,
Your Honor, I'm just going to, it's way beyond the scope now.
Sustained.
No, he asked questions about,
Didn't ask you anything about the funeral.
oh, but he asked about her statements about talking about him as though he was still alive. And this is a conversation where she knew he was not.
Well, you've already established that she knew he was not. That's established.
I can't have her describe the conversation?
No.
And you did indicate that Elisabeth Broderick called Linda numerous derogatory.
Stupid StreamYard muted me again. Are you gonna let me? This witness didn't want to be recorded. Because she's an ex-junkie or something, maybe? I don't know. Cinnamon Oreos. Oh, that's the Selena Gomez Oreos? I knew they had them. They had Lady Gaga ones once, too. I don't know what flavor those were. Cruella, Cruella de Vil.
I don't think.
Sure.
Was it a tape transcript? Was it something you read or heard this morning?
I read it.
Okay. Your Honor, before I'm finished with my cross-examination, I'd like to see whatever she read.
I assume it's Mr. Green's report.
She read the transcript. It's been turned over to the defense.
No, I've never gotten any transcript.
It was turned over.
I requested it. I didn't get it. I couldn't.
It was set out for discovery.
Do you have a copy of it you can show us?
Sure do. Your Honor, for the record, this is a transcript of a tape-recorded interview that was turned over to the defense 2 years ago.
Maybe we take our recess now, and you can review that over the recess.
Yeah, I'm not done.
Just, we should make a record of this. It appears to be about 1,000 pages from here, but why don't somebody put on the record how many pages that is? 14, all right. Includes the cover sheet, right? Yeah. 14 in total, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 3 o'clock. Please remember the admonition. Mayor of the people of the state of California, Elisabeth Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Ms. Broderick is present. Ms. Peralta is in the hall.
I believe counsel indicated he had no.
Yeah, I have no further questions. But I haven't met my fix my chair, so I don't fool myself through it's falling apart.
No comment, but you can have a minute.
My wheels will come up.
While counsel's fixing his chair, is Ms. Peralta to be excused?
I'm sorry.
Can Ms. Peralta be excused?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, she's excused.
I'll go on the diet.
Sure. Take a seat.
Sure.
That's my chair.
I have a couple of friends that are Disney streamers, and yesterday they had this challenge going. There was a pickle milkshake at Epcot's Food and Wine Festival, and they said if they got so many subscribers, I forgot what the number was, but they would drink a pickle milkshake. And if they had like a lower number, if they got that, Mike would drink the milkshake, and then if they got a higher number, that both of them, that his wife Jen would also drink a pickle milkshake. And they did it yesterday. They both drank the pickle milkshake, and they both said that was the nastiest thing they have ever tasted in their lives. But they both did it. They drank the whole entire pickle milkshake. It even came with a sprig of dill on the top of them. They were troopers. They did it. They drank the whole entire milkshake, both of them. I wanted to try it, just to try it. I don't know how much they paid for it. I'm sure it was very expensive. If I had been with them, I could have tried it, but there's no way I'm going to pay whatever outrageous price Disney's charging for a pickle milkshake. And it came in a mason jar. So that's a lot of milkshake. And the Food and Wine Festival is themed around countries. I forgot to ask them what country has a pickle milkshake. So the next time I talk to them, I'm going to have to ask them. Because all of the foods at the Food and Wine Festival at Epcot are legit foods from certain countries. So it's not like just, oh, let's make up some weird something. It is something that actually exists in a country that people actually consume on a regular basis. And I forgot to ask them what country the pickle milkshake is from. But yeah, gross.
Contemporary order. All right, call your next witness.
Thank you. People call Patty Monahan.
Solemnly for the testimony about to give and the matter not before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Now, could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
Afternoon.
Ma'am, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Patricia Monahan, Monahan.
Really, Carla?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Monahan. Can you tell us, do you know the defendant in this case, Elisabeth? How is it that you know her?
I know Betty from Dan was in law school and interviewed with the law firm that my husband was associated with.
Was that the law firm of Gray, Carey, Ames, and Fry?
Yes, it was.
And so that was when you first met Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, that's right.
And you met Dan Broderick at the same time?
Well, yes, I met Betty first. I was Betty during the day, and then I met Dan that evening.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what year that was?
No, I don't.
Was it a while ago?
It was quite a while ago.
Okay. Back in the 70s?
Yes.
And did you at some point become a friend of the defendant? Can you describe your relationship just
Yes.
briefly?
Betty and I did things with our husbands and with other people on a social basis regularly.
Okay. And was that while she was living at the Coral Reef House in La Jolla?
Yes, and prior to that, we had been friends from the very beginning.
Okay. And was your husband, is that David Monahan?
Yes, that's
He's
right.
your ex-husband, is that
Yes.
correct? Was he good friends with Dan Broderick?
Yes, very good friends.
Did there come a time when you and your husband divorced, is that correct?
Yes.
And Broderick?
Yes, I talked to Betty shortly before they separated.
After their separation, did you become closer friends?
Yes, we did.
Prior to separation, you just sort of did things together as couples and families, is that fair to say?
Well, before my divorce, we did a lot of things together. We took trips together and we had a lot of good times together. But after my divorce, we didn't see each other for a few years.
And then when was it that you started becoming closer friends with her, just as approximately what year?
I'm really not sure. I'm not sure exactly. She and Dan had separated.
Okay. And what house was she living in at the time?
She was living in Calle de Cielo.
Okay. I want to first direct your attention to the morning of November the 5th, 1989. Do you remember that morning?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember receiving a phone call early that morning?
Yes, I do.
Approximately what time was it when you received the call?
Approximately 8 in the morning.
And who was the call from?
It was from Betty.
Do you recall what the first words were that she said to you when you picked up the phone?
Yes. She said, I shot Dan. I finally did it.
What were you doing when you received the phone call?
I was asleep.
So the phone call had basically awakened you?
Yes.
And what
was, are you sure? And she said no.
did she tell you where she was calling from?
No, she didn't.
Did she continue to say anything else that you recall?
Yes. I asked her if she had shot Linda, and she said she didn't know, that it was dark. And at that point, I think in the beginning I didn't want to believe it. And eventually I got very concerned that what she was saying was true.
Was there, do you have some problem recalling everything that was said in that conversation?
Yes, yes.
And do you recall that you did continue to talk to her for a period of time, but you just don't know for sure what all was said then?
I don't recall everything that was said. I just know that at some point I got very upset. I was nervous and upset. And for one thing, I wanted to check a phone call that had come in previously.
Okay. Now, when you say you were getting nervous and upset, what was it that was causing you to get nervous and upset?
The things she was telling me, she was getting very graphic about what had happened.
And when you say that you wanted to check a phone call that had come in, what are you talking about?
About 10 minutes before Betty called, there had been a call, and I didn't pick it up because it was early on Sunday morning, and I just thought it was the wrong number. And at the time, I was very upset over the conversation. I thought perhaps I'd better go down and see if there was one. And I think I was beginning that the first phone call had something to do with her call.
How would you describe how she sounded when she was talking to you in that phone call?
I didn't perceive her to be, I didn't think she was extremely upset.
Did she sound normal to you?
At the time, yes.
Do you recall at all her saying anything about having pulled the phone out of the wall?
Yes, I do remember that.
Do you recall what she said?
I believe after I asked her if she had shot Linda, and she said, I don't know, it was dark, and she said, I shot 5 times, and I pulled the phone out of the wall. Those are 2 things I do remember.
What do you recall about how long it was that you had this conversation before you got off the phone?
It was very brief. It was probably 5 minutes at the most.
And then what did you do when you got off the phone?
I immediately walked into the room where Jerry Thatcher was.
And who's Jerry Thatcher?
Jerry Thatcher is my boyfriend.
Okay. And what did you do?
I remember being extremely upset because I think at that point that I got off the phone with Betty, I was believing that something terrible had happened. And I walked into the room and my voice was shaking and I said, Betty's really flipped out this time. And Jerry said, what happened? And I said, she shot Dan.
Do you recall saying some other things to Jerry that at this point, again, you don't really remember the specifics?
That's correct.
Were you, from that point on, were you fairly upset for the rest of the day?
Yes, after I talked to Jerry.
Non-objection. Non-responsive.
Sustained and non-responsive. It's rephrased.
What did you do after you talked to Jerry?
I went downstairs and there was a message on my machine. And I played it back, and it was from Gail Forbes. And I could tell by her voice that something terrible had happened. And the message, I can't remember the words exactly, but she just said that it was extremely important that I get back with her as soon as possible.
Did you do that?
I did.
And did you find out that Dan and Linda were in fact dead?
She just told me that Brian and Brad were on their way over to Dan's house. And I really didn't get much information beyond that.
Do you recall when it was that you found out that they were in fact dead?
I was very upset, and I started saying to myself and to Jerry, oh my God, I hope he's all right, or I've got to know what's going on. And Jerry at that point said, well, call Gail back. Call her back and ask her. And
Objection. It's all hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you then call Gail back?
I called Gail back, and I said, Gail, please tell me.
Objection. Non-responsive. Answer the question.
Just wait till you ask you another question. There's mine. Go ahead.
Did you ultimately find out from Gail that Dan and Linda were dead?
No, not from Gail. I found out from a police officer.
Okay. Dan Broderick, was he someone that you cared about?
Yes.
Do you know why the defendant called you that morning? Did she say anything about why she called you?
No, but I would assume it's because Gail.
Objection. Alters speculation.
Anyway, she never indicated to you why she had called. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or did she ask you to do anything?
No.
Prior to November, a fair amount of time with Elisabeth Broderick, the 2 years before that?
Yes.
Did she ever express her feelings to you about Dan and Linda Broderick?
Yes, on numerous occasions.
And what were those feelings that she expressed?
Well, she hated Dan and Linda.
Was there any question about that?
No.
After the divorce judgment became final in January of 19...
She was very unhappy about the settlement.
Was she angry about it?
Yes.
What, during that period of time, say the year of 1989, what appeared to be her primary complaint?
Money.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that?
I believe Betty felt that...
And Ms. Monahan, without speculating about what people felt, can you describe what she would say, for example?
Well, she felt that Dan's lifestyle was far superior to hers, that she had nothing compared to what Dan had financially, and that basically he was what she made him.
Did she talk about that she didn't have enough money?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever claim to be broke, for example?
Yes.
Did she appear to you to have money?
Yes.
Did she ever describe things to you, for example, that she had bought?
Well, we shopped together, and I knew basically what she wanted.
Did there ever be any limit?
No.
Did you ever talk with her about that fact, that it seemed like she had a lot of money and a lot of things to do?
I think I spoke to her mostly about saving a little bit more, putting some back and being a little more careful with her money.
Did her conversations during this period of time about Dan and Linda, were they common conversations, her complaints about Dan and Linda? Was this something that she talked about often?
Yes.
Okay. And could you disagree with her about things, or how would she talk about it?
Well, her anger was steadily getting more aggressive, and I think it concerned me because at one point I felt that it should be getting less, and it seemed to be getting... The anger just seemed to be growing.
On and putting the anger aside.
Yes, I was really hopeful that Betty was going to get into something that she was really interested in, and, just be happier.
Can you describe Elisabeth Broderick's her abilities, her intelligence?
I can honestly say Betty is one of the brightest, fun people that I've had the pleasure of spending time with. When she was in an up mood, she was wonderful to be spending time with.
Did you know her boyfriend, Brad Wright?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware that they had a relationship?
I believe they had a platonic relationship, yes.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Because Betty told me that.
Okay. Did she ever admit to you that she had an intimate relationship with him?
No.
How did she describe Brad Wright to you?
All right, Judge.
Did the defendant ever admit to you going into Dan and Linda Broderick's home in violation of the restraining order?
Yes, she did.
What did she say she had done to you?
Pardon me?
What did she say she had done?
Well, at one time, she had gotten a letter that Linda had written, I believe, to Dan's parents.
She told you about that?
Yes, she did. She did.
Did she tell you about where she had found it or how she had taken it?
I believe she had found it in Dan's desk.
Her attitude about that, about going into the house and taking something?
Well, I believe I had told her that she was taking a chance, that she shouldn't do it because, Dan was going to be furious and there would be repercussions.
And what was her response, if you recall?
She was going to do it, and nothing I said was going to change that.
How about, did she talk to you about taking the wedding list?
Yes, she did.
What did she say about that?
I think she had dropped one of the children off, and she was in the house, and she said as she was leaving, she saw an envelope by the front door, and she picked it up and looked inside, and it was the wedding list, and so she took it.
Did she actually show the list to you?
Yes, she did.
And what was her demeanor like when she did that?
Well, I believe she was angry about names on the list, people that were going to the wedding, or she speculated that they would be going to the wedding if they were invited.
Did you say anything to her about taking the list back?
Yes, I advised her to take it back.
And what was her response?
No, she wasn't planning on doing that.
Do you recall her ever talking to you about having been in jail?
Thank you, Carla. Carla just gifted 5 memberships. Welcome, Lady Star, Kooky Grandma, Marty. Oh, Marty, I'm sorry about your back. Lady Star, Kooky Grandma, Madam Malum, and say Stephanie, Teresia. I'm so sorry, Marty. You can walk and stand. That's good. Yay. Thank you so much, Carla. Thank you for supporting the channel and getting notifications out on Discord. Thank you for all you do. Yay. Yeah, when my back's really bad, I can't stand. I can walk. I walk hunched over when my back's really bad.
Yes.
What was her attitude about that? How did she describe that or explain it?
Well, I kind of have to chuckle because she laughed and she said, "They've got me stringing beads."
And she was referring to being in custody?
Yes.
Was she laughing about it?
Thank you, Carla.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you how it was that Dan Broderick got custody of the children in the first place?
No, I don't think I have any information on that.
To Dan?
I do know that at the time of their separation, she took the children over to Dan because she said she wasn't going to be a single mother raising 4 children.
Did she ever complain to you about the visitation center?
Yes.
Visitation with her children. What was her complaint?
Grab the children. She would want them for Halloween or for Thanksgiving, and her complaint was that that Dan didn't want to let her have them for holidays.
Did she have any complaints once she did have the children?
Yes, I believe the main complaint was that Dan would send them to her when she had other plans, and she always felt that Dan was using her as a babysitter.
Did she complain about being used as a babysitter when she had the children?
I don't know if I would say that. I just know that there were many times when she would say that he would dump the kids on her front porch when she had other plans, and she didn't like to be used as a babysitter.
Did you ever see Elisabeth Broderick interacting with her daughter Kim?
Yes, on many occasions.
Did you ever see her get angry at Kim?
Yes, I did.
Did it ever have anything to do with Kim's feelings for her father or Linda?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Kim had been in a situation where she was enjoying her time with her father and Linda.
Now, when you say she'd be very angry, what would she do?
Well, on at least 2 occasions, she called Kim a bitch.
Did you ever talk to her about that or her use of language in front of the children?
Not really, no.
Okay. Was there a reason that you didn't?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
A lot of times Betty had, and I felt sometimes it was just best to get it out and get it over with, and then we would go on with whatever it was we had planned to do.
Do you recall when the last time was that you saw her before November the 5th?
Yes, it was 2 Thursdays before.
What did you do?
I met Betty at her house, and Kim was there, and we were going to go to Nordstrom's and go shopping.
Did you actually go shopping with Kim and her mother?
Yes, we did.
And were there any complaints about that by the defendant afterwards?
Well, I just remember getting in, when we were in the store, we were having a good time, and she asked Kim to try on some boots, and I think she commented on one dress that it would really look cute on her, and I believe Kim bought a pair of boots that night, or a pair of shoes. And when we got back into the car, Betty's complaint was every time.
Did the defendant ever tell you anything about having or buying a gun?
Yes, she did.
What did she say?
She said that to Kim about buying her a pair of shoes? That's what teenage daughters do.
She told me that she bought a gun and that she was taking target practice.
Do you recall when it was that she told you that?
I can't give a date.
Did she tell you why she bought the gun? Did she say anything
No,
about
she
that?
didn't.
Did you do anything with that information?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I called Gail Forbes.
Why did you?
And I told her I was concerned, and she said yes, that she knew about it too, and that Dan would know.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Ms. Monahan, you testified last year, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And when you testified, isn't it true that your feeling is that Elisabeth Broderick always, when you were around her, would talk about nothing but how much she hated Dan? That's all she would ever talk about.
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay. Did you talk about the fact that all she ever talked about was money and how she felt that she was getting ripped off? That
No.
she would constantly talk about that?
No.
Okay. The indicated that your feelings about Mr. Broderick. Did you ever use the term gray hairy sickness? You ever heard that?
No,
That's not a term you would use?
no,
You don't know why Elisabeth Broderick would attribute that term to you
no, I
12,
never said
14 years
that.
ago?
I never said that, no.
Were you ever upset about the way her husband and your husband used to gallivant around together? That was never discussed with Elisabeth Broderick?
Oh, it probably was. Yes.
Okay. And their drinking problems, they were discussed, weren't they?
I don't believe I ever said they had a drinking problem,
And
but
they like to drink. Did they go out to drink? They went to bars, didn't they?
yes,
Interfering with your family, and she thought it was interfering with her family, wasn't it?
well, in the beginning, I don't believe she and I had this discussion.
You notice now his going out and drinking is a problem, but she wants him back. But now the drinking's a problem. But it wasn't a problem before. According to her, they had a perfect marriage. It was wonderful, and she wants him back. He's with his see you next Tuesday. This woman, I swear, she is a piece of work. I cannot wait till we get to her testimony.
No.
Well, you believed that, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, goes to scope as to her feelings about Mr. Broderick. If this is her feelings, I'm going in.
Well, if you want to ask her that, go ahead, but she just answered the last question, no.
Was it your feelings that there were problems with the amount of time that your husband, Mr. Broderick, were spending together rather than with their family?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She hasn't testified about this. Her personal problems about her family aren't an issue. She said she happened to like Dan Broderick.
Sustained as to her, how she felt about Mr. Monahan and his family, but you can answer it if you had such a feeling as to Mr. Broderick and his family.
Did you have a feeling that Mr. Broderick was out with somebody when he was married, and you thought that he should be home with his family?
No.
You indicated that she talked to you about money.
Concerned about what her fair settlement was going to be.
That he was somebody who in public would try to cover up that she was upset. Wouldn't she not let people know that?
Yes.
And Daniel Broderick, how would you describe her as a mother?
She was a wonderful mother.
Okay. And she indicated to you that at times that she felt that she had settled the case. If she didn't settle the case with Dan before she had full custody of the children, she would use that as a weapon. I mean, that's what she would say, didn't she?
No, she never said that to me.
Okay. During the 4 years you knew her, she was going to court an awful lot, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
She tried to get you to go with her, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Did you ever go with her?
No.
You indicated that when she called you that morning, you remember her saying that she shot Dan. And then when you asked her about it, she said, I'm not sure. Remember that?
I shot Dan.
And then you asked her about it.
I said, did hit him. And she said, I don't know.
Okay. And these are things that these are clear in your mind, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you had attributed a word to her, and then when you thought about it, you called up and corrected
Yes.
some of the language that she used, is that correct?
Yes.
So you had a clear recollection of what she said to you on a phone call, at least the things that you remember is very vivid.
The first thing you said, well, I yelled at you before you said anything, didn't I? You said hello. And then the first thing you said was a quote from The Princess Bride, followed by Jill quoting The Princess Bride. Whatever.
Her initial comments, yes.
And you didn't believe it was serious until you talked to Gail Forbes, isn't that right?
No, I believe at the time that she was getting very graphic with me, I started to believe it was true.
District Attorney Investigator, phone call from Betty. You didn't think she was serious until you got to Gail Forbes on the phone?
No, I don't think that's exactly. I began to believe she was telling me the truth. I think I wasn't convinced, Gail.
So, it's the interview of December 6th. Remember, I have an interview from investigator dated Mr. Green, dated December 16th, the witness to review. Started halfway as she was. Start reading there. Paragraph. That paragraph?
Yes, I did.
By the way, when an investigator for Mrs. Broderick came to talk to you, you didn't want to talk to her, is that correct?
That's true.
When you woke up, how would you describe your condition?
I was very sleepy. Did you have an opportunity to read that? Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it your feeling at the time that it was after the call from Ms. Forbes?
Prior to that, I just wasn't positive, but I was beginning to believe that something terrible had happened.
So this is not a correct statement of yours, that after hearing Ms. Forbes' message, Patty Monahan knew that Broderick, Elisabeth, had been serious about shooting her former husband. That would not be a correct statement.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said.
And you don't have any memory of when Elisabeth Broderick said that she had a gun?
No, but it was prior to the
Shooting, and
Yes.
you're indicating that you heard that from Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and had you heard that rumor from anyone else? The, was Elisabeth ever upset that was she ever upset about not having the children?
Yes.
Was she ever upset? The now would you see her when she went to after she came back from court?
Upset.
Okay. And when you mean upset, what do you mean?
Well, every time she went to court, there were upsetting things that happened. And I don't know, other than what she told me, what went on in court.
I mean, did she appear to be upset, like crying, distraught?
No, just upset.
Okay. And so what do you mean by upset?
Well, just angry,
Yeah. So it was just anger that you saw?
mostly, yes.
Okay. And did you ever see her crying? Just upset where she would just go, not want anyone around and just cry?
I've never seen Betty cry.
Yeah. The did she indicate to you when she was talking about the money and the anger that that money diverted from the Larry? And when she talked about respective lifestyles, she talked about the fact that in court how much money she got from the estate depended on what her standard of living was, didn't she?
I believe Betty felt that she had to keep her expenses at a certain level because that would mean more money for her in the settlement.
She never told you that a lawyer had told her that?
No.
Did she discuss with you about their home being sold or moving before the separation?
Before the separation?
Yes, before her separation.
No, I believe they were living in a rental house because the house on Coral Reef had a cracked slab and they were having it repaired.
Now, was she saying lifestyle or she had to exaggerate it? What was she telling you?
Well, I believe she was saying that the more money she spent, the better her settlement would be.
Well, she was telling you then that she had to spend more money than she's ever spent before?
I don't know what she spent before. There were several years that I didn't see Betty, so I couldn't compare. I don't know.
And she told you a lot of things that she did, is that correct? She wouldn't hide the fact that she had done things. Had she?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, for instance, burning the clothes. She told you about burning Dan's clothes.
Yes, she did.
She didn't hide that from you.
No.
Did she tell you the court tell you about driving files being missing?
Yes, she did.
About his driving under the influence files being missing?
She did.
She talked to him about Dan coming into the back of the courtroom while she had to come into the front?
Yes.
She talked talk to you about the courtroom being sealed?
I'm not sure on that.
About a sealed courtroom?
No, I don't.
Do you know, did she talk to you about her court case at all? About what she was doing at the time of her court case?
I knew about some things, yes.
Your Honor, may we approach the bench on the matter?
Sure.
You indicated that you had gone shopping with her and her daughter Kim 2 weeks before the homicide,
Yes.
and it appeared that they were that Elisabeth was not being very nice to Kim,
Yes.
and that seemed to be to you fairly striking. I mean, it was obvious that the two of them were battling.
No, they weren't battling.
Well, it appeared that Betty was being at least nasty to her.
Betty was frustrated.
Okay, and she was taking her frustration out on Kim,
Yes.
and that appeared to be pretty obvious to you.
Yes.
Nice back to her.
Yes, I think so.
Just a moment.
Certainly.
I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor, you never knew whether any of the claims that Elisabeth Broderick were making a divorce concerning whether Dan was diverting money. She would just say these things, correct?
Yes, she had concerns about things that we would talk about.
And she talked about those concerns with a lot of people.
Yes.
Because she was never shy about sharing those with anybody, is that correct?
No.
And you have felt in the past that she did distort and exaggerate things, correct?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that she talked about keeping her expenses up and spending money in order to get more money from the settlement, right?
Yes.
Buying a $40,000 fur coat, for example? Extravagant at the time?
I believe I asked, I wondered how she had the money to buy it, and she said she put it on a charge card.
Was it, when you say you wondered how she had the money to buy it, did that have to do with the fact that she was telling you that she didn't have any money?
Yeah. Yes.
At the same time, she went out and bought a $40,000 fur coat?
Yes.
With respect to Coral Reef, did she ever express Coral Reef and whether she wanted to live at that house?
I believe she and Dan had been looking for another house for quite some time. I believe she wanted to move.
He would often be angry. Again, you didn't know what was going on.
No, I didn't know anything.
It appeared to you that she was always angry every time she came back from court?
Yes.
She never, as far as she was concerned, got her way or got what she wanted.
No, just the opposite. I think she felt that nothing ever went the way she wanted it to.
And you indicated that she had at one time asked you to go to court with her.
Yes.
So it was your understanding at the time, obviously the courtroom wasn't sealed or closed, if you could go in there with her, right?
Your Honor, I have an objection.
Argumentative, sustained.
Well, she was inviting you to come with her to court to a hearing?
Yes.
And when she talked to you about burning the clothes, she told you about burning Dan's clothes,
Yes,
right?
she did.
And how did she describe it? What was her attitude about it?
Well, this was a long time ago. I just remember her telling me that she threw all his clothes off the balcony and set fire to them.
You didn't believe her at the time, did you?
No, I didn't.
And when was it that you ultimately believed that she had done that?
She told somebody else, some people, it must be true.
You don't particularly like talking about these events or what happened on the river fence at all, correct?
That's correct.
And you've been hesitant about talking to any investigators about it?
That's right.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
You mean if the investigator has a badge, it makes it easier?
Objection, Your Honor.
Argumentative, sustained.
Well, you've had more than one interview with the district attorney, haven't you? Haven't you?
Yes.
And you would expect that if you had a friend and they got in trouble, at least somebody would talk to their side, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained.
What you said that you just don't like to talk to testimony.
I don't understand what you mean.
You've talked to the district attorney on more than one occasion, have you not? You haven't been shy about it and told him you won't talk to him, have you?
No.
Okay. You haven't told him there's any problems, have you?
Any problems?
With you talking to him?
It's not something I'm looking forward to.
And you talked to him before you testified last time and before you testified this time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you had no idea as to Mr. Broderick's investments either, did you?
No, none at all.
And so when you were talking about one thing about rank, you know what Broderick was earning $120,000 a month, did you? At the time?
No.
Okay. And so you didn't know what was going on the other side of the coin. You only knew what you saw from her. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You didn't see Mrs. Broderick buying trips to Greece for 6-8 people, did you?
Mrs. Broderick?
Yes. They were buying tables for functions.
No.
Told you that Dan Broderick was making $3 million a year, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And that wasn't true, was it? So you didn't know, did you?
I didn't know.
You didn't know at the time that was maybe triple what he might have been making.
I had no way of knowing.
And she did take trips, though, over the years, didn't she, herself?
Yes.
You knew about her trip to Tahiti?
Yes.
And a trip to Acapulco?
Yes.
And a couple of trips to Hawaii?
Yes.
And going skiing with her kids?
Yes.
She took her kids skiing, didn't she?
Yes.
Did she ever complain about not being able to go somewhere? No. Nothing. Okay.
I mean, subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Monahan. Another witness?
People call it Jerry Thatcher. Jerry Thatcher.
So could you please have a seat in the witness stand? And so Sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Jerry Dean Thatcher, Thatcher.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thatcher.
Yeah.
You know the lady that just left the courtroom, Patty Monahan?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you know her?
Well, Petty and I have been dating steadily for about 2.5 years, and I've known her on a casual basis for about 10 years.
Calling your attention, sir, back to the early morning of November 5th, 1989. Were you at Patty Monahan's house when she received a phone call?
Yes, I was.
Did she take the call in your presence or somewhere else?
No, she took the call down the hall. I was in the bedroom. She walked down the hall to take the call.
And for approximately how long was she on the phone?
A relatively short conversation, I'd say 3 to 5 minutes.
Were you able to hear at least her end of the conversation?
I did not hear what she said. I could hear her talking.
After the conversation ceased, what you could hear, did she come back to where you were?
Yeah, she walked out of the bedroom.
How long did it take her to do that?
Probably.
She got back to your presence. What was her demeanor at that point?
Well, she was upset, and she said, Betty's really flipped out this time. She says she shot Dan.
What did you say to that, if anything?
I said, well, what do you mean? You know, what'd you say?
Did she respond to that?
Yes, she did. I mean, I asked her what she said, and...
Your Honor, maybe a trust venture on
Certainly. While she's walking back over here, ladies and gentlemen, I should explain the reason for the court is this new software she has that basically instantaneously transcribes what she's taking down off the paper. That's the reason for that umbilical cord that we pull over.
Do you remember where we were, Mr. Thatcher?
Yes, I do.
What, if anything, did Ms. Monahan say in response to your question?
She says that Betty said, I shot the fucker. I shot him. He was gurgling in his own blood. It's true, you do.
Didn't make it clear who was supposedly defecating in their pants?
She did not.
Besides being, upset, was she doing anything else that led you to believe she was upset at that time?
Well, her voice was shaking, and she was noticeably very upset.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examine.
You indicated was it clear as to both statements or one statement who they were talking about?
Objection.
I'm sorry. You said that there was two statements, gurgling in the blood and shitting in the pants. Were you clear on either one of those? Objection is to let clean.
Yes. You understand the question?
Yes, I understand. It was that Dan was gurgling in his own blood. That's the way I understood it. And the shit in your pants part of it was...
Did you make any notes to the conversation?
I did not.
Okay. And did you talk to this attorney on August 2nd of 90 about the statements?
I did.
Okay. You didn't give him any handwritten notes then at that time?
No handwritten notes.
I have nothing further.
Broderick?
None, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thatcher.
Thank you.
Well, that's pretty close. But you're fortunate we had that delay this morning. All right, gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at the time. Please remember the invitation not to discuss with anyone else. Discuss it with you. Formula finally submitted to you. And just another reminder, please don't read or listen to or watch any accounts of trial. Have a nice evening.
And ma'am, would you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Sylvia Cabins, C-A-B-I-N-S.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Cabins.
Morning.
Do you know the defendant in this action, Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you know her?
When I was employed by Dan Broderick, she was the mother of the children that I was taking care of.
Can you tell us what was your employment for Mr. Broderick?
Well, I would come in about 12:30. I would see if the house was in order. I would be sure to be there when the boys were home from school, and I would take them to any appointments they had to go to. Generally run the household.
So you were a housekeeper and you took care of the children for a period of time, is that correct?
Yes.
When did you start working for Mr. Broderick?
In December of '87.
And did you work for him continually then until his death?
Yes, I did.
So that was almost 2-year period of time, is that
Yes.
correct? So you were the last housekeeper babysitter that he
Yes.
employed. Are you related to Linda David, who has previously testified?
Yes.
Who is she?
My daughter.
And did you work for Mr. Broderick right after Linda David quit?
Yes, I took over immediately.
Did Linda continue to sometimes babysit for the kids when you weren't available?
Yes, sometimes on weekends when Dan was going someplace. I would usually be there Monday through Friday from around 12 o'clock to 7:30 or 8.
And that was a full-time position?
Yes.
While you worked there for this 2-year period of time, did you get to know Dan and Linda Broderick and the 4 Broderick children?
Oh, yes, very well.
Were you there during the dinner hour, for example?
Yes, I served dinner, and I was there after dinner. I cleaned up, and I was there to answer all their questions at dinner, which came up a lot.
Did you have a fair amount of interaction with the family and with the kids?
Yes, I did. Sometimes I felt like their second mother.
How would you describe Kim, for example?
Very, just the kind of daughter I think everybody'd like to have.
How would you describe her relationship with her father?
It seemed very good.
Did they always get along, or did they occasionally argue?
Just like every father-daughter relationship. You know, they had their ups and downs, but mainly it was ups.
And how would you describe Lee?
Lee was she had problems. I got along with Lee fine, but she did have a lot of problems.
Did she have some problems with her father?
Well, yes, mainly because Dan didn't approve of her lifestyle.
Okay.
Lee dropped out of school. That was absolutely a no-no. Lee had gotten into drugs. Dan just found this, horrible, and he had trouble accepting it.
How did from your observations, how did the boys interact with Mr. Broderick?
They got along just fine.
Did Danny or Red ever appear to be afraid of their dad?
Never.
Did they do things?
They had the boys, which is every other weekend. He usually planned something for them to do, something fun, and he tried to be available to them when they needed him.
During your employment there, were the boys, did they ever appear to be?
No, I didn't. I did notice that they had lots of clothes, but Rhett tended to want to dress the way he wanted to dress, and sometimes it was not appropriate. He had favorite clothes. And one morning when Dan and Linda were gone on a vacation, I had spent the night that he had for years, in a little top that matched. And I looked this outfit and I said, "This is what you want to wear?" And he said, "It's my favorite outfit." I says, "Well, Rhett, it's not going to be anymore." I got rid of it because it was too small.
Maybe you approach the bench, Your Honor. I'd like to talk about this witness. All right. Come on up.
Did in the 2-year period of time that you worked for Mr. Broderick, did you ever see him be physically abusive to any of the children?
No.
Did any of the children ever complain to you that their father was physically abusive?
No.
From what you observed, how would you describe how he disciplined the children if they did get into trouble?
He would either have me put them in separate rooms by themselves, no TV, That was basically it.
Did you have any complaints about him as a disciplinarian?
Not at all. He was too soft, I thought.
Your Honor, objection.
Sustained. Just answer the question, and if she wants you to ask more, she'll ask you another question. Go ahead, Ms. Wells.
Thank you. During this period of time, did you have the occasion to get to know Elisabeth Broderick as well?
Yes.
How was it that you would see Elisabeth Broderick?
Well, being she was the mother of the boys, she would call a lot during the week, and we'd talk, or in between.
With her?
Yes.
And in any of those conversations, did she ever describe how she felt about Dan and Linda?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
She detested them. She hated them both.
What would she say about them?
She just said that she hated Dan for, all the divorce that they've gone through, and she hated Linda for her interference in the marriage and the whole thing. Was
this something that she only talked about occasionally?
No, she talked about it all the time.
I don't hear it. Is it on my end? I usually don't cause an echo. I know some people have an echo if they don't wear headphones, but I usually don't have an echo. Do I need to mute my mic or get headphones or something? Or is it on Court TV's end?
Did she ever complain to you about her money situation?
Oh, yes.
Okay. What did she say?
She said that she never had enough money, that she was broke, that Dan had never given her enough in the settlement. She just never had enough.
Did she ever talk about her complaints about money in relation to the boys?
Yeah, she said that when the boys came over, she would like to take them to, special things and on trips.
You guys still hearing it? Because I don't hear it. Okay.
Were you aware of the defendant ever canceling visits at the last minute with the boys?
It didn't happen.
What would be the reason?
As I recall, she was going someplace with a friend, and the boys coming interfered with those plans. It was just one of those things.
Did she ever appear to be upset about the fact that Dan and Linda were happy?
Yes, that seemed to be a problem.
Do you recall anything specific that she would say about that?
Well, she just was not happy with them. Detested the whole idea of them being together.
Did she ever say anything to you about why she...
Buffering. Oh, no, it's at the end of its thing. Come on, Court TV, stop it.
She used to criticize Dan a lot, the way he looked when they married and so on, and the way he was. She said he was kind of nerdy and so on. And I said, well, why did you marry him? She says, because he was going to be a money-making machine.
Did she ever express her hate for Dan and Linda in front of the children?
Yes.
Was that something that you talked to her about not doing?
I did not confront her a lot about it because I wanted to keep a relationship with Betty that was, okay. I mean, we had to deal with each other quite a bit.
What sorts of things would you hear her say about Dan and Linda in front of the children?
She would call Dan filthy names in front of the children, always referring to him as, a filthy name, and Linda too. And then, of course, the messages on the machine came in, so the children heard that.
And when you're referring to messages on the machine, you're referring to vulgar language on the machine as well. Did she ever say things to the children about Dad not loving them?
Them anymore at all. They had more children. He'd probably, throw them out of the house, and that would be the second best.
Her expressions of hate or feelings for Dan and Linda, was that something that was fairly constant throughout the time you knew her, or were there any changes in that?
No. It's always the same.
Did you ever have any experiences with her where she's not true, based on your own knowledge?
No, I have objection to this.
Overall, do you understand the question?
Would you repeat it, please?
Were there ever circumstances where she would describe something about not knowing about something when in fact you knew she did know?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
I have an objector.
It's not impeaching anything. It's their case in chief. Go ahead.
There was one time when they were going to I think it was a Notre Dame game. Going away, and everyone knew about it. I'd gone over to his house to get clothes for the boys to go. It's almost as if she didn't know what was happening. She called all upset because the boys were going to this football game with their father without even letting her know. And it was strange because she did know. We had discussed it.
Now, when you first started working, that was before Dan and Linda were married,
yes.
Correct? Mm-hmm. And whose voice was on the answering machine at that time? Do you recall?
As I recall, it was usually Kimberly's.
And at some point after they got married, did Linda have her voice on the answering machine?
After they married.
And would you recognize that message if you heard it? The message that she left on the answering machine?
Yes, I think so.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 60.
59.
I've pre-marked a 59.
All right.
Cassette of the message. I'm just going to play this.
Objection is irrelevant.
You have to listen carefully because she talks fast.
If like my reporter doesn't have to take the message down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
You recognize that message?
That sounds like the one that she after they were married.
That was Linda's voice?
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to the boys often while you worked there?
Yes.
Did she call them on the phone often?
Yes, probably every day.
So there was a lot of contact between them.
Yes, there was.
Sometimes when she wanted to?
Yes.
When they got home from school, if they wanted to call Mom, could they call and talk to her?
Definitely, and I always left a message if if they weren't going to pick up the machine, I'd tell them their mother had called, please call her back.
Did you ever see Linda interacting with the children?
Yes,
How would you describe the way that she interacted with
She
them?
interacted with Kim wonderfully. I mean, she lent Kim clothes, and they seemed to get along just great. The boys she tried to interact with. The boys were not real receptive, but she tried.
And how about...
I didn't see her with Lee a lot.
Broderick ever do anything difficult for Elisabeth Broderick to have contact with the children?
Never.
Did he ever direct you to be mean to her or to cause any problems along those lines?
No.
Did he ever badmouth her to you?
Let me ask, while I'm fixing my audio issue, let me ask the parents in the chat, because I don't have any kids of my own, and I lived with my dad until I was 33, because my dad almost died when, let me see, I was 26. I lived with him. My mom died when I was 21. And then he built a house on the land he grew up on. It used to be a farm, and when it was no longer a working farm, the land was divided between him and his siblings. So so he built a house on his land. And then I became a nurse, and I started working at a nursing home in town, and so I stayed here until I was going to stay, until I got established working as a nurse or whatever. And then he got sick, and he almost died when I was 26, and so I stayed and took care of him, basically, until he got well. And so I stayed at home till I was 33. So, but my circumstances were weird. But did any of you, when your kids turned 18, did you tell them, okay, you're 18 now, you're grown, you have to go out and get a job and get your own place to live? Is that a thing that people do when their kids turn 18? Because I don't know, I never thought about that. I never asked my brothers. They wanted out. They wanted away from my mom. My brothers were gone. They were out of there. I wish my my stepdaughters were like that, because they're still living with their mom, and they're 30. And all of their crap that doesn't fit at their mom's house are in my house. You waited until he was 23? Yeah, I think 18 is a little... I mean, they just got out of high school, right? They're not equipped yet at 18. They need to at least learn a trade or something. You don't make enough money flipping burgers at McDonald's to get out on your own yet, do you? I don't know. I was just curious, because my parents didn't do that to me, but my dad put me through college, and then I became a nurse. And then, had he not gotten, well, I mean, he probably would have let me stay whether he got sick or not, though. He told me, after I finally moved out, he told me that he had never lived alone before. And I was like, well, Dad, I'm glad you didn't tell me that before I moved out, because then I probably wouldn't have moved out. But, because he went from living with his parents to being in the service, and then when he became a highway patrol officer, he had a roommate, and then he married my mom. So he never lived alone before until I moved out. But then not long after I moved out, he got married again, so he didn't live alone for long. They had to get a full-time job and pay a small amount of rent. I tried to pay rent because I was a nurse. I was working. You know, I made money. I could have lived on my own, and I tried to pay rent, and he wouldn't let me. But, you know, I was also taking care of him, too, so he almost died. He had pancreatitis, and he passed out in the living room and was in the hospital for 12 weeks, I think. And so I ended up being his caregiver. And I eventually had to take a leave of absence from work because taking care of him and going to work every day was starting to take a toll on me. I had to take a leave of absence, but he had his own personal nurse there for a while. But yeah, I was just curious because 18 just seems too young to me. I mean, I know you're a legal adult, but still, 18 is, you're still a baby when you're 18. Or at least I was, but that was, my mom didn't want me to grow up, so she didn't teach me anything. I was 21 when she died, and my dad had to teach me how to cook, how to work the washing machine and the dishwasher, and my mom didn't teach me any of that because she didn't want me to grow up, and she wanted to keep me a baby.
Never did. The only thing Dan ever said was, keep your conversation short with her.
Did the defendant ever express an interest in what was going on in Dan and Linda's life?
Yeah, me too, Wiggles.
Yes, very much so.
Can you describe that?
She was interested in everything that went on in her life, every detail.
And she would ask you those?
Yes.
For that information? Did when you first started working for Mr. Broderick, did the threats to kill or hurt him?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
When I first started working for Dan, she said she was going to kill him, and I took it seriously. And I said, "Oh, that would be wonderful. Then Dan would be dead."
Sustained. Just ask another question.
How did you respond when she said that?
Objection is irrelevant.
No, Judge.
I get to rule. I wear the robe.
Okay, I know.
Go ahead.
How did you respond when she said she was going to kill Dan?
I said that would be wonderful. Dan would be dead, you'd be in prison, and the children would be orphans.
And she said that.
She said after I heard what Dan did to me, I'd get off.
Oh. That was absolutely you're needed to hear that.
Did she ever make any other threats to you about killing or shooting Dan during the course of your employment?
Yes, there was 2 other times.
Okay, when was the first?
The first was when I first started working. The second was their wedding day. She said she was going to kill him on his wedding day.
Do you recall what she said specifically?
She
about
said
that?
she was going to put several bullets through his head.
Do you remember when it was that she made that threat in relation to the wedding?
Probably about 2 weeks before.
And did you do anything with that information?
I told Linda, Kolkena at the time. She was very concerned. They debated
Objection.
Sustained.
Did the defendant say anything to you about practicing or taking shooting lessons?
Yes, she said she had been taking shooting lessons.
And did she say why?
So she'd be a good aim.
You know, Linda wanted him to wear a bulletproof vest at the wedding. And I think he said he didn't want to do it. And they had security everywhere. You can still be shot in the head when you've got a bulletproof vest on. Now, granted, if it's under your clothes, they can't tell you're wearing one. But, what was that? Shadow, what are you doing? But she said she was going to shoot him in the head. It was stupid to have an outside wedding. She didn't do it, but still. You're getting married. You don't be worried about getting shot in the head. I would have had an inside wedding because yeah, like Wiggle said, she's nutty as a fruitcake.
And then you indicated that there was another threat that she had made?
Yeah, it was like the summer of '89. She told me that she had had a talk with Dan, one of the few times they'd been talking, and that she told him that either he gave her $1 million in cash, or she was going to kill him. She also indicated that if he did give her the $1 million in cash, she wouldn't bring up wanting custody of the children.
Describe how he responded when she threatened to kill him if he didn't give the $1 million?
She said that Dan said, "I don't appreciate you using these remarks," or I don't appreciate, these threats. I don't think he really took it seriously.
I forgot to ask you a question earlier. While you were working there, did you ever see Dan Broderick drink alcohol?
Probably two or three or four times in the 2 years I was there.
What were the circumstances?
Well, it was after dinner, and he had a glass of wine in his den.
Did you ever see him come home drunk?
Never.
Did you ever see him get drunk or inebriated there at the dinner table, or while you were there working?
He didn't have liquor at the dinner table. He had ice water every night.
After the defendant told you about this threat in the summer of '89, did you do anything about that? Did you share those concerns?
I related it to Linda again.
I have no further question.
Here in December of 1987.
Yes.
And how would you describe Kim that she?
Kim can be so emotional.
You gave your opinion of how Kim was. Question was asked.
Objection to whether she described Kim.
She asked her opinion of Kim. What kind of girl Kim was?
Sustained. Excuse me, overruled.
Is, in your opinion of Kim, that the daughter everyone would like, have you heard that Kim was the one that introduced her sister Lee to drugs?
Objection. Assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's an opinion. I'm allowed to ask so this jury could know what her opinion is based on and whether she considered these things in her opinion.
First ask her if she knew that happened, then you can ask her if that changed her opinion.
Okay. Did you know that Kim was the one who introduced Lee to drugs?
I never heard that.
Okay. Would that change your opinion if you knew that?
Or the previous objection sustained, assumes facts, not evidence.
Your Honor, this is an opinion.
She has no personal knowledge of it. There is no evidence that that happened, Mr. Ehrlich.
You denied me putting the evidence on, Your Honor.
This is in
Approach sidebar. Didn't deny you putting any evidence on.
Did you know how Kim was doing in school?
No, not really.
So during the time, did you have any knowledge of whether she was flunking classes at the time you were working there?
Objection has to answer.
Overruled, you can answer that. Just yes or no.
Can I ask you a question? In reference to are you talking about in college or in high school?
In high school, did you know that that she was having trouble and flunking out of school?
No,
Okay. Your father didn't talk to you about that?
we didn't discuss that, no.
And Kim never got upset about the. Did you go with the? Did you drive him there?
No. I picked him up one time from the proceedings.
Okay. You weren't in the proceedings when they told the.
Objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts, not evidence.
Well, sustained. She said she didn't go there.
Did you at any time gain any knowledge of what the boys told the judge?
No, I didn't.
In the 2 years that you worked there, it's your testimony that maybe two, maybe three times Dan had a drink?
Yes.
And you worked from 12 to 8, is that correct?
Yes.
And Linda didn't come over there much, did she, to the house?
Oh, she kind of left the dinner hour for Dan to be with the boys.
So she would come after dinner, is that correct?
Yes. And
then you would be, I mean, she basically is coming over, you're gone at that time.
Well, she came sometimes during the day when I was there and the boys were in school.
Okay. You talked about Dan felt horrible about drugs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Dan talk to you about his admission of drug use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you know about Dan's drug use?
Objection. Assumes facts not known.
Sustained.
I'm asking her if she knew about it, Your Honor.
It's not relevant.
Sustained.
You indicated that Dan would, that the boys were free to call their mother at any time, is that correct?
Yes.
You never saw a time ever in the time you worked there where they weren't allowed to call their mother?
No.
And they were free to visit anytime they wanted to?
Anytime they would want to. If they had tests, they had to stay for school or so. I know.
They wanted to go over for the weekend and ask their dad, and he'd say, sure, go over for the weekend.
If a weekend.
Well, in 1987, when you first started working there, she didn't have weekends, did she?
Objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts not known.
Well, sustained. Just ask her if she knew what the visiting arrangement was in 87, Mr. Earl.
Do you know what the visiting arrangement was in 87?
As far as I can remember, there was every other weekend with her mother.
You worked there as a housekeeper, so you were the one that was in charge of knowing when the boys would be going, whether or not, and
Yes.
to pick them up. And it was your belief that in 1987 they had every weekend?
Yes.
And in 1988, it was your belief that they had every weekend?
That's correct.
And so there was never a time where the boys would call and there would be a system where Dan would wait till Friday to decide whether they're going to see him or not?
Not at all.
To your knowledge?
Not at all.
If someone said that, that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
Objection.
To your knowledge?
Well, sustained is the
To
way
my
it's phrased.
knowledge,
Sorry, guys. I guess I gotta turn the camera off again.
Your objection is as to the time frame?
Yes.
Just rephrase it.
In 1988, there was never any system that you knew of where Dan would check with other people before he would decide whether the boys would go over. They had a system set up of every other weekend.
the only thing I could think Dan would check is to be sure that Betty was going to be there the weekend they were going there.
And given that you're the housekeeper,
Yes.
you're in charge, so in 1987, when you first started working there, at the end of 87, someone gave you a calendar with the weekend so you knew which ones the boys were going to go to.
I knew it was every other weekend, and I knew which weekends it was. I started in December of '87, so I had 2 weeks left of '87.
And all through '88, you knew then that it was pretty regularly every other weekend?
Yes.
Was the ringers ever turned off the phone in the house?
Sometimes.
Well, would it be that every evening the ringers would be turned off?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. But what time of the day would you know that the ringers were turned off?
Sometimes when I come at 12:30, I can't say they'd be turned off.
Remember them being turned off?
Once in a while they do.
How about the phone? Was the phone ever, do you have to go hunt for the phone sometimes?
No.
Okay. So the phone was always, never was in a closet or in a drawer or anything?
The upstairs phone sometimes was unhooked.
Okay, but the downstairs phone?
Downstairs phone was usually there.
Okay.
And during the time that you were there, was there a time where you were told, turn the phone off? Phone isn't, no calls allowed in this house.
No.
So pretty much all time during the day, when the kids got home from school, they would get calls, they would be allowed to talk on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. During dinner, if they got a call, they would know they got a call?
I would take the call, I would relate it to them after dinner.
Okay. And after dinner, they were allowed to have any calls?
Yes.
Okay. And were there times where any of the children were told they weren't allowed to eat at the house because there was not enough food?
No.
You remember a time where you told Lee, when she was living there, that you didn't have enough food for her to eat? She had to go over mother's to eat?
No.
I'd like to pay a tape for the witness.
Chairman Mark, sure.
My objection, Your Honor, that we have to take this.
Well, do you want to talk for a minute, work that out?
I'd like to offer proof.
It's a tape of Lee talking to her brother over from the Cypress home to the home at her mother's home.
I object, Your Honor. Playing it for this witness.
What's your question of this witness?
I want to see if this refreshes her memory as to that happening.
Your Honor.
Well, you can play it for the witness. If it refreshes her memory, then you can play it in front of the jury.
Maybe if I have a small tape recorder, maybe she can just step out in the hallway and listen to it.
That's fine.
Want her to step out here in front of her?
Step in the back hallway would be better. Might be able to story back.
Related to us a conversation that Betty told you sometime in September. Is that correct? Or sometime in 1989.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
It seemed to me it was late summer.
Have you ever seen any correspondence that relates to that conversation where that allegation's been made by anybody? By Mr. Broderick, by you, by Mrs. Broderick?
No.
Okay. Ever shown any court documents? You know of any court documents that exist as to the conversation?
No.
Any letters to between people that exist of that
No.
conversation? And you can only remember in those 2 years, there were the 3 times where Betty's made threats to kill. Have there been other times?
There could be, I don't specifically remember.
Okay, but it wasn't because it was so unusual for her to say she's going to kill him.
Well, yes, anybody saying they're going to kill somebody is unusual.
Was there any time where you ever told there would be a reason not to let Betty talk to the children or not? In the house, bringing
Yes.
the boys back?
Yes.
Were you instructed to call the police when that happened?
Yes, I was.
And normally, except for those 2 occasions, Mrs. Broderick was very reliable in picking up the boys and dropping them off.
Yes, she was reliable. Yes.
Who was it that was picking the boys up? Do you know? Was it Betty that would pick them up and deliver them, as far as you know?
I would deliver them a lot of the times.
And you never. Did the boys live with their mother?
They were torn between wanting to live with their mother and their father.
And was there a fine system in effect when you worked there?
Objection, unless this is personal.
Well, vague as to fine system against who, Mr. Early?
Against Mrs. Broderick.
Not that I know of. No.
You about that?
I don't recall her. I think the fine system, if there was one, I had heard rumors of it, was before I came to work for them.
When she talked about, you indicated that she would talk about the boys not liking the boys being over at Mr. Broderick's home. Did she ever talk about that, not liking the boys being over there, the neighborhood he was living in?
She had indicated that she didn't like it because there was a lot of homosexuals around.
Did she talk about traffic?
No, I didn't call that one.
Did the boys get in accidents when they were living there? That you were aware of?
Yes, I was aware once when my daughter was taking care of Rhett for me. He did go out in front of a car with his bike.
But you don't remember her being upset about that?
She wasn't overly upset that I recall.
Well, you remember testifying that your memory, she was somewhat upset about that?
I wasn't there at the time of the accident, nor was I there for probably 1 or 2 days later. So by the time Betty and I discussed this, it was not a big deal.
Did she discuss you with about an accident that Danny got in when no one was home?
No.
That you knew nothing about that?
No, I don't.
Did you know anything about a boy getting hurt climbing telephone wires?
No, I don't.
And you never heard the boys calling up and leaving messages for their mother, where they would be upset or being over alone with nobody to...
They were sometimes bored at home, yes, but I didn't hear the conversations they had with their mother about it.
I don't know for the question.
Redirect.
If the children were picked up after a weekend of being with Elisabeth Broderick, it was Dan Broderick who would have picked them up. Is that correct? On Sunday?
Yes, it would be a Sunday evening.
So, because you were not working, the kids over to Elisabeth Broderick's house, that would have been like on a Friday before a weekend?
Yes.
Okay. And just to clarify, is it correct to say that it wasn't unusual for Elisabeth Broderick to
Your Honor,
talk?
I'm going to object. You can ask her a question.
Was it unusual or usual for the defendant to talk badly about Dan and Linda Broderick?
As usual.
And you don't know of your own personal knowledge what Dan Broderick's contacts were with the children's psychologist discussing visitation, those sorts of things?
No, I don't.
Were the children going to psychologists, as far as you know, when you were working for Dan Broderick?
Yes, because I took them.
Remarks about Elisabeth Broderick, was that to you personally?
She had said things that certainly weren't, they weren't vulgar words.
Was that to you?
Yeah.
Okay, was that of the boys?
No.
In a conversation between you and Linda, like Elisabeth Broderick at that point very much?
No, not very much.
Was she afraid of her?
Yes.
StreamYard is ticking me off. did my computer just do? Where did Court TV go? I did not tell you I was done with Court TV. What the heck is this? Seriously? What is happening? What the fudge just happened? I don't want to try Microsoft 365. I want Court TV back. You just hijacked my stream, you stupid Microsoft 365. Give it back. What the heck? Is everybody still here? I have no idea what just happened. That was bizarre. Microsoft hijacked everything. Because it wanted me to buy Microsoft 360. That should be illegal. They hijacked my computer and locked everything up. I don't want Microsoft 365. I just want to watch my trial. And now I don't know where we were, because I wasn't looking at the timestamp. I did just check to see how much longer we have to go. So I might be able to get close. We were on the housekeepers. Or babysitters, or whatever our title was.
Did you know that the ringers were turned?
So I come to work at 12:30. I can't. Definitely, and I always left a message if, because the boys were going to this football game with their father without even letting her know.
What sorts of things would you hear her say about Dan and Linda in front of the children?
She would call Dan filthy names in front of the children, always referring to him as, a filthy name, and Linda too. And then, of course, the messages on the machine came in, so the children heard that.
And when you're referring to messages on the machine, you're referring to vulgar language on the machine as well. Did she ever say things to the children about their dad not loving them?
She inferred that if they had children, that he wouldn't love them anymore at all. If they had more.
Past that. Way past that.
Should you share those concerns?
I related it to Linda again.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
You started wearing her 19.
Yes.
And how would you describe Kim? Is she an emotional person, a level-headed person?
Kim can be somewhat emotional.
Okay. Now you gave your opinion of how Kim was. Question was asked.
Objection, Your Honor. She described Kim.
She asked her opinion of Kim, what kind of girl Kim was.
Sustained. Oh, excuse me, overruled.
Is, in your opinion of Kim, that the daughter everyone would like, have you heard that Kim was the one that introduced her sister Lee to drugs?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's an opinion. I'm allowed to ask so this jury could know what her opinion is based on and whether she thinks her opinion.
First ask her if she knew that happened, then you can ask her her opinion.
Okay. Did you know that Kim was the one who introduced Lee to drugs?
I never heard that.
Okay. Would that change your opinion if you knew that?
Or the previous objection sustained since facts not evidence.
Your Honor, this is an opinion.
She has no personal knowledge of it. There is no evidence that that happened, Mr. Early.
You denied me putting the evidence on, Your Honor.
This is in
Approach sidebar.
Okay, we're past that.
Didn't deny you putting any evidence on.
Did you know how Kim was doing in school?
We're back on redirect with her, aren't we?
But you don't remember her being upset about that?
She wasn't overly upset that I recall.
She was somewhat upset about that?
I wasn't there at the time of the accident, nor was I there for probably 1 or 2 days later. So by the time Betty and I discussed this, it was not a big.
when you were working for Dan Broderick.
Yes, because I took him.
And when you indicated that Linda had said a few remarks about Elisabeth Broderick, was that to you personally?
She had said things that certainly weren't vulgar words.
Was that to you?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever hear her do that in front of the boys?
No.
So that was in a conversation between you and her?
Yes.
Linda didn't like Elisabeth Broderick at that point very much?
No, not very much.
Was she afraid of her?
Yes.
And the messages, the vulgar messages that she would leave on the machine, that the defendant would leave on the machine, Dan Broderick want the boys to hear those?
Not at all.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
No.
Would be excused? Thank you very much, ma'am.
And spell your last name.
Yes, it's Kathleen Cafaro. C-U-F-F as in Frank, A-R-O.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Cafaro.
Morning. Morning.
Tell us what your is.
At the present time, I'm a lawyer
How long a lawyer?
for, I think, about 9 years.
And did you ever work as an attorney for Mr. Dan Broderick?
Yes, I did.
When was it that you started working for Mr. Broderick?
I went to work for him in the spring of 1988. I think it was probably April.
Had you had contact or met Mr. Broderick before you started working for him?
I had met him on one occasion. I had spoken with him on the phone a couple of occasions, but we had never had any formal meeting before I went to work for him.
Okay. Who did you work for before you worked for Dan Broderick?
I worked for a family law firm in San Diego, Mitchell, Keeney, Berry, and Pike.
And did one of those attorneys represent Dan Broderick during his divorce?
Yes, one of the partners, Mr. Berry, did.
Did you do any work on the divorce when you were working for that firm?
I didn't do any work on the divorce per se. I was involved in an appellate issue that came up during the course of the divorce involving spousal support, and I wrote an appellate brief. That was my only connection with the divorce.
And was that how you first met Dan Broderick?
I actually didn't meet him then. I had such a limited involvement in the case. I just was looking at papers. Basically, I didn't meet him at that time, no.
Okay. When you went to work for Mr. Broderick, who else was working in?
Other attorney working for him, a fellow named Bob Vogie, and then there was clerical staff there.
Okay. Did Linda Kolkena work for him at the time?
Yeah, she was office manager / legal assistant at the time, yeah.
Okay. What essentially were her duties in the firm?
Boy, she did all kinds of things. She interviewed new clients over the telephone, helped screen our incoming calls. She had interview meetings with the clients with Mr. Broderick when they would sit down and get the facts and determine whether it was a medical malpractice case or something they wanted to pursue. She was involved in maintaining payroll of the other people that were. She did setting up depositions, talking with the expert witnesses. She did practically everything there was to do there.
Was she a competent paralegal?
I think she was very competent. She was extremely smart.
And what kind of practice primarily did Mr. Broderick practice?
Primarily medical malpractice. He represented patients who had been involved in some kind of a mishap with a physician doctor. Some other personal injury type cases, auto accidents, and involved in an accident at one of the local primarily medical malpractice.
Did you continue to work with the attorney until the time of his death?
Yes, I did.
Sometime he him and matters relating to his business.
Yeah, the divorce of the property division was over, and we knew that there might be an appeal, and he asked me if there was in fact an appeal, and I agreed that I would do that.
Okay. Was in fact an appeal, a notice of appeal filed by Mrs. Broderick in May of 1989?
I'm not positive of the date, but sometime around then it was.
And do you know why was it that Mr. Broderick asked for your assistance in that?
Well, he thought that I was a good writer, and that's primarily why he hired me. And when you're involved in an appeal, it's primarily a written document that's presented. There's no testimony or anything. And since the whole divorce proceedings were over with, and I had a family law background, we thought that I could write the appellate brief.
When the appeal was filed by the defendant, did you have any discussions with Mr. Broderick about whether or not he should file a cross appeal?
Yeah, I did. I suggested to him.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I believe his state of mind at this point is relevant.
Well, just ask her if there was a cross appeal filed.
Was a cross appeal filed by Dan Broderick?
No, we did not file a cross appeal.
Had it been your recommendation to do so?
Yes, it had been.
And did he indicate why he didn't want to do that?
No objection, you're saying.
Well, it's irrelevant. Sustained.
After the divorce became final in January of '89, he had request that you file an appeal on his behalf?
No, he did not.
Did he at any time request that you file any motions for reduction of alimony, for example?
No, he did not.
Did he request that you file any contempts against Elisabeth Broderick?
No, on the contrary, he did not.
Other than preparing to respond to the appeal that the defendant had filed in May and June and July, did you do anything for Mr. Broderick with respect to the divorce during those months?
Yeah, I did. I became involved when there were some issues involving the two minor boys.
Was it August of 1789?
I think that was my first involvement.
Did Mr. Broderick ask for your assistance to help him in that regard?
Yeah, he did.
Can you describe what happened?
It was around mid-August, as I recall, and he came into my office and told me that...
Your Honor, objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach sidebar?
Please just rephrase the question.
Were there problems that were related to you with respect to the defendant not returning Rhett?
Yes. I understood that Rhett was
Your Honor, objection is beyond,
You get a chance with the question, just ask another question.
Had Rhett been returned at the end of a visitation when he was supposed to?
No, he had not.
What did Mr. Broderick ask for your assistance to help him?
He asked me what we could do about it.
What did you tell him?
I told
Your Honor,
him...
objection, hearsay.
Overruled, so personal knowledge, what you told him. Go ahead, what'd you tell him?
I told Mr. Brown that since there was a court order that he was to have Rhett in his possession at that time, that I thought that we could bring a contempt of court action and get him back that way. I also suggested that perhaps I could call her attorney and talk to him and see what we could do about getting Rhett back informally.
Did Mr. Broderick want you to file a contempt action?
No, he did not.
Did he say why?
Your Honor, objection calls for hearsay.
Well, just answer that yes or no.
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said...
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
You presented him with the two options of filing a contempt action or calling her attorney to try and get him back informally. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Your Honor, objection, leading to asked and answered.
No. Overruled. Go ahead.
And which did he ask you to do?
He suggested that we try calling Walter Mond first and seeing if we could work it out informally.
And Walter Mond was the attorney who was representing the defendant at the time?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to work it out informally, to get Rhett back?
No, I called Walter and asked and told him that Rhett was supposed to be with his dad and that he wasn't there, and asked him if he could try to do something about it and get Rhett returned to his dad.
Did you do anything, as far as you knew, to get Rhett returned informally?
No, he was not.
Do you know what happened to where Rhett was?
I found out that Rhett had been sent to Lake Tahoe.
What can you describe Dan's demeanor when this was happening? How did he feel about it?
He looked sad and concerned that these things were happening again. And when he found out it was in Lake Tahoe, he was upset.
Calls for conclusion of hearsay.
No, it's an opinion that a lay witness can form. The answer stands. Go ahead.
Did, when Rhett was not returned, did you make any suggestions about filing a contempt action at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what was Mr. Broderick's response?
He didn't want me to do that.
Overruled. The answer stands.
Did you file any contempt actions on his behalf?
No, I did not.
What did you do at that point?
Well, at that point, I called Walter Mond back and told him that I was going to have to go into the family law court and ask for an order that Rhett be returned. Because it was Mrs. Broderick's upcoming weekend, the court to order that Rhett be returned on Sunday evening after her visitation with them.
And did Mr. Mond indicate to you that he would attempt to do that, to have Rhett returned at that time?
Yes, he did.
Was Rhett returned at that time?
No, he was not.
What did you do at that point?
After the weekend, I got a call from Mr. Mond, and that's how I first learned that I had not been returned to his father. And I was told that he was back in San Diego, but that he wasn't at his dad's house. So I went in and talked to Dan and told him that we were back kind of at square one, and there was an order again that had been violated.
Your Honor, objection, hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
and that I suggested that we go back, that this time we do go in and file a contempt action against her. I was completely frustrated.
What was Mr. Broderick's response?
Overruled.
He wanted to avoid doing that and suggested that I try to go back into court again and get another order that Rhett come back.
Did he say why he wanted to filing any contempts?
He didn't want to add any more fuel to the fire. He just wanted his little boy back.
To your knowledge, had he planned a trip for Rhett that had been foiled by this?
Yeah, they were going to go to Catalina together for the weekend.
Did you ultimately get an order from the court of Rhett returned?
I did.
And was he ultimately returned?
He was ultimately returned after he was sent to New York City to be with his parents for a week.
His grandparents?
His grandparents.
Okay. And then were you notified as to when he was returning from there?
No, I got a court order when we found out he was in New York that he be returned on Monday, which was Labor Day, Monday afternoon. Dana decided that since he was already there, he may as well stay with his grandparents. And the order was that he be returned to Lindbergh Field on Monday, and we be informed about the time of the time number of his arrival. Dan called Rhett's grandparents and found out from them what time he would be in, and he was able to go then and pick him up.
Sometime in early September, did you become aware that the defendant filed a motion for custody of Danny and Rhett?
Yeah, I did. It was while Rhett's grandparents.
Now, this was a motion that was filed by the defendant, correct?
That's right. And an ex parte hearing, the informal hearing that you can have with the court, was what got me down there when I was handed the papers in this place.
Did Mr. Broderick file an immediate opposition to that?
No, he didn't.
What started to happen at that point?
He and I talked about what we should do in response to the motion.
Is it normal procedure to take depositions, for example, of the people involved when a motion like that is made?
Your Honor, objection.
Well, sustained.
Were any depositions?
It's not sustained on the calls for conclusions using an attorney. Sustained on relevancy grounds. Go ahead.
Let me back up. Did Mr. Broderick begin considering at that point turning over custody to Elisabeth Broderick?
Shortly thereafter, we started to talk about it, yes.
Okay. And what were his...
Your Honor, objection. Here's that.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Well, we had several concerns during this period of time when we were talking about turning the boys
Your Honor,
over.
objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Was Dan concerned about the welfare of his boys?
Yeah, he was.
Objection, pleadings.
He described his concerns in relation to his boys at the time.
He realized that when the boys were with their mother, it was totally quiet, and he thought that maybe they weren't being subjected to all of the turmoil that they were being subjected to when he had them with him. And he thought that maybe after trying everything else, if she were to have them for some time, they would be better off, that they would be not subjected to the daily emotional upheaval that was a part of their lives.
Did you begin negotiating with Walter Mon to turn over custody of the boys to Mrs. Broderick?
Yes.
Were there a couple of letters that went back and forth between you and Mr. Mon in that regard?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's already been marked as People's Exhibit 34 and 28. If you could take a look at both of those letters and see if you recognize them, you can pull them out of the folder if you need to.
Yes, I recognize both of them.
Can you just briefly describe what they are?
One of them is a letter.
Your Honor, objection. Well, she's got to make a record. She's referring to the exhibit number, and that's what it is she's referring to.
Referring to exhibit 4. You just said all the way.
That's a letter that I got to mine.
Regarding transferring custody of Rich Jade, I believe.
That letter that 27th on the same subject.
Sometime during September, while this was going on, did the defendant also make a request to have boys have visitation of the boys while Dan was in Greece?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of the fact that Dan Broderick had written a letter to Mr. Mon describing that he was going to Greece and what was going to occur during that time as far as taking care of the boys?
Yeah, I had seen the letter.
And knew what's been marked as People's Exhibit 36. Is that particular letter? And was that something that Mr. Broderick necessarily had to do, for example, to advise Mr. Mond of what was going on while he was out of town?
No, there was no order that I was aware of that he do so. No.
That was just a courtesy on his part?
Yes.
And after the letter was sent, did Mrs. Broderick make a request to have the boys when he was out of town?
Yeah, I believe I was noticed ex parte to go in and have the judge decide that issue.
Okay. And did you stipulate to, on behalf of Mr. Broderick, to allow her to have the boys that week?
Yes, I did. We did.
Okay. So he didn't object to that, is that correct?
No, he did not.
Did you get a specific order from the court regarding that week?
Yes, Mr. Mond and I went and appeared before a judge in the family law court, and there was an order that allowed her to have the boys during that week.
I'm showing you with
Yes, I do.
when you were in court at that time to allow Mrs. Broderick to have the boys for that week, did you and Mr. Mond also stipulate to the switch of a weekend visitation?
I recall it being discussed, but I don't recall the specifics of that.
Okay. Do you recall that Mr. Broderick wanted to have the boys with him the weekend that he was going to Notre Dame?
Yes, I remember that that's what we talked about, is I think they went annually to Notre Dame for this big family thing, and that I think that weekend fell on a day when she was supposed to have the kids. So we were trying to get it switched around so that they could switch weekends and he could take the boys to Notre Dame.
And if you could take a look at the order that's been marked as People's 35, the last paragraph on page 2, does that refresh your recollection about whether or not you all stipulated to a switch of the week?
I know that they ended up switching the weekends. I honestly can't recall whether the judge said what will happen or whether Walter and I had an agreement switching the week.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. But anyway, it was decided at that time that there would be a switch of the weekend.
Yes.
So this wasn't a situation where Dan Broderick was taking an extra weekend. He was simply taking one weekend that was hers and taking one weekend that was his.
Yes.
Now, I take it when Mrs. Broderick made the request for visitation of the boys while Dan was in Greece, he could have objected to that. Is that correct?
Yes, he could have.
And given the fact that she had violated orders and not turned the boys back when she had visitation, could he have made some requests of the court along those lines?
Yes, in response to her request ex parte to have, we could have gone in and objected to it and have been heard on that.
She had court rotation at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if one party violates the orders, can another party get those orders rescinded?
Yes, that's one of the options. It's up to the court to decide what they'll do, but that you could certainly ask that happen.
Did Mr. Broderick make that request?
No.
Hey, Michelle. During October then, when you were negotiating with Walter Mond and these things were going on, you become aware of the fact that Elisabeth Broderick was leaving obscene messages on Dan Broderick's phone again.
Yes.
And did you talk to Dan about that?
Yes.
Did he want you to do anything in particular?
We agreed that we would write a letter to Walter Mond, who thought maybe could do something about it. And let him know what was going on and see if maybe he could do something about it.
Again, was there any request of Dan Broderick to file a contempt action at that time?
On the contrary, he didn't want to do that.
May this be a continuing objection?
Sustain. Excuse me, I can get a sustained objection.
Now, you indicated that did you write a letter then on behalf of Mr. Broderick to Walter Mond with respect to these obscene acts? Yes. And showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
Is that the letter that you sent to Walter?
Yes.
The date of that letter?
October 27, 1989.
Obviously, no ultimate hearings were held with respect to transferring custody of the children, is that correct? Dan and Linda were killed on November the 5th, correct?
Yes.
Had you become good of Dan and Linda Broderick during the course of your employment there?
Yeah, I had.
In fact, did you go on this Greece trip with Dan?
It was a retreat, yeah, I went.
Okay, so it was other people in the firm went.
His attorney.
Were you with Mr. Broderick and Linda?
Yes.
What did you guys do?
We went out to dinner with another couple who we had hoped that would go on the trip to Greece with us, who weren't able to go, and we looked at our pictures and talked about what a good time we had and had dinner.
That was Saturday night, November the 4th?
Yes.
And I take it that was the last time that you saw Dan and Linda Broderick?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
What time did you, do you know what time you left the restaurant?
No, I really don't. I don't have a specific recollection.
Was it late that evening, early that evening?
It was late. I think we dropped off their house between 11 and 11:30. So we must have left somewhere around 11.
Did Mr. Broderick have anything to drink that evening?
Yes.
And how much do you remember him having a drink?
He's attention.
Did it appear that he drank a lot, a little?
Maybe somewhere in between. I don't think he was drunk.
Who was driving that evening?
I was.
And the other person that you were with was Mr. Chapin?
Right.
Okay, he doesn't work for the firm?
No.
Did they, Mr. Broderick was a fairly meticulous lawyer, wasn't he?
I would say so.
And very neat.
I would say that
And usually when he did things, he documented it very well. You know?
You would object as to the relevance of the matter that you practice.
You can answer that question, overall.
I do.
And now in this case here, obviously, when there would be decisions made, there would be memos going in the file, or not?
Generally not.
Okay, so you weren't documenting anything when he was making a decision as to what to do and what not to do. There was no memos going on.
No, there was really no need for there to be.
No record being kept at all as to what you were saying or what he was saying.
No.
Have you read your file before you came to testify?
Yeah, I had these letters in a file that I looked at.
Well, have you looked at anything else, or you just looked at those letters?
A little calendar that I had kind of recreated for myself before I testified in the first trial, and the transcript of my testimony from the first trial.
And where did you get that calendar? Was that going through your file in the office?
Where did I get the calendar?
Get the calendar for your testimony. Did you go through the file and you get dates and when things happen, or did you do it all out of your head?
I did it by looking at the dates of the letters and then kind of figuring backwards how things had happened, and looking at the court orders that had happened after those hearings.
So you didn't go through your office file to look and see whether there was other dates or other things that weren't in evidence here? You only used the ones that were in evidence?
I believe so, yes.
Was there a reason that you didn't review your file to make sure that you weren't missing a date or something didn't happen that maybe no one knew about?
I didn't have a file.
Well, so you didn't review Mr. Broderick's file?
No. It wasn't in my possession.
When you worked for Mr. Berry's firm, that was a divorce firm, is that correct?
They had a couple of partners who did other things, but I worked primarily for the attorneys who did family law.
Now, when you went to court to visitation can be decided by a court or can be decided between the parties. Doesn't have to have court involved, is that correct?
True.
Yeah. And when you went to court for Elisabeth Broderick to have the boys, they were, the Brodericks, Mr. Broderick and Linda Broderick, were going to be out of town, is that correct?
Objection vague as to what he's referring to.
Not sustained, just rephrase it, Mr. Early.
Okay. The time that you went to court over Mrs. Broderick having the children during a Greece vacation, obviously Dan and Linda were going to be out of town, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And Mrs. Broderick was not in court, was she?
I don't know. Occasionally I saw her in the hallway, but I don't recall if she was there at that specific time or not.
And one of the things that Mr. Broderick wanted, if she was going to have the boys in Greece, he brought up with you that he wanted the boys that weekend in October 2nd.
I don't have a specific recollection about that, to tell you the truth.
Well, you didn't, I mean, it wasn't just a guess that you walked into court and said, I think that Dan Broderick may want the children this weekend. Someone had to bring that up to you that he wanted to switch for that weekend, isn't that correct?
Right, but it wasn't a condition to her having the boys while we were in Greece.
Okay. It just so happened that the two of them came up at the same time?
Right, we were going to be in court, so we talked about it all at the same time.
Okay. And do you know whether there was any contact made with Elisabeth Broderick to check the weekend and that was being switched, whether that was okay with her or whether she had any other plans? Do you know whether that was done at all?
I don't know.
Mr. Broderick also was participating in the divorce case himself, was he not?
Yes.
Okay, so he was taking depositions?
Yeah, he took the depositions of the two psychologists.
And were you present for those depositions?
No.
psychologists that were by Broderick or her attorney.
Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Broderick?
Just to clarify, when you were in court to deal with the transfer of visitation during weeks and the switch of weekends, you were dealing with Mr. Mond, who was representing the defendant at the time?
Right.
Okay. All right, nothing from you.
Rick Ross?
No, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caro.
Your Honor, we have one witness this morning, and he is rather short.
Right, and you'll have, what, 2 more this afternoon?
That's correct.
The case is going fairly quickly, the estimate that he gave me. They have 1 more witness this morning, 2 more witnesses that are scheduled this afternoon. At that point, the people are going to rest their case. So I think what Mr. Burkhoff is suggesting is that we continue on this morning with this next witness without a break, and then we'll excuse you folks till 1:30. Is there anybody that has to have a break at this point? If so, just raise your hand, nod your head. All right.
Court TV. They're trying to not take a break. Why are you buffering? We don't want a break. We want to get through this. We want to hear Betty's lies. We want to hear all her stupid excuses on the stand. We don't need a break. Quit buffering.
The testimony about to give might not be in this court. Shall the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, could you please have a seat and witness stand?
Morning. How are you? Mr. Burkhoff, why don't you get these exhibits off the table? This is when we're using them. Go ahead.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Stephen H. F-R-A-T-Z.
What do you do for a living?
Attorney?
You're calling your attention back to September of '96. Do you recall taking a couple shooting classes during that month at a pistol range on India Street here in San Diego?
Yes, I do.
Do you happen to recall specific dates that you took the shooting class in September of '86?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you still have a recollection of that?
The reason I have a recollection is that my attorney yearbook, which I have in front of me, 1986, reflects the fact that I took the class on September 2nd and also on September 9th, 1986. I have kept my attorney yearbooks for approximately the last 20 years, so I do have detailed records of what I've done over those years. Plus, I have an independent recollection of the events in 1986 of September 2nd and September 9th.
Now, what kind of shooting classes were these that you took on that date?
This was a class given at the San Diego Indoor Pistol Range on India Street here in San Diego. It was a 6-hour class. It met for 3 hours on September 2nd, the night of September 2nd, and 3 hours the night of September 9th. And basically, it was set classes. The first 3 hours dealt with classroom instruction, the last 3 hours with shooting the actual pistols, but basically learning how to shoot a pistol.
Now, I assume the September 9th date would be the last 3 hours where you were actually doing the shooting?
That's correct.
And that was essentially 3 hours of shooting?
That's correct.
What kind of guns was the class using?
We used literally every type of pistol that you can think of. 22s, 38s, 44s, 45, 9mm pistol. Basically most of the pistols that you would shoot.
And these are all handguns you're talking about?
They are handguns, yes.
Including both revolvers and semi-automatics, would that be correct?
Yes.
Now, on the second class, the one you just described, were you there alone or with somebody else?
The class consisted, as I recall, of approximately 15 or 20 people.
Sorry. I said he has his law class yearbook, and it has that he took a shooting class in his law yearbook. Is that part of being a lawyer, learning how to shoot a gun? Or is that like an extracurricular activity? Like that's part of law school? That's weird. Or is it not weird that lawyers have to learn to shoot a gun? I'm confused.
And the second class where we did some shooting, there were approximately 6 or 7 stalls that we shot in. And there were other people in the class shooting along with myself. And I had a friend that was with me by the name of Ed Skubiak, who at that time.
Now, when you talk about these stalls, can you give the jury a feeling of the layout of these stalls, where you were standing, where Ed was standing, where the targets might have been, that sort of thing?
I was in a stall that was toward the west end of the shooting area. The next to the last stall. And I've indicated stalls, there were 6 to 7 stalls, and you were installing target.
What kind of target was it?
As I recall, they were type of targets, and the would have a circle. If I put your shot within the circle, bullseye.
How far were the targets?
I was approximately 45 feet.
Don't know why. I don't know why StreamYard keeps muting everything. I mean, I get law enforcement learning. And I guess some lawyers might want to know how to shoot a gun, like depending on what kind of law they're going into. It's probably not a mandatory thing. It's probably if you want to learn, we'll give you the opportunity. Because depending on what kind of law you're going to go into, you might want to know how to shoot a gun. Because lawyers do get death threats, especially family lawyers.
Which would be the westernmost part of the shooting range, was doing very well and putting her shots within the cluster towards the bullseye. And during the course of our shooting,
This lady was right next to you, immediately to your left. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, she is.
Could you point her out, please?
Lady in the handheld.
Your Honor, for the record, indicating the.
Indicate.
Now you say you started a conversation up with the defendant?
That's correct.
What did she say?
I don't recall what she said. Just a conversation regarding targets.
So this is just some Joe Schmo that happened to be at a shooting range the same time she was? How'd they find this guy?
She was doing well, better than I was, and that's just small talk.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examine.
When you went to the, was this a health club that you belonged to?
I guess you could classify it as a health club.
Okay, and there's attached to it is the firing range.
Yes.
And now when you're in the stalls, is this a normal indoor firing range? You wear the goggles?
You wear the earphones.
Did you wear goggles at that one?
I don't think I did.
Okay. So I take it that while you're shooting, you don't talk to anybody through the earphone.
That's correct.
And when you talk to the person next to you, did you come to know who she was?
Yes, it.
Okay. You knew who she indicated that her husband had been this, or her husband was Mr. Broderick?
I didn't know who she, during the course of the conversation, it came out that I'm a lawyer, and she indicated she had Dan Broderick, who I knew.
And do you remember seeing her on the first day in class when you were all sitting around learning about guns yourself before you fired?
Not really. She could have been there, but I don't.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you said that you knew Daniel Broderick at that time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how was it that you knew him?
He was a lawyer, I was a lawyer. I had a case with him about 10 years more, but we weren't close personal friends. No, opposite sides.
And what was it that drew your attention about the defendant that caused you this conversation with him?
Your Honor, objection, let's be honest.
I think he brought that up.
No, sustained. Didn't bring that up.
When you first saw the defendant, what was it that caused you to bring it? What was it that brought her to your attention?
Your Honor, objection on the scope.
Sustained on both those grounds.
Thank you. No further questions.
Recross. Mr. Excuse. Mr. Prince. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning and noon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 1:30. As I mentioned to you earlier, the people have 2 more witnesses this afternoon. I don't know how long. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. And obviously, you're free to return to your place of residence or business at this time. If that's your desire, there's no need to stick around.
I thought I remembered somebody saying that she told them she had been a sharpshooter since high school. So why is she taking a class to learn how to shoot? But of course, you can't separate her lies out from what's real, because she lies so much. If it will scroll. Eugene Wolfberg, forensics scientist and firearm expert. And this is where everybody's going to quit watching. Because it's forensic science. Maybe he won't make it boring. Stop. About whatever media player Court TV uses, just likes to buffer.
And sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Curtis. My name is Curtis Swartz, S-W-A-R-T-Z, no initial H.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Dr. Swartz, recalling your attention to November 5th, 1989, did you live at 1079 Cypress Street here in San Diego?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us where that house is located in proximity to the house occupied by Dan and Linda Broderick on that date?
It's right next door.
As you look at houses from the street, would it be to the left or the right side of the Broderick household?
To the left.
And approximately what is the distance between the two residences?
I guess about 30 yards.
Now, early that morning, do you recall being awakened from a sleep?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what happened.
I heard some shots, and I didn't open my eyes, but I said I should get up and get that. And I have a German Shepherd dog, and when the dog did not bark, I felt it was no threat to me or my family, and I went back to sleep.
You know what time it was approximately?
No, I don't.
Did you open your eyes at that point?
No, I didn't.
And you know the number of shots that you heard?
Pardon?
Do you know the number of shots that you heard?
Approximately 5.
Do you know over what period of time these shots occurred?
I estimated it to be about 5 seconds.
And could you write, I guess using the words bang for each shot, could you tell the jury, just by going bang, 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 the length of these shots, please?
Bang, 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 bang.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
Sir, you were asleep when the shots woke up?
Yes.
Okay. And you had been out late that night, is that and at about 1 o'clock?
Yes.
So it was pretty much of a dead sleep that you were woken out of?
Well, I normally get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And so my body, I guess, was geared.
Given a declaration under penalty of perjury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you said it was 4 or 5 shots you heard, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you certain of how many shots, or?
4 or 5.
Okay. So you're not able to say it was 4 or 5, it's in that range that you can give it?
Correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Good, right?
I think we'll be right.
Witness be excused.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
People call Eugene Wolbert.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give and the matter not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
And sir, would you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Eugene J. Wolberg, W-O-L-B-E-R-G.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wolbert.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I work at the San Diego Police Department Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there?
My job is assigned, I'm assigned to the firearms laboratory, and in that capacity, investigate all firearms related crimes in the city of San Diego.
On that.
Approximately 13 years with the city of San Diego and 2 years prior to that with the Elk Department.
And can you give us a brief what sort of education prepared you for that particular type of job?
In the area of firearms, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in microbiology taken at San Diego State University in 1976. I also took additional coursework in the area of criminalistics and evidence technology at Westmont College in 1977 and 78. I was hired again by Elkhorn Police Department in 1979 and have worked in the area to date. In the area of firearms, I've had the basic and the advanced firearms examination course, which is a Department of Justice course, State of California, and with Mr. J.
It did it again. hijacking my stream. Why are you doing that? What the fudge? Well, at least it didn't take StreamYard with it this time.
And sir, could you please state your full name for the record?
Mr. Wolver, I want to hand you people to
There is an Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners and the International Association of Wound Ballistics. These are three professional organizations that deal.
I've never gotten that
mostly in
before
firearms, with the
either.
exception of the California Association of Criminalists.
I
which
don't know
deals
what
in
that
all kinds of
was.
matters. And in those organizations have presented papers, scientific papers in the area of firearms identification, firearms use, and wound ballistics. I'm also on the board of directors of the California, San Diego County Range Masters Association, group of firearms trainers also. I hold that position currently.
Are we done?
I think so.
Okay. Have you had some past experience taking a crime scene, going that the things have occurred, and attempting to reconstruct what happened?
Yes.
How many times have you done that, Nest?
It varies. It depends on how complete we look at it. I don't mean to sound we don't do a complete job, but at least a couple of dozen I can think of in the last 10 years.
And what sort of techniques do you invoke or involve to do this sort of work?
Again, it's an understanding of what may or may not have happened at the crime scene. In some cases, it's restricted only to the understanding of determining bullet path. In some situations, understanding the possible location of the shooter. One uses several techniques. Again, it requires an examination of the physical evidence, an understanding of the bullet paths through the bodies in terms of either being at the autopsy or reviewing the autopsy reports and photographs. One can use several ways of showing this, anything from strings to wooden sticks, dowels, or utilizing laser photography.
Other than what you've already read to us, other than what you've already talked about.
Again, I think it's a lot comes up to, again, of understanding of the use of firearms.
Just approximately how many gunshot cases in the past have you dealt with in the life of your professional career?
Probably in excess of 500.
Your Honor, I would like to have your bailiff inspect again people's exhibit 24 to make sure it's unloaded, and then remove the gun lock so that Mr. Wolver can talk more of this.
All right.
Mr. Wolberg, I want to hand you people Exhibit 24, the revolver, and ask you if you're familiar with that particular firearm.
Yes.
Is that the gun that you've looked at before that's been identified with the shootings of Dan and Linda Broderick?
Yes, it is.
And you know the serial number on that gun, and have you done so in the past?
Yes.
What is that serial number?
Baker Tom 0879.
And that's for us lay people, BBT 0879?
Yes, it is.
Did you actually remove the grips at an earlier time and see the serial number there?
Yes, I did.
And is that serial number now put in ink above the grips?
Yes, it is.
What kind of firearm is that, sir?
This is a revolver, more specifically a double-action revolver.
The maker?
Smith & Wesson.
And what caliber is it?
It's chambered in 38s, Smith & Wesson Special.
I don't know, did you say whether or not it was a revolver? I might have missed that.
Yes, it is.
Okay. How many shots does that revolver hold?
This particular revolver holds five cartridges or 5 shots.
And how do you...
Looking at the cylinder, which is open, and you can see 5 charge holes, essentially holes in the rear of the cylinder, and each one will hold a cartridge.
Is a 5 configuration such as what you have in that particular revolver normal for revolvers?
It's a common configuration, yes.
Now you talked about this being a double action revolver. Is there more than one ways?
Again, I term this a double action revolver, and by using that term means one can fire this in 2 different methods, or there's an alternative explanation, but we'll get into that. First of all, into the chambers of the cylinder. By closing the cylinder, you can fire it in two different methods. One is by single action, and that is by pulling the hammer to the rear manually, and then squeezing the trigger, the gun will fire. To fire it again, one must manually pull the hammer to the rear and pull the trigger and make it fire. The other method is a double action method in which the trigger is utilized to rotate the cylinder and cock the hammer, which is something you would have done manually in single action, but in this case the trigger will do it. And in this case the shooter only needs to pull the trigger. And you can see the gun will fire just by trigger pull alone. In this particular case, of course, it requires more pressure or more strength to pull the trigger than it would in single action.
Now, whether you're cocking back the hammer and pulling the trigger, the single action mode, or just having the trigger do all the work for you, rotating the cylinder and firing the weapon, in each case, you always have to pull the trigger back for each individual shot.
Yes.
That's the only way you can do it?
Yes.
Now, what about the... did you examine this particular gun after the house search? How it worked?
It was operable. It worked as it was supposed to. There were no alterations, nothing about the gun that was remarkable.
What about the handle grips on that particular gun? Are those the normal handle grips? If you went into the store and you were to buy that gun, would it come with those handle grips?
Normally not. The grips, black rubber grips in the back, are by a company by the name of Packmeyer, and this is what is termed an aftermarket grip. It is a grip that is generally put on the firearm in lieu of the original factory grips, which in this case are a small, thin wooden grip. That gun is normally found in or sold with.
Why would somebody want to put on these grips that are now on the gun rather than having the factory-equipped wooden grips?
For only one real reason: to get a better grip on the gun. The original factory grips that are normally found on the firearm are there, and they're small, but they're small for a reason, and that reason is to enhance the concealability of the firearm. If concealability is not that much of a factor, you find that the small wooden grip is difficult to fill the hand with. and therefore control the gun with. So one solution to that problem is to put on a larger, more hand-filling grip, which is what this is, and it allows better control of the firearm.
Mr. Wolberg, I'll hand you what has been previously labeled in individual packets, People's Exhibits 13 through 16. You had it, remember your time, the opportunity to look at those, the contents of those particular individual packets.
Yes, there was actually one more, but...
In terms of the four that are in front of you, do you know anything about those particular 4 bullets?
These are the 4 bullets I examined to determine if they were fired, could have been fired from People's 24.
And those 4 bullets were identified to you as the bullets that were recovered from the homicide scene at Cypress, the Broderick master bedroom?
Yes.
Did you also look at a 5th spent bullet that had been identified to you as having been removed from Linda Broderick's head?
Yes, I did.
And did you note on all 5 of these bullets, the 4 in front of you and the one from Linda's head, where they came from, who manufactured them, what type of bullets they were?
All bullets were identical in their construction. Were determined to be manufactured by a federal cartridge company. They were 38 caliber bullets and fell under a trade name of Hydra-Shock.
And they would be, I assume, bullets that would fit and fire, be designed to fire from the gun that you've just shown the jury.
That's correct.
I have 2 cartridge boxes. They were originally part of a larger exhibit that I don't know whether or not for purpose we should have them maybe relabeled. The gun case label People's Exhibit would suggest People's Exhibit 6A and B.
One was hollow points, one was target ammunition. Which
That's
one
correct.
do you want? Is
the Hydra-Shock hollow point cartridge. I like 26A.
all right, Mark. The other box will be 20.
That's the American Eagle cartridges. Mr. Wolbert, I'd like you to take a look at the cartridge box marked People's Exhibit 26A. Are you familiar with that particular make, brand, and model of cartridges? Are those, well, the 5 bullets that you examined, the spent bullets, are they essentially the same hollow points as what's in that box?
Yes, they are.
Identical as to maker and type and brand?
Yes.
And caliber?
Yes.
Now, why don't you take out one of the Hydra-Shock bullets out of 26A, please, and demonstrate to the jury what you mean when you talk about a hollow point expanding bullet.
The bullets in People's 26A, again, the type of bullet, it's a Hydra-Shock, and that's a trade name, but essentially it's a type of hollow point that's manufactured by Federal, as well as many other companies, but this particular trade name is by Federal. What we mean when we speak of hollow point is that the nose of the bullet in the very center has essentially been formed into a cavity. And it has a very specific purpose, and that is to allow the bullet, when it strikes its target, in this case it's designed primarily to expand in tissue, is that when it strikes tissue, it will expand to a greater diameter than the original diameter of the bullet. In this case, this is a 38 caliber bullet. It's diameter roughly a third of an inch, in diameter and somewhere in the area of about a half-inch diameter. The end result is that it creates far greater tissue destruction than the bullet was capable of, it had in its original caliber.
Mr. Wolberg, why are these bullets designed to expand that way?
Again, the hollow point bullet is used to create the greatest possible tissue damage in a living animal, or be a very efficient killer, yes.
Is it designed for use in target shooting?
Generally not.
Now, the other bullet case in front, why don't you reassemble 26A? Now, let's look at 26B, the larger case of 50 cartridges there. Can you tell us what type of bullets these are?
This is essentially a lead round nose. It's a 158 grain lead round nose bullet. It's classed as a very generic bullet, target bullet, plinking bullet. The bullet has no specific design intent other than the fact it's inexpensive ammunition and one normally would use in practice.
Would that be more appropriate, let's say, target ammunition than the high shot? And the bullets you just pull out of 26B, those don't stand like the high shot?
They do not. Something such as a bone. In most cases, when you see this particular bullet fired into the bullet
shots would be more effective in killing something than let's say, the bullets you just showed to the jury.
From the standpoint of creating a larger permanent cavity or a larger wound, yes.
Now, did you make a ballistics comparison between the 5 bullets, the 4 that were removed from the scene, the 1 removed from the Kolkena's head, to the gun that you have in front of you?
Yes, I did.
How is it that you make a ballistics comparison in those situations?
It's by examination of the bullets themselves under a device called a comparison microscope. The concept, very simply, is that each firearm is manufactured by tools. And as tools make tools, they leave striations or scratches or manufacturing marks in the barrel on the outside of the gun. But in this case, we're concerned on the inside of the barrel. The barrel itself, because of the way it's manufactured, will have certain markings that are class characteristic. That is, they can be found at any kind of, in this case we'll use Smith & Wesson, any kind of Smith & Wesson. And specifically in this case, the class characteristics are the size of the rifling, the twist of the rifling, the number of lands and grooves in the rifling. But beyond that, we find that...
I don't mean to, I'm interested in this, but maybe we should cut...
Yeah. Then we look at the individual tryout. Those are put on each bullet, and each bullet then becomes individualized to the firearm that fired it. Very quickly, to make that identification, one merely fires the similar type of ammunition through the gun. I examine it microscopically to ensure that the individual characteristics are reproducible and are individual, and then compare it to the evidence bullet.
And I assume you did that comparison in this case?
Yes, I did.
And based on your comparisons, do you have were you able to determine that all 5 of the bullets, the 4 from the scene and the 1 from the Kolkena's head, came out of the gun in front of you?
Yes, I was able to determine that.
Okay. Now, did you then later make some efforts to go to the scene, look at the relevant evidence, and perform an analysis of where the defendant was most likely standing when she shot Dan and Linda Broderick and where they were lying?
Yes.
As a preliminary to making this determination, what sort of things did you do?
I took into consideration the size of the room, the amount of free space that the defendant moved around in the room, the autopsy finds between the location of the wounds on both Dan and Linda Broderick, the determination of the past, and also looking at the scene from the standpoint of examining the crime scene photos and the autopsy photos to determine the positions of the bodies as they were found.
Did you also look at physical evidence collected from the scene?
Yes.
I'd like to have you come down for a second. Please. And we're going to For the jury, photo board has.
It's pre-marked People's,
People 60.
all right, People 61, 5 photo board, all right.
Mr. Goldberg, before we and then before we start, why don't you grab that pointer over there? This will need a- Generally, as people consider the system show the first.
The exhibit shows a sequence of photographs A through E showing relative positions of Anne and Linda Broderick to the defendant. What you also see is a series of reddish lines or red lines. This is again a laser which is used to show the paths of bullets.
So if we go down the line here, photograph A would show the shot into Linda's chest, is that right?
Correct.
And photograph B would show the shot into the neck?
Yes.
Photograph C would show the shot into the wall?
Yes.
Photograph B would show the shot into the nightstand?
Yes.
I'm sorry, photograph D.
Would show the shot into the nightstand? Okay, so and photograph E would show, is that correct?
Yes.
And photograph E would show the shot into the back of Linda's head?
Yes.
Let's start with photograph A, please. Can you tell us how you determined the position of Linda when she was shot in the chest?
There were three things I used in photograph A. One is the entry point of the shot into Linda's chest. This hole is angled, shows that the bullet struck from the right side of Linda. It passed in a relatively straight line through the body, an exit hole. Checking from that, there's also a mark on the mattress cover that showed where the bullet struck after it exited Linda. This particular bullet went through the body. The mark in the mattress cover does have directionality. It shows a sideways glance, again, coming from the direction of the right side of the bed.
Let's stop just 1 second because I think we're talking about two things. You're saying that there was a mark on the mattress pad, is that correct? And below the mattress itself, as you examined it, also bore a mark.
There's a mark there also.
Okay, please continue.
Understanding the fact that the bullet entered in the chest, traveled in a relatively straight line through the body, exited in the back, and knowing where that bullet struck in the mattress pad, by inserting a dowel through the path of the bullet and having the exit point of that dowel resting on the mark in the mattress pad, one then could look and draw a straight line using as an anchor point the mark in the mattress pad and the mattress back through Linda and out. You can see in the photograph there's a kind of wooden dowel right in this location right in front of Linda here, which I used then to align my laser, which again is only used as a piece of electronic string, something that we could photograph and something that could again show the path of the bullet. The next step, of course, is now to place the shooter on that path, on that bullet path. Again, understanding they can be anywhere on that path. However, in this case, based upon the room that we had in the room, there was distance between the mattress and the wall. The shooter is restricted in a very narrow area in which they can discharge the fire. And also taking a quote average position, that is the gun held in front. They would place the shooter on the right side of the bed.
Now when you say right side, you're saying she towards the headboard. Dowel that's in the model in the photograph A, placed through it specifically the darker hued mannequin there with the dowel through its chest?
Yes, I have.
And is the angle to that substantially similar to what you determined when you did this scene analysis as shown in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Now you're telling us the bullets essentially travel in straight lines?
Yes, unless they're deflected by some object. In this case, based on the autopsy findings, the bullet was in a relatively straight path through the body.
Now, looking at where you are standing in people's or in the graph, is that shot Linda in the chest?
Probably yes. No, I believe I was pretty much against the wall, very close to the car. It was closer. His room had been slightly, but that would be approximately where the defendant made through his hand.
StreamYard, what are you doing?
In terms of the red line, would the barrel have had been in line on that same red line as what you have?
Is that their actual bed? Why did they have such a small bed?
Photograph A?
Yes.
And how tall are you, sir?
I'm 5'9", and my shoe is 5'10".
Now, assuming that the defendant was 5'10" and might have been a little bit higher, she was wearing some sort of heel. So would that make any difference between where you obtaining this photograph and where the defendant would have actually she shot one in the chest?
Concerning the amount of variance that I put into this, no.
And how far across is the bedroom from wall to wall?
I believe about 15 feet.
Now let's look on to photograph D as in dog, the photograph that shows the shot. Strike that photograph C. The photograph shows that the shot into the wall. And if you could make sure that you're not, you see that?
Yeah.
Tell us how it was that you determined the defendant's position when she shot into the wall.
In this case, the bullet struck the wall. It passed through the wall, leaving an entrance on the bedroom side of the wall and an exit on the hallway side of the wall. More than that, it continued on and struck the base of the rail banister in the hallway, leaving me 3 points that could literally connect.
So, I'm sorry, let me show you one picture you're talking about that. Your Honor, we have a 11 by 14 single photograph on label people's not snorter.
62 somewhere.
Mr. Wolbert, I'll hand you this additional photograph, People's 62. Is that a picture of the laser beam as it continues through the hole in the wall and then basically hits the banister out in the hallway? Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
That's very accurate how you set the laser when you made these photographs?
Yes. Again,
now continue on with how this shows us the trajectory of the bullet. Good job.
Again, the trajectory or the bullet path, again, is anchored by the entry hole, the exit hole, and then the strike on the banister. And it was quite simple to line this up. There was no deviation in path. It was a straight line shot. And again, one laser on the strike mark and the banister. It was then brought back through the hole, entry and exit holes in the wall, and went up the straight line. And that's it.
Now, where you're standing in photograph C, is that where the defendant would have had to stand to shoot that particular bullet?
Yes.
And why is that, sir?
Again, there is no other reasonable explanation where they could have been in this particular shot. The shot is very clearly defined in terms of its bullet path. So the only reasonable location
Why don't you go to the easel there in back of you and turn around? Well, I guess we'll have to have that mark. Here I have I don't know, maybe a 4 by 5 foot schematic drawing of Broderick and Mr. That labeled people's next north.
63.
Pass it over to you. Now, does People 62 show, in fair and accurate proportions, the the dimensions of the Broderick master bedroom at Cypress Street, including the furniture and doors and windows as they existed on the date of the homicide?
Yes.
And can you take a red marker and mark an X where the defendant would have been standing when she shot the wall, as on People's Exhibit 59 photograph C? Straight down here, People 60.
It's actually 61, Mr. Burkle.
You're right.
Thank you.
Why don't you come up with the photograph scene, please? Now let's turn our attention now to photograph D. What does that particular photograph show?
D shows a possible trajectory path or bullet path of the bullet that struck the end table on the left side of the bed.
And how was it that you figured the bullet path as shown by the red laser and People's Exhibit B?
By examining the entrance hole into the end table, it was quite shallow and did not show very good directionality, but it was sufficient to show that it only could have come from the right side of the room.
Let's move on to to photograph B on the photo board. What does that show?
B is one of the possibilities of the position of Daniel Broderick when he was shot.
Now you have a model on the bed with a dowel foot. Is that correct? In the photograph B?
Yes.
And how is it that you place the model in that position with the dowel in that particular position?
Again, looking at the entrance and exit wounds into Daniel Broderick, again, shows a straight line path through the body. In this particular case, there was no anchor point. The bullet either just exited and was trapped later on, or was trapped in between the blankets and Daniel, or was just hung up in the wound margins and fell out. I just don't know which. But looking at the bullet path and looking at the entrance point and the exit point, one can then figure out the trajectory of that body by then in various positions to see where the
StreamYard, quit muting me. I was listening to that. And also looking at this strangely small bed for two adults to sleep in.
that the path will roll up. Looking at those possibilities, you can exclude a various large number of positions in which Daniel could not have been. But this one of the likely positions that Daniel could have been in, again, based on the path through the body, knowing the position A, C, and D, and the conclusion was the original likely position that Daniel could have been in.
Photographs A, C, and E that had to be on the right-hand side of the bed as you look upon the headboard.
Yes.
And how would that determine in your mind that it was more likely that the defendant was also on that same side of the bed when she shot Daniel in the back?
Again, considering the sequence of shots, they were in a fairly close spaced sequence. There was, and because of that spacing, or that fairly rapid fire, the defendant would have to be out of position. He would have had to have moved around a bit to get to other positions, which the pain was. There should be significant between.
Now, since the bullet did go through Daniel in the photograph B, does it in any way line up pathwise with either the bullet into the nightstand or the bullet that went through the wall?
Its trajectory is reasonably consistent with you see.
Standard of wall.
That's correct. Well, it's not consistent with the one on the nightstand.
Okay.
It's reasonably consistent with the one on the wall.
So the one in the wall was fairly close to Daniel's body. When the bullet went into the wall, if Daniel had been on the bed, it would have been very close to his body. So
yes.
Now let's look at photograph E here. What does that show?
E shows the, again, another possible position. Again, this one's, one must understand this position is the position that Linda was found in. Does not necessarily mean shot. It's relatively close to it. Again, the same information as the head, and then the path through the brain and towards structure. Look at that possible trajectory.
And you're talking about the dowel that's actually in the photograph there.
Yes.
And once you position the dowel, then you literally just line the laser up with it and trace backwards.
Yes.
To where the defendant might have been.
Yes.
And your position in photograph E, is that where you believe it's most likely the defendant would have been when she shot Linda in the back of the head?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Again, considering the shot that was taken, in this particular case, Linda may have been slightly up higher towards the pillow. Again, considering the type of wound this is, which is separation of the spinal cord, Linda would not have moved very far from the position in which she was shot at. This is a reasonable positioning of the body. Actually, it may have been slightly higher. But again, considering the type of wound, Linda would not have moved very far from the time she was shot. So again, we're looking at that, looking at the timing sequence. The defendant really have to be again in a position.
I'm sorry, I didn't, the defendant didn't really?
Again, would have to have been on the right side of the bed.
You can all the jurors see here. Now, as to the other two dowels that we haven't talked about yet on the models back here, did you have the opportunity to look at the second bullet path into Linda's head as shown in the dark model? It's over by the cork board there.
Yes.
And compared it with your particular placement of the dowel in people's photography.
Yes.
And it's the same position. And the same for the light colored on Daniel's back wound. Is that the same as the model that was placed in the on the photograph board in terms of angle and position?
Yes.
Now, were you able to come up with some sort of possible sequence in terms of what shot was first, what shot was second, what shot was third, all the way to the fifth shot?
Yes and no. I cannot tell shots 1 through 5. There's just really no way of doing that. We do know a couple of things. One is that the shot into Linda's chest was taken before the shot into Linda's back, into the back of Linda's head. This shot in the shot depicted A occurred before E. Shot A may possibly represent the first shot taken. And again, this is just based on several things. The sequence of the shooting, the possible explanation of why shot C as it does.
Would that have caused any change in position, you believe, based on your expertise in shootings?
I would object to this complete conclusion.
No, sustain.
Why is it?
When I look at shot C, and then the likelihood of shot B being where Dan is, my opinion is that is consistent with Dan rolling over and heading for the floor. If in fact he's doing that, and he is in fact moving, he's doing it in reaction to a shot, which leads me into the conclusion that the shot that he's reacting to is shot A.
In terms of what happened first, shot A or shot E, do you have any opinion about that?
Yes, A occurred before E.
Why would that be?
Again, considering the type of wound that E represents, a severance of the spinal cord, Linda would not have been able to roll back over into position A.
And would any of these shots been
Dadgummit, stop.
possible to execute before one actually entered the back doorway to the bedroom as shown just right around where your head is on photograph E here?
Door here.
Yes.
You'd have to be within the room. The problem with all these bullet pads is if you stand in the doorway, the lamp right here at the doorway is in the way. You have to get past the lamp.
In terms of the angle will be wrong as well?
Yes.
Now the shot into the nightstand, how close to assuming Linda's head was on the pillow as it is in photograph E, the shot into the nightstand in D, how close was that to Linda's head approximately?
I didn't measure it. It's within inches.
Why don't you resume a seat and know what you stand, please? Now, some days after the shooting, go back to the Broderick master bedroom at Cypress Street to determine what light would have been available at the time the defendant shot Dan and Linda.
Yes.
When did you go back?
I believe we went back on November.
Because you were going back 10 days later, did you have to make some sort of correction? For the time of day, when the sun would rise and set, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What did you do?
I contacted Lindbergh Field, weather station there, and asked for a chart of the sunsets and sunrises for San Diego for 1989.
Did you get some information about what sort of corrections you had to make?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of correction did you have to make?
The difference between sunrise on November 5th and sunrise on November 15th is 9 minutes.
And did you have a certain time in the bedroom that you wanted to bracket? In other words, be there a little bit before and a little bit after?
Yes.
What time was it?
5:30.
So how was it that you 10 days after that managed to be in the bedroom at the time that would have coincided with a little bit before and a little bit after 5:30 on November 1989, the day of the homicide?
We adjusted our time by 9 minutes.
What on November 15th? What time for the bed?
In the bedroom, we began observations in the bedroom, again, looking at corrected time, approximately 5.
So that would have been equivalent to 5:21 on the...
Yes.
And how long did you stay in the bedroom?
5:46.
And that would have been 5:40, the day of the killings.
Yes.
Where did you stand or sit when you were in the bedroom during that time span?
I stood to the right side of the bed in front of the fireplace.
I don't know if you said AM or PM, but I assume you were talking about AM?
AM, yes.
And that's approximately the position that you're in these photographs that you've identified for the jury?
Yes.
What were the lighting conditions during that period of time?
The lighting conditions were sufficient, not only detail. The positions, the position of the blood stains, the mattress color, the color of the mattress also. The lighting was sufficient in my opinion. You could see anything you needed to see in the room.
And the condition of the shades windows when you made this observation on the film?
Yes.
I can go photograph. I'm mounted on a board like that. I'm handing you people before is that. There and after the condition, the position of the shades and curtains of the Broderick master bedroom when your determination of the light on November 15th. And showing you what has already been People's Exhibit 5 and drawing your attention to C.
on that particular exhibit, is that the condition of the third window that is not available in the photograph you just identified for the jury?
Yes, it is.
And does that photograph show the position of the curtains in shade when you made your observations for the light?
That's correct.
Before you actually set up your shop here in the bedroom to set the available light, I take it you were in the house for some period of time before that?
We entered the house, again, corrected time, at about 6 minutes after 5.
That would have been equivalent to 5:06 a.m. on the date of the killings?
Yes.
And you were downstairs at that time, I assume?
Yes.
You had to go upstairs to go into the bedroom?
We entered through the kitchen door and passed through the kitchen into the hallway, up the stairs, along the bedroom side balcony, and then through the den.
During this period of time when you did those things, what was the quality of the light that was available to you?
And depending on the part of the house you're in, it's a little darker and lighter. However, the furniture in this.
We have to take off the trigger. The trigger grab one more time.
Certainly.
I'm showing you again the gun used exhibit 24. Did you test the trigger pull on that particular gun?
Yes, I did.
And what is the trigger pull?
Defined or numbers.
Let's talk about what amount of force is necessary to fire that gun when you just pull the trigger in the double action mode. In other words, where you squeeze, and that's all you do is squeeze to shoot the gun.
In the firearm, firing is in the single action mode. Measured, it takes approximately 3 to 4 pounds to pull this trigger of pressure out of the trigger. 1.5 to 4 pounds of pressure in the trigger will fire. The normal range one would expect is somewhere between 5 pounds, maybe depending on the year the gun was made, and some other model variances. In double action, again, that is the amount of pressure all the way through its cycle and fire. In this particular, somewhere between 11.5 and 12 pounds, and the normal range one finds is somewhere between 8 and 12 pounds.
Are these trigger pulls normal for a revolver of this type?
Yes.
And you saw nothing in terms of the smoothness or whatever about the trigger pull? There's nothing unusual about this trigger pull?
It's a very smooth pull. The double action pull is a little heavier than normal, but it's still within what I would consider normal range.
Why is it that the double action pull is so heavy in a revolver like this?
It's working against a completely different set of springs that the single action pull is working against. Again, in single action, the sear, or what you could envision as a door stop holding a door open, one only has to overcome a spring that's right to do that. In double action, you have to, again, not only rotate the cylinder by utilizing the trigger, but you have to cock it against a very powerful spring that requires from or do that, and it requires much pull.
I guess, why do they make it necessary to put 12 pounds of force on that trigger before the item will fire?
Again, this gets into training aspects of firearms. There are two ways to fire this again. The single action is primarily intended for very serious and very fine target type firing, to disturb the firearm as little as possible. And you can see how that occurs. When you fire single action, you can take very careful aim, light, pull the trigger, very little movement of the gun. You get the most accurate fire from the firearm, although this is not really intended as a target firearm. In double action, however, which most, especially small frame revolvers like this, the trigger pull, the gun is normally utilized with a double action trigger pull. The trigger pull is set usually no less than 8 pounds and generally up around 10. And it's done for a reason, and the reason is primarily to prevent...
And your experience as a firearms instructor and everything else in your resume that you've given us, can you give us your opinion about the defendant's shooting in this particular circumstance as shown in the photographs A through E and all the other circumstances you know about this case?
Your Honor, objection calls for collusion and speculation.
I was an expert.
Well,
An expert's allowed to do that.
sustained. You've got to rephrase it if you want to give an expert opinion, not just things like everything else you know about this case.
Okay. Based on the gun that was used, the ammo that was employed, the environment in the room, in other words, where the victims were lying on the bed, the lighting conditions, the distance the defendant was from the victims, the movement of the victims. Do you have an opinion regarding what was the quality of the defendant's shooting in this case?
Your Honor, I have an objection that calls for conclusion.
And he's an expert opinion?
Speculation.
Well, that's overruled. You can give that opinion. Do you have...
Again, based on all the shootings I've investigated, which again is in excess of some 500, based on training that I give, observing, in my case, police officers and deputies being involved in their shootings that I have to investigate also. My opinion is based on everything I see in this. This is very well directed. Well-placed, accurate shooting.
What about the fact that the defendant missed 2 times when she was shooting at these people?
Not unreasonable in these circumstances.
Can you give us your estimation of these misses? How do they figure into this whole thing?
If they...
Objection. This is total speculation.
That's sustained.
Well, why does the fact that the defendant missed twice, that doesn't alter your particular opinion?
All right. I still object to speculation.
It's not speculation. It's overruled. You can answer that.
If one looks into the analysis, of shootings, and again, my experience really is related more into police officer-involved shootings, it's not uncommon in a stressful situation. And again, I look at this from the viewpoint of knowing what the individual shooting scores are in the qualification runs, or what they did in the actual shooting. Comparing to, you find that it's becoming that even surprising. It comes from that viewpoint. Yes.
Do you have an opinion whether or not these 5 shots were the result of a panic shooting?
It does not appear to be.
Why is that?
The shots are just too well placed.
And can you tell us what the likelihood is that the defendant shooting these 5 shots were all the result of accidental discharges?
What?
Let me rephrase it. You have an opinion regarding whether there is a likelihood. What is the likelihood that all 5 of these shots were the result of accidental discharges of this particular firearm?
In this firearm?
Yes.
Bordering on impossible.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Your Honor, we would like to have the jury pull the trigger if the court wants to do it now or cross-examination.
Well, I think that's something they could do in the jury room if they...
Yeah, the photograph, I think there's been a lot of testimony now on trigger pull and another expert opinion regarding the accuracy of the shots and not no accidental discharge. I think it would be, and I think it would be inappropriate if the jury hears all the evidence to start doing their own experiments.
Let's wait till the end of cross-examination. And,
Your Honor, I think it would be inappropriate until...
Your Honor, excuse me, there should not be speaking objections.
they're not going to pull it this time, Mr. Early cross-examine.
Mr. Goldberg, you indicated, you testified last time, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And last time you testified, there was, you didn't testify about probable sequence of shots, did you?
I did it in limited. If I remember correctly, I did it in limited, as I did here. I don't know the entire sequence.
Do you remember, have you reviewed your trial transcripts?
Yes, I believe I talked about certain shots occurring before others, but that was the extent of it.
Can you show me where that was in your trial transcript?
I think it's a show trial transcript first time.
That's true.
I believe we're discussing the shots themselves.
What?
It was we're discussing the shots themselves.
And where you went before the...
No, again, we didn't really talk about lining up all 5 shots. We didn't talk about that.
The only one that you talked about it was the one to Linda on the chest
versus the one that
appeared to be first. Is that correct? Yeah. The now your area of expertise is ballistics.
Well, firearms in a generic sense, yes.
Okay, and that's what.
I wish it would quit doing that.
And that's what you're. Do anything with gunshot residue, did you?
Well, no. We did not run any specific gunshot residue tests. In terms of chemical tests?
Yes.
No.
For a gun, gunshot residue can be up from close to the gun up to 2 or 3 feet sometimes.
Yes.
Okay. So when a sheet is on a bed, and depending on how close someone is to the bed, goes on to the sheet. Isn't that correct?
Yes, if it's close enough.
Okay, and can be up to 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you are obviously closer than 3 feet to the bed through your crime scene reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, but not 3 feet from the covers of the mattress. The gun was generally always higher than that.
Okay, well, it was higher, but right below the gun was the mattress, right?
If any of the gunshot residue would have got there, it would have fallen on it. The trouble is when everything was moved, it's not adhering to the... when I think of gunshot residue, I'm thinking really of firing into something. A residue pattern is laid down, and it's quite visible. You really can't miss that.
No, and I understand that. In other words, when the bullet goes through something and there's some residue left, you can use that to determine maybe how far the gun was away from where the bullet struck.
If the object you're shooting at is in line with the shot, yes.
Yes. And however, though, you can, for instance, if someone's shooting over the bed, you find some powder, you may find some residue that filters down onto the bed from the gun. Is that correct?
Yes, except we talked about since you can actually throw a gunshot distance out a distance well beyond 3 feet, well beyond 5 feet. Again, it's not unreasonable in this particular shooting scene that you might find 1 or 2 flakes of gunpowder on the bed clothing itself, where it doesn't mean that much from the standpoint of trying to look at an object that was perpendicular or reasonably perpendicular to the axis of the line of shot, and then measure that distance, and that wasn't the case here.
Well, if you can take a gun, and if you shoot it over a piece of white paper, and you shoot it at an object, around the white paper, you're likely to be able to find some gunshot residue.
That's correct. That's what I'm saying, yes.
Yes, and the farther you get away, the less residue there's going to be.
Yes.
And if you take the same kind of bullets, a lot of times you can find that ammunition with that gun will give you a certain pattern on a white piece of paper that's laying underground.
Yes.
Okay. So if somebody takes the cover, now in this case, by the time you got to the case, the sheet had been removed.
All been removed.
Okay, so you would expect that powder is no longer going to be there because it's killing a sheet. At the time, there are tests to see if the gun was maybe close enough to the bed or over the bed to make a determination of where the person was standing at the time they fired the shots, or at least one shot.
All right, StreamYard, catch up.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. But by removing the sheets, that was something you didn't do because that test was from your
disturbance of the sheets would have, in my opinion, would have invalidated the test. I don't know where the residue would have come from. It had been transferred while the sheets are being bagged or what. There's really no way of knowing.
Okay. There's also, obviously, when you're looking at a scene to make a determination as to where somebody might have been standing, there is blood transfers that you may look for. So, for instance, bloody shoe prints.
Yes.
Okay. In this case, obviously, did you look for bloody shoe prints?
I don't believe specifically I did. No.
Okay. Obviously you can look for ricochets or something that's important, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously in this case you look for ricochets?
Yes, again, in this thing I was interested only particularly in the entry exit bullet.
Were you at the scene the day of the homicide?
No, it's not.
Okay, so by the time you got there, some of the furniture had already been removed? Or had not?
I believe we had to again, when I first arrived at the scene was on the 15th, which is 10 days after the shooting, and that was only to look at lighting conditions. We really did not get back to the scene to start looking at the bullet pads until November 20th.
Okay. So when you've taken these pictures with the laser and you have the mattress and the pillows, that's you putting those in those positions based on photographs you saw, is that correct? And again, putting the mannequins was based on photographs you saw, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you make your reconstruction of the scene, you're considering, your main focus is considering the ballistics and the firearms part of this reconstruction.
Yes.
Okay. Did you at any point in time, I take it you also look for shell casings? I mean, it can't see.
Normally you would, yes.
Okay.
Not at this scene.
Bullet holes can tell you something about a crime scene, can they not?
Yes.
And in fact, you used a bullet hole that was in the wall.
Yes.
You used a bullet hole that was in a table.
Yes.
Now the table gives you some difficulty because you don't know where the table, how it exactly was positioned before it was moved. Isn't that right?
We were reasonably accurate in replacing the table based on photographs taken on the day of the shooting.
But again, you're going on photographs. Whether you're off by 4 or 5 degrees or half an inch, you don't know, but you get as close as you can.
That's correct.
Yeah. And I take it that at the time that was there any reason you know that items of evidence had to be moved before you were brought in to see him?
I'm not sure I followed the question.
Was there any order that you knew that items of evidence were to be removed from the scene for some reason before you had a chance to investigate?
Actually, unless he knows.
That's what I'm asking you, whether he has any personal knowledge.
I just don't know.
But you said when you try to when you do some things on a crime scene and try to determine shots or even orders of shots, you do certain assumptions, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the assumptions that you brought out was the fact that Dan was rolling into a position because of the shot to Linda, is that correct?
That's an assumption, again, based on the fact that it's a reasonable likelihood that, in fact, that he may have, in fact, done that. That could help explain the position of Dan in that particular photograph.
Okay.
But it's not the only way it could have occurred.
Okay. And there's other things. For instance, where you have let me see where you have in photograph here, in photograph A, here, you have a position of what you have of Linda at the time of the shot, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now the position that you have Linda at the time of the shot, obviously...
The feet are not, there's no expectation that's where the feet were.
And no expectation that's where the head is?
The head, I have no idea where the head was looking or laying. That's the position of the torso of the path through the body.
Okay, so and when you say torso, you're talking about the area that would be where the bullet goes into the front and out the back?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did you take measurements of where the strike was on a mattress?
I believe they were pointed out to me where the mattress, it was located for me by Detective Gilder and the evidence tech who handled the crime scene, Michael Gravelin.
Yeah.
Sorry, who?
Michael Gravelin.
Have you seen any measurements on where the strike mark on the mattress was?
I really don't remember. There may have been. Again, I used the actual mark that was on the mattress.
Okay. Did you use the sheet on the mattress?
No, the mark was quite clear on the mattress.
Well, there's a hole in the sheet, isn't there, right?
There's a hole in the sheet. There's a hole in the mattress cover, but it corresponds to the...
Expect then that the hole in the sheet and where the hole is on the mattress cover is pretty much where the bullet first hit the mattress, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, when the position that you have, Linda here
Wiggle, see what you did? You angered Metatron, and he shut down the stream. It's all your fault.
and start rolling away from here. From that position, and then that's where she shot. Isn't that correct?
That's possible, yes.
And you would have no way of knowing whether that's true or not.
That's correct.
Okay. You can't make the assumption that this is where she went to sleep that night and she never moved.
Oh, no. That, again, is a moment in time.
Okay. And you can make assumptions that that's someone who was looking up from it to do any other thing. Do you? In other words...
No, 100% of the time?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So sometimes people might grab, sometimes they might sit up, sometimes they might roll, sometimes do anything.
You could do any number of things. Going back to police officers of all the shootings, they generally move away from the sound of gunfire.
Well, are you telling me that you've done police-controlled shootings where people are asleep at a time?
No.
Okay, so I take it you have absolutely no clue with police officers. You don't have any police officer training actually.
Shot they're sleeping.
The guy that played Booger in Revenge of the Nerd. He did it again. He played in Supernatural. Okay, you guys know that, I'm a Christian. I have a pretty strong faith. But I love the show Supernatural. And basically, they take the Bible and then just make this whole new mythology with it. They don't touch Jesus. They don't ever say anything about Jesus. So I'm good with it. And I know that it's not truly biblical. And I mean, some Christians would say Christians shouldn't watch that show. But anyway, so the guy that played Booger in Revenge of the Nerds plays the scribe of God. So apparently he's the person that's on earth writing in books what God wants us to know or something. I don't know. Which is not a thing. At least not in my faith. It's not a thing. But so the guy that is the most messed up nerd in the world in Revenge of the Nerds is the scribe of God in the show Supernatural. I was going to get to that when we finish today, Wiggles. But I will tell you right now. Opening statements are supposed to start Thursday. Oh, I haven't seen Dogma. I think I started watching Dogma and did not finish it for the very reasons why I just said that some Christians don't like Supernatural for that same reason. Anyway, opening statements are supposed to start Thursday. It's a death penalty case, which is why it's taking so long to pick a jury. It started jury selection Wednesday. It's in Florida. It's in St. Lucie County, which is on the Treasure Coast, which is in the southeastern part of the state. I did a video on it. It's like 9 minutes long. It's not very long. It's just like a little primer to get you guys caught up. A guy was married, and he got his girlfriend pregnant, and when she was very early on in the pregnancy, she asked him for $500 for an abortion, which he gave her, and then she ended up giving the money to someone else and did not get an abortion, and she was 8.5 months pregnant with a C-section scheduled for like the following week. They'd already named the baby. He hadn't. Her and her family had named the baby Josiah Thomas. It was a little boy. Her mom was going to help her. She already had one child, and her mom, she was 23. Already had one kid. Her mom was going to be there for the birth and help her with the baby and everything. They were going to welcome him in and keep him and raise him, and everything was all set. And he went over there on August 23rd, 2018, and she died of blunt force trauma to the head, which caused a skull fracture, and he slit her throat. So the baby died too, and left her in a drainage ditch on the side of the road. So he is facing the death penalty for first-degree murder and first-degree murder of an unborn child. And they're still picking the jury. It was supposed the jury was supposed to be picked by today, but it said that opening statements were going to start on the 11th, which is Thursday, I believe. So I keep looking for it to make sure that they're going to stream it. I don't know yet if it's going to be streamed. If it's going to be streamed, we're going to watch it. If it's not, I'm going to cry because I really want to watch it. So that's our next live trial.
Yes.
No.
Okay. So that's something that you have that's not within your experience, at least in the shootings that you've done with police officers.
From the standpoint of somebody actually sleeping, I don't know anybody sleeping here.
Okay. So the fact is that go on their side and be woken up, start to roll. This would tell you where they were when they were shot at some time in the roll.
It only tells me where they were shot. They may have been rolling, they may have been laying there. I just don't know. But what I do know is that that's where, when the bullet passed through Linda, that's approximate position that she was
Okay. And the same thing with Mr. Broderick over here. In other words, if they were both, if she was on this side of the bed, he was in the middle, and they both started rolling at the same time, then they both could end up in from this side of the bed to that side of the bed when they're shot. Is that correct?
I follow the question. You're talking about both of them being laying towards the right and then start rolling.
Yeah, start moving
one's
the other way.
caught first, one's caught later. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And that's obviously just as possible as anything else because you're not there to know which one.
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time that, at the time of the, did you, before, have you ever looked at the top blanket, the blanket that would be, the sheet that would be over him in the blanket?
Only recently. I did not use it in the original bullet path or trajectory construction.
Okay. And in fact, you indicated there's nothing they can really tell you, didn't you?
From the standpoint of what we're trying to show here, yes. Again, they were not in their positions when I saw them. They were in bags. Secondly, all this is really trying to show again is a path through the body, entrance, exit. The blanket, obviously, if it has a bullet hole in it, will be in the entry position. It's very difficult to relocate it other than just that way, and I'm not really sure what it means when you do it that way.
Well, that's not necessarily true, is it? That the sheets or blankets will be in, and are you saying that the holes in the sheets and the blanket would be before the bullets entered the body?
Well, depends. Again, it depends on where they were found. If you have blood on the back sides of them, of course, they would be associated with an entry wound. If they don't, may not have been. It's very difficult to tell. Again, the concern was looking at the paths through the body and the relationship to the shooter.
In other words, if they on top of the sheet and they get shot and the bullet goes through, the actual hole in the sheet could be caused after the bullet has gone through the body. Is that correct?
It might. Depends on the bullet.
Well, a bullet that goes through a body, for instance, the one that went through Linda and then went through a skid mark, if she happened to be laying on the top sheet, you would expect to be a hole in the top sheet also.
No, that's the point. Maybe yes, maybe no. It really depends. I've had experience with many bullets, and I think in this case it can be shown the bullets that exited the bodies had very little residual velocity. In one case, only just enough to skid and mark a sheet and mattress cover, and not even clearly penetrating into the mattress. It didn't even go that far. The one that exited barely exited. So if the sheet is on the other side, again, it's difficult to tell if where that
went through Linda that put the skid mark in the mattress. If there had been one more sheet there, the top sheet, that would have stopped the bullet. Wouldn't have been able to go through.
It might. The bullet had very little residual velocity after it exited Linda.
And so the thickness of one extra sheet would have stopped it from going.
Well, I don't know. Might have. I just don't know. Not without sitting down and trying to test it.
You testified last time. Well, you testified this time that the wound to Mr. Broderick might have stopped at the time of, might not have gone all the way through the wound. Is that correct?
It might have hung up on the wound or just barely exited and was just trapped in the blanket. The
last time, didn't you testify that it could have been a through and through wound and traveled a few feet past the past his body?
Or it popped out of his body and he fell on it. It rolled over onto that piece of it.
I thought this would be a good place to take the recess, sir.
Yeah, this is as good as anyone.
We'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. We'll be in recess until 3:15. Madam people of the State of California versus Elisabeth Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Ms. Broderick is present. Mr. Wolberg is back on the witness stand. May proceed, Mr. Early.
Mr. Wolberg, when you went and did the lighting conditions, you at the time that you did it, did you also look to see what the visibility was? In other words, did you check with Lindbergh Field to find out what the relevant visibility was between the 5th and the when you went back?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and the visibility was better on the day that you were there, at least according to Lindbergh.
Yes.
Now, you went into the room to check lighting conditions. I take it that you sat in the room and watched the lighting conditions until sometime after 5:30.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you go back another day? Or did you just do that one day?
Just that one day.
Okay. And I take it that while you were sitting there, obviously your eyes were somewhat adjusted to the room. You weren't turning lights on and off.
Belle, stop it. You're not getting any more.
You didn't have somebody go in and put different things in the room and have you and then walk out what was in the room and where it was in the room.
That's correct.
Yeah. So what you did is you sat there and you stared and to see what you could see, so you could come back and tell us the best you could.
Yes.
Okay. Fairly, I take it at that time, relaxed conditions.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the bullets that you have here, the Hydroshock bullets, they didn't actually expand like they're supposed to, did they?
No, they did not.
Okay. And when
What did I just say?
a bullet goes through a barrel, the speed of the bullet causes the end to expand, isn't that correct? The length of the barrel can have something to do with whether the bullets expand or not.
I see. Yes, because the velocity changes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and in this case, actually, those bar for the bullets to expand, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when you look at those two boxes of bullets that you have there, obviously one box is a more expensive brand of bullets.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, the Hydroshocks are, when you go to buy bullets, those would be the more expensive kind of bullets you can buy in a store.
That's correct.
Okay, and other ones would be the cheaper bullets.
That's correct.
Okay. So someone, if you were to go in and tell somebody that you want expensive bullets that were used to stop somebody or for self-defense, it would be shot in the other.
That's correct.
And obviously, depending what the best bullets, I mean, you can't go into a store and say, give me your best bullet, and that means that bullet will be there for all this. Is there another word? Bullets more matched up with their purpose than maybe what's the most expensive or what's the best?
Bullets have designs that are optimized for certain goals, I guess is the best way of saying it. Yeah, depending on what you're going to use a bullet for will depend on what type of bullet you buy. Okay.
And these bullets, in actuality, did they expand at all? Was there even any partial expansion?
Not in the terms that rim of the hollow point, but for all practical purposes, they did not expand.
Now, for your purposes, for coming, you indicated you looked at you were familiar with the autopsy report? And the autopsy report of the pathologist?
Yes.
Okay. And the pathologist, Mr. Sawwell, talked about a Mr. Doherty that he talked with us about. Did you see Mr. Doherty's report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now you reviewed Mr. Doherty's report, didn't you?
Yes.
And he came to some conclusions about where the shots were fired from based on his looking at the wounds and where they're positioned and whether the bullets went through and through, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and that was somebody that was retained by the prosecution, Mr. Doherty?
Yes, that's true.
And his conclusions were all wrong, weren't they, based on your... In other words, he had conclusions that, based on the wounds as he saw them and reported to Mr. Sawwell,
Well, I wouldn't classify as wrong. He places more emphasis on a few things than I do, and comes to a different conclusion because of it. I don't disagree with him totally. That's one of the possibilities. My personal opinion is I can't come to that conclusion for one big reason, quite frankly.
And that's because of how fast the shots are?
No, it has to do with the short wound concept of the exit wound on Daniel Broderick.
Okay, so he made some conclusions that the wound was short, in other words, closed up, and that's where he made his, or at least was hit against something to make it so the bullet didn't come out?
Yes.
Okay, and that was something that you were not able to agree with?
My personal opinion, or my personal experience, it was such a close call as the type of wound was. My personal experience didn't allow me to come to a call on it, therefore I had to stay conclusive on it. So I just can't place as much emphasis on it as Mr. Doherty did.
You remember testifying previously that, in fact, you felt that the exit wound would be a relatively low velocity and would have not gone very far, traveled not much more than a few feet.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It barely came out of the body.
Well, it came out far enough to go maybe a few feet, is that correct?
Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
Few feet, is that correct?
It could have, yes.
And when we're talking about where you have Mr. Broderick's position, a few feet means that the bullet is off the bed, isn't it? Well, you said a few feet, but probably not as far as the wall. Remember that?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think I ever said it hit the wall. It probably passed through him, again, based on looking at the exit velocities and the damage that was caused going through Linda. Again, looking at the way the bullet didn't expand, the thickness of Dan, it could have in fact exited Dan at a very low velocity, just fallen on the floor.
Okay. Now, you indicated that the sheets and the blankets really would give you no evidence. Is that correct? In fact, you didn't even look at them before you testified before.
Well, yes.
Okay. But now, before this trial, you did look at them?
Just recently, yes.
And you're still of the opinion that they give you no, they (26A). As you told the jury, there's a hole in the front of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as they pass through, okay, and in fact, some of the bullets in this case gathered material that was associated with the room. Isn't that correct?
I believe one of them did, yes.
Okay, and that was the wound that was in Daniel Broderick, was it not?
That's correct.
And that wound had material from the blanket and appeared to be from the sheet. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be a reasonable assumption that if the bullet in fact had material from the blanket and the sheet, that the bullet went through the blanket and the sheet either before or after it exited Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there any other disciplines or any other evidence that you looked at in this case to help you make a determination as far as where the other than the ones that you mentioned?
No.
Okay, so the holes in the sheet were not actually, did you actually look at the holes in the sheet and the blanket?
Well, yes, yes.
And I take it that after you looked at them, they told you nothing, is that correct?
Well, they told me a bullet passed through it, but again, from the standpoint of trying to position a body in space with a path through it, the position of the blanket is unknown, other than the fact that it exists either in front or in the rear, but it doesn't help place the body, so I didn't use it.
It can possibly help you knowing where the sheets were at the time of the shot.
If I knew where they were, or it might tell you where they were.
Okay, there's no way to tell that, where the sheets are, realistically?
In their actual positions at the time of the shot? No. I don't know how I place them.
And it appeared to be that there was 2 holes in the top sheet, is that right?
I believe that's true. Yes.
And those 2 holes appeared to be associated. In other words, that it appeared that there's a bullet passed through maybe a sheet that was folded
over. Yes.
Okay. Was there blood typing done of various blood in the on the bed?
Yes, I believe that Mr. McDonald typed a number of the stains.
Okay. Were you able, was that of any value, and did you look at that to see if that was any value in determining where people were?
Not at first. Again, when I looked at the stains, there were basically two types. There was a large amount of blood that flowed from Linda's head wound on the bed. It was fairly obvious where it came from. So, typing it was, again, something I consider that critical at that point.
Was there any time it became important as far as an opinion for you? At all? I'm not saying
I don't
the blood that you mentioned was in patterns. You indicated that there was some drops of blood, there was some pools of blood. Did those, did that have any relevance importance to you at all? In trying to make a determined error on the bed, or where they might have been on the bed?
No, because the blood, again, the blood comes from after that could be consistent with blood being cooked up again, but that's after the shooting occurs. And one can look at both scenarios, Mr. Doherty's and mine. Mr. Doherty believes, again, that Daniel was shot on the floor on the side of the bed. And in fact, the blood splatters on the side of the bed could have come as a result of the shooting there. They also could have come from Daniel being shot on the bed, rolling off the bed, and then coughing up on the side of the bed again. Both will work. So it doesn't really help decide which one is the better view or the better reconstruction.
So I take it that what did you do? Just open them up and look at
them. I was really looking for large gunshot residue type patterns indicating that the gun was very close to the sheet.
Okay, so that was your purpose of looking at the sheets, because the blood patterns weren't much. You were looking to see if there was any gunshot residue that might have been left.
I was wondering, my question at the time was, could the gun have been right down next to the sheet somewhere? The sheet showed no residue patterns like that.
And I take it that obviously one of the things that you have to take into consideration is any eyewitnesses or ear witnesses to the shooting itself.
Yes.
In other words, if you come up with a scenario that might take some time moving back and forth from different positions and the shooting took place very quickly, a bang, 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 that would have some effect on
how I think it occurred?
Yes.
Yes.
And other you knew what the shooting, at least you knew what was recorded from a number of witnesses as to how fast the shooting was.
Yes.
And so it appeared to be, so you reported, that's consistent with that.
Yes.
Okay. The end table here is the wood has a grain to it, so even though it enters, you don't know whether it changed directionality.
That's correct. It could have traveled along the grain. All that end table shot can tell me, and all it tells me is that it did in fact was fired from the right side of the room.
Okay.
You can rule out the rest of it, but precisely where on the right side of the room, somewhere next to the bed.
Okay, so what we have as a red line here is an approximation. It can be up 20 degrees, down some angles, over one side or the other.
I see what you're saying. There is room for tolerance in that one.
Okay. And I take it that you also said that while there's a problem with tolerance on that, the second shot to Linda, you indicated that one was also next in line of difficulty because she might have moved or slid down the pillow.
Yes. Again, what's shown there is not the position she was actually shot in. That is actually more represented the position she's found in. However, again, based upon the type of wound, my opinion is it's not unreasonable that she was very close to that position, slightly higher and further closer to the headboard probably. And then she falls and slides down, which explains the way the hair is drugged and the smears, the blood smears as she drags down. So again, my feeling is that shot came from the right side of the room.
Dummies in these positions, obviously we're not looking at exactitude here. Again, they could be some inches one way, some inches the other way.
That's correct.
Their body could be different. I mean, in other words,
there's a certain amount of tolerance that has to be built into the system. Yes.
Okay, and
change the rest of the body.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and so this doesn't represent the position they're in. It only represents the position that you feel that where the wound is and the exit is.
In a precise manner, yes.
Okay, and I take it that when you're taking pictures, it's a little bit difficult using these mannequins to put them the ability to move one way or the other.
They're a bit more stiff than the average human being, yes.
Okay. And also, when you have that, obviously it's, for the purposes of taking a picture, it's difficult to put a mannequin halfway on the bed and halfway off. In other words, the person might have been shot coming off the bed.
Well defined, but yes, legs could have been partly off the bed. I just don't know. But when we're looking at the path through the body, that part doesn't change. But you can have that much variance in it.
Was there any other wounds to Mr. Broderick that you were aware of that would have caused a lot of blood?
No.
Do you know whether the top bedspread or comforter, the most top, was that kept to your knowledge?
I don't believe. I don't recall it being kept. I don't believe.
May I have just one moment, Your Honor? I believe I'm almost there.
Certainly.
And I take it when you placed Daniel Broderick in your photos, one of the things you took into consideration is the placement of Linda, is that correct?
Yes.
Maybe we've already beat the subject to death over, but talking about the sheets, and we're talking about the sheets and the blankets on top of the victim's hair. Why is it that you're not particularly interested in looking at them more closely?
Again, they don't substantially change the paths through the bodies. The sheets don't deflect bullets, the blankets don't deflect bullets. And again, my interest was in looking at these in relationship to shooter. There There are some, it's case dependent. I'm saying, but in this particular case, I did not find him that helpful.
And when you were talking about residue, what you're talking about the horizontal throw residue, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe primarily residue is deposited by filtering down on the sheets from a gun being pointed and shot over the top of the bed.
So in other words, let's say I'm standing here and I'm shooting. For some distance, there's going to be residue deposited as that bullet comes out and there's gases and uncombustible particles in the next that need to drop behind the bullet where you've got your back almost to the wall here. You're shooting, you're into Linda's chest. The defendant would have got. Is it accurate to say, I don't know if you can see where I'm shooting at.
Sure.
Is it accurate to say that there might have been deposit all the way to Linda possibly?
It's entirely possible. Again, this can't fires residue will.
You're about done for the day anyway.
Which the FBI puts on. The FBI preaches up to 15 feet. I've never seen it that far, but that's what they say. My experience is it could be going out as far as 5, 6, 7 feet, somewhere in there. My expectation would be that at this distance, where today get some gunshot residue on the sheet. It should be there, but not in a pattern. You'll find particles laying about. But in this room, you can't get far enough back not to put residue on the sheet.
So you can have a seat. So assuming you didn't find some on that top sheet that was on top, would that have told you anything about it?
Not in this case. It would not give you that kind of information. Not in precise feet. It would tell you that they are close enough to the bed to put residue on the bed. But then again, my opinion is in this room, it just isn't. You can't get far enough away from the bed on the right side not to contaminate the sheet.
Now there was something said about bloody footprints. Did you look at all the photographs of the scene and were there any bloody footprints shown there?
I don't believe I remember any.
What about the fact that you didn't check for shell casings?
There's a revolver being used. There's shell casings are not ejected. Again, I didn't check specifically for shell casings. I guess I'm depending upon the evidence tech to do that when they were at the scene on the first day.
If, excuse me, a revolver is different than a semi-automatic pistol, which ejects a shell casing each time a shell is fired. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Revolvers don't do that.
No, they do not.
You have to open up the revolver and manually eject all the casings. Is that correct?
Yes, you do.
Now what? Need an Elsa emoji for when it's frozen. Or an Olaf. No, I need Olaf.
And manually eject all the casings. Is that correct?
Yes, you do.
I can't punish Marty. He's my elder.
Now, when you went to the scene to take these photographs and make your analysis, was the mattress still on the bed at that point?
Yes, it was.
You didn't take it and put it back on, did you?
No, we did not.
You might have had to bring the nightstand back.
I have a distinct memory of bringing the nightstand back and struggling it up the stairs and putting it back in position.
Now, is there anything in what you testified to, in terms of your opinion, that would have been changed by, let's say, some of the distances off a couple inches, or maybe off a few angles off a few degrees? Would that have mattered? And when you say that the visibility was better on November 15th and November 5th at Lindbergh Field, what kind of visibility are we talking about?
I believe we were talking about fog. If I remember correctly, the visibility limits on the 5th was approximately 6 miles, and on the 15th was 4 miles.
And that's for aircraft, they could see 4 miles.
Yes. Well, I believe so. That's, again, I'm only getting that information from the weather report.
Now, did your eyes have to become adjusted to the light inside the house when you went there on the 15th to make the light determination that you talked about?
To a point. It was brighter outside, of course, than inside. Certain rooms were very dark. I distinctly remember the formal dining room. Virtually pitch black, the shades are drawn. You can only navigate through that room by seeing the doorways and the light in those doorways. But yes, you do become dark adapted as you go in. You adjust to your eyes will adjust to the darkness. It takes a little bit of time. But
can you tell us whether or not your eyes were adjusted by virtue of going in the kitchen, walking around to the staircase, going up the stairs, and then finally entering into the master bedroom upstairs where you're right to the light of the master room?
Fun fact about eyes adjusting to the dark. That's why pirates wore an eye patch. It had nothing to do with them having something wrong with their eye. They did that so when they captured another ship and they went down in the hold, they would switch the eye patch to the other eye and they could immediately see in the dark. She's going to claim at some point, I don't know if, because I haven't seen the trial, so I don't know if they're going to have like an expert on battered wife syndrome or spouse syndrome or whatever it's called, but that's what she's claiming. This is going to be her defense in this trial. I don't know if that was her defense in the last trial because it wasn't televised. So I think that might be. I think they might be pulling out an expert or something to say she was battered. But this is, to me, and apparently to the jury as well, that's not battered wife syndrome. He was divorced, remarried, and living in another house. That's not battered wife syndrome. That's not how that works. They weren't together.
probably not, and I speak to that because one of my ancillary hobbies is I'm an amateur astronomer, and dark adaptation can take upwards of an hour to an hour and a half to get truly adapted. But that's in darkness, and this isn't. So it's very difficult to speak to that. I don't believe so.
Well, as you entered the master bedroom after making that trip, did you have any problems seeing things inside it?
No. Again, a lot of the impressions were formed as we entered the bedroom. And I had no trouble seeing anything. We had not been in the house more than 10 minutes.
Now, these particular bullets did not expand. These particular bullets did not expand, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that because of the lower muzzle velocity in this particular revolver?
Yes.
And that has nothing to do with your findings here, does it?
No, it does not.
Now, defense counsel talked about you looking at Mr. Doherty's opinion and that he came to a slightly different conclusion than you did. Is that correct?
On two of the bullet pads, yes, he did.
Okay, just so we're clear, what are the two different? What's the first one that's different?
The first one he disagrees with is the shot into Dan Broderick.
What about the other one?
And the other one was the second shot into Linda at the back of the head.
Mr. Doherty's of the opinion that it might have happened from a different position in the bedroom?
Yes.
And he's also of the opinion that Dan's shot in the back took place when the defendant was occupying a different position. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why don't you go up to the schematic of the master bedroom and take the pointer and show where it is that Mr. Doherty believes the defendant was when she shot Daniel in the back?
I can only give you approximation, but reading the report and understanding what I read in the report, clearly Mr. Doherty feels that the defendant was standing somewhere at the foot of the bed or in the area between the entertainment center and the bed.
Why don't you make a green mark there? And that opinion would have required the defendant, after shooting on the right side of the bed, as you have indicated, to walk around the bed and then shoot Daniel Broderick as he was lying on the ground beside the bed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Shoot him in the back in that location.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Recross.
He actually indicated that it was his opinion that Mr. Broderick was shot while he was laying flat on his stomach with the sheet and the blanket over him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but, well, you have to be because the bullet hole is through the sheet and blanket. Regardless of where Mr. Broderick was shot, the sheet and blanket are on him somewhere.
And obviously you looked at the pictures, is that correct?
Yes.
And the pictures do not have the sheets and blankets anywhere near Mr. Broderick's upper torso, do they?
They do
on
not.
the floor.
Well, they do not. Not on the pictures, they do not.
And this was based on the shoring of the wound. Was his main conclusion?
That was the discussion that we had, yes.
Sir, did you happen to look at the blood stains that were on the sheet? On the bottom sheet?
Yes. There's two major stains, I believe.
Did all the blood stains, were any of them that you believe were there that weren't there at the time of the shooting? Or did they all appear to be, did the sheet appear to you to be fairly much like it was at the time of the shooting?
I'll object. I think it's vague and it's beyond the scope of our crimes.
Overruled. Do you have an opinion on that?
I'm sorry, but I don't think I understand the question. I don't know. Are you talking about the blood laying at the same time or blood from another time frame?
Well, did you obviously looked at the photographs, did you not?
Yes.
And then you looked at did you look at the sheets?
Yes.
Did it appear to be that there was, that the blood stains that you would see on the sheet were in the photograph, or did you see additional blood stains or less blood stains?
Your Honor, I would ask that, we have photographs here, I would ask that the counsel show the witness what photographs we're talking about.
If he says he needs them, I will.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I read it. I'm not really following. I've got about two answers formally I could give you.
Okay.
Yeah, Early's
Let me try to make it a little simpler. There's blood stains on
Yeah, Early's questions get confusing. It's his question.
the sheets, is that correct?
Yes, there's a number of them.
There's photos of the blood stains on the sheets.
Yes.
Are there, when you look at the sheet, are the blood stains that you see on the sheet consistent with all the blood stains that you see on the photographs, or does it appear that some are missing or some are added?
Objection vague, we have to know which photographs counsel is talking about.
Sustained.
Well, are there photographs that don't show, the only photographs you've seen of the sheet are the photographs that were taken at the time of the homicide. You haven't seen photographs that were taken before the homicide, have you?
No.
Okay. Talking about those photographs, any of them that you've seen of the blood on the sheets, did you look at the photographs to see what kind of blood patterns there were on the sheets?
There's an actual set of stains, if that's what you're talking about, but I think those are laid on the sheet when the body was moved and taken off the bed. There's an extra stain, but my understanding of that particular stain is when Linda was moved off the bed, that blood was transferred to the sheet. If that's what you're talking about, That's the only thing I can think of.
So it's your understanding that she was rolled over and there was chains that were transferred?
Yes.
And if you were to take that gun and fire it again over a whiteboard, for instance, the back of any of these boards,
yes,
you were just to take and fire it over it, would you find the powder pattern on this?
You'd find some pattern. You would find powder particles decreasing in density as distance increases.
Okay. And you would expect with the same gun and the same bullets that you would have a similar pattern of density going to less density?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to do something with the sheets and find a pattern that goes from dense to less dense, you may be able to determine something based on knowing what bullets were used and knowing what gun used.
If the sheets had been preserved in their original condition and not moved, yes.
I have no further questions.
Any further, Mr. Burkhan?
Yes, Your Honor. So if the bodies, let's say, were moved, would that have disturbed this powder residue counsel's talking about?
Possibly. My understanding is the sheets were not preserved in the original condition, and because of that, you get a problem of powder transfer, literally. These particular particles, even though they're thrown out, aren't blown into the sheet as they would be if you're shooting into the bed. So they can quite easily be dislodged.
Indeed, if the body had moved after it was shot, wouldn't that action itself have caused possibly dispersal of the resident?
Possibly. I don't know.
Now, when counsel said something about the back wound to Daniel Broderick, that none of the sheets or bedclothes were near that wound, did you have a response to that? You said they were or weren't, or don't know?
Well, they were not, and not in the photographs at least. But then again, when I view the photographs, considering the wound through Daniel, there's everything that shows that he had moved.
And why would that be?
Again, the blood patterns on the side of the mattress, and it's entirely possible he would have moved. So that the bedding could have been dislodged from its original position.
And this would have been Daniel after he was shot in the back, did some moving around inside the bedclothes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Further, Mr. Early?
No.
Witness be excused.
Yes. Objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilburn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I think we're done for the day. I just want to see. They didn't say state rests. Are they done yet? Because I thought they said they were about done. Oh, I don't know. Oh, looky there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Dang! Well, she had a lot to say. I don't know. Well, we're done for the day. I wonder how long. Whoa, so that is over 3.5 hours. And then after state. Yeah, oh boy is right, Judy. Wow. And unlike the Phil Spector trial, each block of these have been hours long. I wonder how many hours each one of these blocks are. She must have been on the first one's long. She He must have been on the stand for days. Oh, man, we're going to be I want to hear her, though, but we're going to be subjected to cray-cray for hours and hours, hours. Okay, guys, that's it for today. Thank you guys for coming out. This was fun. Had a lot of people here all day. A lot for my channel, that is. I have an itty-bitty channel, but a fun channel. I love it when you guys are here. Okay. I guess we'll do this again until whenever that other trial starts. And I hope that other trial is streamed because I really want to watch it, because I've never watched a death penalty trial from start to finish, from the guilty phase all the way through to the penalty phase. I've only ever watched the penalty phase because it's always been they've pled guilty and then had the penalty phase. So, and I don't think this guy's going to be found not guilty because I just don't. And I just read, because I was looking up to see if they'd, seated a jury yet and everything, which I still can't find information on. And in one of his hearings back in 2019, I think, his wife was saying that he's a good man. Everybody thinks he's evil, but he's a good man. Yeah, he killed a pregnant woman that was almost a term. Whatever. I don't know why the wife always sticks up for these men. I don't get it. I wouldn't. I'd be like, first off, you were sleeping with somebody else and got her pregnant. And then you didn't have to kill her and the baby. You could have just been a deadbeat dad like all the other deadbeat dads in the world. Like, bye, Terry. So, and I don't know what else is going on. So if that's not streaming, I don't know what we're going to do, because we were going to do Brian Koberger and he pled out. We were going to do Steven Stern, whatever his name is, and he pled out. So I don't know of anything else going on right now. And I just happened to find this trial because I couldn't sleep yesterday. I was up at 4:30 just randomly surfing the web, and I found this one, and I was like, ooh. So let's hope. And like I said, I did a small video on it. It's only 9 minutes long, so if you guys are curious, check that out. So I will see you guys tomorrow at 8, and we will get to Betty Broderick's testimony tomorrow. Yay! So remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. Oh! I didn't see that. For what? Judy derailed my exit, y'all. Oh, I'm gonna have to look that up. See what happened. Okay, bye, y'all.